Grand rising, grand rising. Let's say it all together. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. Lyndon B. Johnson. You guys had a fabulous night, and let's get into the news. Why don't we? Uh, Hey T Danielle, it is always good to see you. Thank you for dropping by. Let's get into the news. Okay, a lot of things are going on. Uh, we have what is going on? So much is going on. Okay, first we have 4547. Is such a succubus that he invited the woman who held the Peace Prize to the United States, in which he accepted her giving him the peace prize, her peace prize to himself, the peace prize which is non-refundable. I'm wondering if when he understands that he cannot take her name off and put it back on, will he still keep the prize? But yeah, that actually happened. So I think that's the quote where you would say, no shame. Now, there's also a report out that 4547 may have a side piece. Now, if I don't know if you guys are up on this reporting, I think I'm a couple of days late with it because after 4547 lied and said that the woman tried to had actually run down the ICE agent, and it made me feel like, wait a minute, does he not know we all saw this, and we does he not know this did not in fact happen? Well, later that night he was doing an interview with New York Times, and they were like, no, why did you say that happened? And did you see the video? Come to find out, he said all of that and had not seen the video. So a little video person opened up a laptop and shared the video with him. And now they're saying that this is his secret lover. That's what they are. Okay, now this is reported by the New York Times. These are little slips, little sections of that letter she allegedly wrote to him. You are all that matters to me, she wrote in one of the letters, which were seen by the New York Times. The letters authentically authenticity was confirmed by two people with direct knowledge of them. I don't ever want to let you down, Miss Harp wrote, thanking Mr. Stump, thanking Mr. Uh, 4547 for being her guardian and protector in this life. In another letter, she told Mr. 4547 that she wanted to get back to that synergy she used to have with him, where we talked about everything and nothing. I want to bring you joy, she wrote, to feel like we can get through a day without ever having to talk work. I don't want to talk work talk. And at the White House, Miss Harp is likely to serve a role unlike any something, something, something. We'll get into that. I don't know if you are aware of that. Uh, there is a Mrs. Uh, uh, there's a Mrs. Trump. I hope there's a Mrs. Swamp, and there is also a Miss Harp. Now, how did this come about? They said that Miss Harper is the one. If you've heard the joke about someone who is always in a golf cart, even when he's on the golf course, a lot of people have mistaken her for his granddaughter, Kyle Trump, who is Donald Trump Jr.'s daughter. No, this is Miss Hart. She rides behind him with a copier. Jay Wilson may want to check into Mrs. Harp because she has a copier that she can take on the road wherever she's ready to go, and she don't got to run down to the library to print out anything for 45, 47. She is ready with her copier because that's how he preferred to read his messages and things like that. Now, Ms. Harp is also the person. It is reported that she is also the person who does all of his live social posts. He'll sit there behind her and he'll grumble off things, and she will type that dumb shit in for him. So, what are her qualifications? I think the only qualifications that I've noticed that they said is that she's a succubus. Okay, so how did 4547 find out about this young lady? It is reported that she had some type of cancer, and 4547 approved that research in his last administration, and allegedly she has been cured of her cancer. That's the report. Uh, I haven't heard about any. Gaps in the telling of her cancer story, but I had heard that there are gaps, but they were not specified. So unless there's some specificity behind the story, that is her story, and she's sticking to it. Now, here is another little gem from her. You have the absolute right to cuss me out if need be. Did she lose her self worth along with her cancer? Was the self esteem, was the cancer connected and latched onto her self esteem? She is allegedly has said, wrote him, "You have the absolute right to cuss me out if need be when I deserve it because no one knows or cares about me more." Now, now, let that sink in. You can absolutely curse me out when I deserve it because no one cares about me more. Okay, so if we understand, uh, if he cared about her, there would be no inkling that he would want to just curse her out. The caring about someone doesn't mean cursing someone out. If someone has done something, a conversation would suffice. But she is giving him the permission to curse her out. So, that's my title. Thank you for always being there for me. I'll never forget when you made that promise to me after losing my dad. And I don't know. And I know how happy he is right now that I did get to go to Scotland and Ireland as he always wanted for me. So um, let's get into it. Let's get into it. No comment? These are the reports. Hey, detach myself. Hey, a foot soldier. What is this? Uh, pre preclivical Alexander. I pray that God opens your eyes and see that the anarchist wears an orange face and his only goal is to destroy America. My eyes have been wide open prior to this anarchist ever being elected. I don't understand. This must be your first time. Sit down. You are. This is going to be a doozy for you. So there's that. Okay, so let's see. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of it all. So, what else? Beyond the love attraction. Oh, I apologize. Oh, they have something new back here. Oh, I can definitely use that. Okay, let me get back into what I want to share with you today. Let's get into this. This will definitely be on the test. If you are unaware, there has been reports of a person who has lost their life due to ICE agents sitting on top of him. The report came out that this man, the coroner, is going to rule it a homicide because he could not get any air to his chest. And you can't get any air to your chest if you can't expel your chest because someone's sitting on your chest. And I believe there's something about through his neck and chest. So why do I report on these things? Because what what you do to the least of me, you will do to me also. This is why I have always reported on these things. There was a a an American citizen, a black man with his children. One of his children were 6 months old, who were pulling up to their home where they were supposed to be, and got pepper spray, got flash concussion grenades, one with which rolled under their car and set off all their airbags. Horrible stuff. They wouldn't allow him they tried to prevent him. I'll put it that way, from getting his children out of a car that was filling up with tear gas and pepper ball spray. This is an American citizen in the United States of America. They called Barack Obama the deporter in chief. And he had to do none of this because he had deported more people in the United States than any other president. Did he have to do this? Kind of like you were sold that there were narco terrorists. Well, some of you were sold. Some of you were just told the lie that there were narco terrorists that were killing up to 225 million or 250,000 a month, some crazy number, by sending fentanyl to the United States. And since 45, 47, use all the wealth of your military and risk the lives of the people in the military to take over this alleged narco state. Have you heard anything else about what they're doing to prevent the drugs from coming to the United States? Have you heard anything else about drugs at all? No, you haven't, because you were lied to, and they're not even trying to make up an excuse. They're not even trying to pretend that they're doing anything about drugs. So, the reason why I report on what ICE has been doing is because I also reported on you about the executive memo, uh, what is it, NSPM 7, which is something that they want to use to declare anybody who disagrees and wants to voice their opinion using their free speech, which everyone in the United States is granted. They're trying to they're trying to find a reason to call you a domestic terrorist. You know, kind of like what they did with the dead woman, Renee Good. They told you that she was a domestic terrorist before any investigation. I think it was 45 minutes after her death. They told you she was a domestic terrorist. Uh, that's why six people in the DOJ in Minneapolis quit their jobs because they did not want them to investigate the police. They wanted them to investigate the dead woman and her wife and try to present a reason why they could tell the American people that these were domestic terrorists. I went over the NSPM 7 memo. The links are in my chat from yesterday to let you understand what is really going on in the United States of America. Now, some people are really getting sick of it. Some people are calling for peace because you can't give them what they want because he's gonna. We already knew what he wanted. Project 2025 already told us what he wanted, but a lot of people didn't pay attention. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't even bothering to pay attention now. You know, it's a whole lot of gossip and bullshit running around that I must be up on this gossip and bullshit, and I must do this because Ronnie Q did that, and this non-factor to people, so we can no longer watch Ronnie Q. We must go over and support a bullshit. Okay, Ronnie Q gonna be all right though. Are you? Okay. So let's get into. So there has been someone who uh, died. I believe it was in El Paso, Texas, and now there has been a another detainee who died under suspicious circumstances in these private detainee centers that have been set up for rich people to profit off of, who are being held in horrid conditions. You know, the things that they're making more of, as they're saying they're deporting hundreds and thousands of people. However, they're forever creating more and more detention centers. It seems like as you bring them in and as they go out, you don't need all of these tons of detention centers that they're building in warehouses. To One of them is to warehouse up to 10,000 people in one center. But hey, I guess they know something that we don't know. So my question is, when all of these people that they're deporting, all of these farm workers, all of these people are gone, you do know what 4547 said in his debate. He said that those people were taking black jobs. And these are absolutely the people he are expelling from our country. So we absolutely know that this is a tyranny going on in our country. Not because they're dispelling undocumented immigrants, because they are subverting our rights and our laws in this country to do so. That is why. So it never ceases to amaze me how there is so much ICE activity going on now. And it's all of a sudden Room Shaker has nothing else to say about the ICE. How come Room Shaker isn't sitting out at ICE raids right now and talking about how she is for ICE and how she is so glad that ICE is in the streets of Chicago? How come she's not cheering fights on with people who are protesting ICE? It just is amazing. What is amazing is that people were actually over there listening to an idiot talking about they did a survey to bring ICE to their community, and that is what was amazing. That people actually sat there and listened to a dummy tell you that ICE was brought to Chicago because they did a survey. Not anything about their vote. Not anything. No, we did a survey, and this is what she is presenting as a reason to have these people and to cheer these people on and to cheer Fox News on. It's absolutely appalling. But she can tell you what's going on in the beef sector down to the letter. Absolute idiots, I tell you. Okay. Hey, Sassy Francis. Good morning. Uh, Light switches. Please do not curse in my chat and please do not spam my chat. If you have something that you disagree with me, please stay on topic. This is not a channel to just type endless propaganda in. If you want to have Discord, you're more than welcome. But you know, do it in the proper way. If you're unable to have a conversation, you can move on. And before you move on, please press the like button. Thank you. Let's see what's going on today.
Minnesota. where large-scale protests continue to resist the Trump administration's surge of thousands of federal immigration agents into the Twin Cities region. Writing on his social media platform, Trump claimed professional agitators and insurrectionists, unquote, were, quote, attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, unquote. Trump's threat came as 3 children were hospitalized for tear gas inhalation after federal agents surrounded a car carrying a family of 8 Wednesday evening as they were attempting to drive to their home in North Minneapolis. Witnesses say the agents deployed concussion grenades and tear gas, with at least one device rolling under the family's van, where it exploded, set off its airbags, and began filling the vehicle with toxic smoke. Bystanders then rushed to help pull the family from the van as the children inside gasped for air. Destiny Jackson told TV station KMSP her 6-month-old infant stopped breathing and lost consciousness.
When we did finally get out the car, of course, my baby was lifeless, so I did do the CPR and mouth-to-mouth, and there was multiple people in the house who were pouring milk all over my other kid's face and trying to get the tear gas off of them.
On Thursday, federal agents fired tear gas outside the federal building in Minneapolis, where ICE detainees are being jailed. Former prisoners there say they were tightly packed into a large holding cell, denied requests for water or use of a toilet, and witnessed other prisoners with untreated injuries. Meanwhile, ICE's actions have devastated Twin Cities businesses run by or patronized by immigrants. This is Luis Reyes Rojas, owner of Pineda Tacos.
Our last resort is to go down to the basement, to the office, and hide ourselves. That's what we're doing.
Is America great yet? Is America great again yet? I'm just really curious. Has America been made great again?
It's worse than war. We have a plan A, plan B, and plan C because we don't know how much longer we can endure this.
But the question to ask yourself is, do you have a plan? Do you understand why places like Costco is selling emergency dry meals to sustain you for over 100 days? Do you have a plan? Do you have a way to secure yourself if need be? Do you have a plan? Or do you think that your skin color or your voting record is going to eliminate you from any harm? Do you have a plan? I have been talking about this way, way, way before the elections. Have you noticed that the billionaire tech bros are nowhere to be seen? They have seemingly disappeared and stopped doing any engagements and any speaking dates. They have allegedly gone black. Not black in color, black and erase themselves out of sight. If you did not know that, if you did not know that, that's something you may want to pay attention to.
The American Civil Liberties Union has filed a class action lawsuit over the Trump administration's surge of immigration agents to Minnesota, describing it as a mass racial profiling campaign resulting in an unprecedented level of violence against Minnesotans of color. The lawsuit reads in part, quote,
Someone in the chat said America is becoming great. America is becoming great. Okay. So I like it how people try to pretend like everything that is being done right now is A-okay. When pepper spray is a less lethal force.
Mass racial profiling campaign resulting in an unprecedented level of violence.
A less lethal force of violence. So exactly why was this violence and sprayed directly in this man's face from inches away? From inches away. all of this is against a protocol. I showed you how Greg Bavino has issued more statements about what can and cannot be done, what is and is not okay for you to do as a protester. And you can curse people out. You can yell and scream. That is not illegal. So what is going on with this lethal, less lethal force of violence that just happened? Does it seem like these people are listening, or does it seem like they even care? Your vice president and Ice Barbie said that they have absolute immunity. Why would they care? So America is great with these type of people roaming the streets. Understand, had this been an undocumented immigrant or a person of that they were targeting, a targeted person, they'd be on the ground in handcuffs and whisked away in a van. So you think that America is becoming great with this type of activity pointed towards American citizens who absolutely have the right to do everything that that man did. That man did nothing illegal or nothing to garner having any violence done toward him. And you think that that's what make America great? And see, you can't tell some people. You have to show some people. And unfortunately, there has been a lot of uproar from people who said, no, the passive way is not going to work in this situation. And you have all of these speculative politicians who are not making enough noise, who are not telling you what they're going to do on the floor, trying to pass bills. That damn Chuck Schumer. They asked Chuck Schumer, are you are going to try to defund ICE in this next bill that the government may shut down once again because they're not up there doing their jobs. They're doing continuing resolution. They're kicking the can down the road. Didn't we just leave a government shutdown? And the Democrats are going to take a position to make sure that people would not lose their Affordable Care Act subsidies, and only to turn around and shrink and get absolutely nothing. And in fact, the Affordable Care Act subsidies have gone away, have disappeared. So let me be real clear about this. It is time for a change, not only in Republicans who are sitting up here taking checks and getting 50 days off and working far less days than they have off, making close to $300,000 a year, and Democrats being doing the same feckless shit. It is time for the fear to be. Not that 45, 47 will get someone to primary you if you don't do what he wants you to do. It is time for these people to understand that the people would throw you out of office if you don't do for them what they put you in there to do. See, the people are the ones who put these people in office, but they are beholden to one and two large donors that allowed them to run this campaign. That's why Citizens United, that was approved by the Supreme Court, that allowed all of this money to go into campaigns. See, this was a long game. This is a real long game. If you don't have enough money, you cannot compete in a race. But Azurin Mandami let you know that that's bullshit. If you are speaking to the people, you can go from a nobody. Nobody will listen to you, walk right past you as you're trying to engage to let them know that you're running for something. To be cheered on like you a motherfucking Michael Jackson hitting the stage based upon what your agenda is for the people and your follow through. Because people are sick of this bullshit. But unfortunately, some people don't even know who their local officials are. See, you see so many Republicans uh, are not running for another term in office because they are scared that 45, 47 said he's going to get someone to primary me. So what it is has come down to is money is ruling these politicians because they feel like if you put your money behind someone else and that's less money coming to me, the money that I get to, if there's any left over I can put in my pockets, that money, that's less money coming to me, so I can't run anymore. Well, what are you running for? Are you running for the money, or are you running to make change for the people who put you in office? Do the people who put you in office not understand? You can make a stand and say, bitch, you better do what we put you there to do or we gonna take you out. You ain't got to worry about 45, 47 taking you out. We gonna take you out of office. Uh, just curious. Is America great again yet? No. America has many, many problems. And many of them are sitting up in Congress, sitting on their hands because you know what's going to happen after all of this is done and over with? They're going to be okay. These people are going to be okay. They feel comfortable in their job. Chuck Schumer is asked, are you going to defund ICE? And he won't answer the question. Oh, I hate what ICE is doing. It's so horrible what ICE is doing. Well, are you going to defund ICE? Uh, 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 no more questions. Excuse me? Uh, up there looking like a humpback turtle, beholden to Israel. But he can't tell you what he's going to do for you. Let's go on.
Against Minnesotans of color. The lawsuit reads in part, quote, people targeted by ICE have been handcuffed, tackled, and beaten by federal agents. Agents have broken car windows, dragged people from their cars, and used pepper spray and tear gas against compliant, nonviolent people, unquote. This comes as a federal judge in Minnesota Thursday ordered the release of a Liberian man, ruling that heavily armed immigration agents violated his Fourth Amendment rights when they broke into his home using a battering ram without his consent and without a judicial warrant. Newly released records from the Minneapolis Minneapolis police and fire departments reveal that Renee Good, the 37-year-old mother of 3 killed by an ICE agent last week, suffered 2 gunshot wounds to her chest, 1 to her forearm, and a possible gunshot wound to the left side of her head. The records reveal Good was not breathing and had an irregular pulse when first responders, who were delayed by federal agents and had to approach on foot, finally reached her. Blood was flowing from her left ear. Her pupils were dilated. Medics performed CPR on Good until they arrived at the Hennepin County Medical Center, where she was pronounced dead. The death of a Cuban immigrant who was jailed in an ICE detention camp in Texas was likely a homicide. That's according to the Washington Post, which reported El Paso County's medical examiner found the preliminary cause of death for 55-year-old Geraldo Lunas Campos was, quote, asphyxia due to neck and chest compression. Lunas Campos was arrested last July, pronounced dead on January 3rd at Camp East Montana, a sprawling immigration detention tent camp at the Fort Bliss military base in El Paso. ICE claimed the Cuban father had died after, quote, experiencing medical distress, unquote. But El Paso officials reportedly told his daughter they'll likely rule his death a homicide pending a toxicology report. Lunas Campos is one of 4 immigrants who died in ICE custody during just the first 10 days of this year. The Pentagon said Thursday it's moving a carrier strike group toward the Middle East as the Trump administration continues to threaten airstrikes against Iran. The USS Abraham Lincoln and accompanying warships and aircraft abduction of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife from Caracas. Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, is increasingly collaborating with the Trump administration. On Thursday, Rodriguez announced she'd moved to propose a reform in Venezuela's hydrocarbon law, which would facilitate U.S. and foreign investors to access Venezuela's oil. This comes as protests against U.S. imperialism have spread across the region. Demonstrators in Colombia gathered outside the U.S. Embassy in Bogota.
It is an attack on all of Latin America, and therefore all of Latin America must mobilize to confront and resist this onslaught of imperialism, which, as Trump himself said, is an imperialism that only seeks profits and oil without regard for human beings.
Meanwhile, the remains of 32 Cuban officers killed in the U.S. attack on Venezuela arrived in Havana, Cuba on Thursday. The officers were part of President Nicolas Maduro's security detail. Thousands mostly in a series of airstrikes on residences. 2 homes were destroyed in an area of Deir al-Balah that was designated by Israel as a so-called safe zone. A 3rd home was bombed. in the Nuseirat refugee camp. Among the dead is a 62-year-old Palestinian woman killed by Israeli gunfire in southern Gaza. Israel's killed nearly 5 Palestinians per day on average since it agreed to a U.S.-brokered so-called ceasefire deal October 10th, bringing the death toll to 400 Palestinians and the number of injured to more than 1,250 since the truce. The latest killings came even as the Trump administration announced the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire agreement. President Trump announced Wednesday he'd form a so-called Board of Peace for Gaza with himself as chair, alongside a 15-member committee of Palestinian technocrats given the assignment of governing post-war Gaza. This, as the United Nations warned, it could take more than 7 years to clear over 60 million tons of rubble in Gaza that's piled up from more than 2 years of attacks by Israel. A federal appeals court has reversed a ruling that freed Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil from a Louisiana ICE jail in June. Advocates fear the move could pave the way for the Trump administration to re-arrest Khalil, now a Columbia University graduate who became the first pro-Palestinian campus protester to be jailed by Trump officials as part of a nationwide crackdown. We'll speak to Mahmoud Khalil later in the broadcast. President Trump's once again said,
God, my sound was out all that time. I apologize. Sometimes the sound goes off when I play a video and I'm not aware because I'm back here with the video and I don't see my sound button. But what I said was, uh, all of this is going on in Gaza. He just jacked this woman out of her peace prize because she is so interested in being the president of Venezuela because she was popular at the time. So uh, she gives up his peace prize to someone who has allegedly always want to remind you how many wars he has stopped, when in fact there has never been any ceasefire in between Palestine and the Israelis since that bogus ass ceasefire that was not signed by Netanyahu nor anybody by Hamas. But this motherfucker goes out here and is talking about he should have the peace prize and how many wars he has stopped. But now they're in phase 2, and he's going to be sit on a board of peace. How would they stop? How would Israel be expected to stop shooting Palestine when Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, is in on a plot to turn Palestine into some new techno city with billionaires? How would they stop shooting? There's still people there. We got to get rid of those people. I also played you a thing from years ago at Harvard where Jared Kushner said that Palestine is sitting on a prime real estate. It's a waterfront property. And now they have a plan, a plan that is going to cost $100 billion, $100 billion plan, which to which America has put itself on the line to say that they're going to supply 10% of that money, your tax dollars. What are they building in the United States? Where in the United States are they building or rebuilding the infrastructure for the shit that you use, the roads that you use, the bridges that you cross over? But hey, fuck you. They're building this for billionaires to have some utopia tech city with your tax dollars. Not the billionaires' dollars that they are pocketing because they don't pay as much taxes as the regular American citizen. No, they're going to take your tax dollar and build something in another country, help build something in another country for billionaires. So do you think that Jared Kushner is not going to profit from this big utopia, tech utopia in Palestine? Did you think that this wasn't the idea all the time? Jared Kushner told you years ago, as I played it for you many times on my channel. Okay, let's continue.
the 2026 midterm election should be canceled because he expects his party to lose. Leo later in the broadcast. President Trump's once again said the 2026 midterm election should be canceled because he expects his party to lose. Trump made the.
Do you think that do you think that this is not why he is continuing to flood Minneapolis, flood cities with these rogue ICE agents who are doing unlawful things to American cities? Because he wants to get Americans so angry that they start to fight back. You know, in the civil rights march, these people who went out on the front lines for civil rights, they had to go through a whole lot of training because they did not want people to start fighting back, which would defeat the whole movement. No, they wanted they wanted you to be sure that you saw the cruelty and the unhinged behavior of racists and how far racists would go as you sat there peacefully. But none of these demonstrators have been trained as much as the freedom fighters have been trained to go amongst people who would do absolutely anything up and into taking your life because they have a point to prove. Let me tell you something. Uh, the point that these ICE agents have to prove is less of a point than these racists had to prove in the civil rights era. But let's be sure why while the government wants you to remain peaceful, everybody's not going to remain peaceful. Some people have been amped up waiting for this to happen for decades. Some people have been stockpiling for this to happen for decades. And the people who are being pushed upon, the people are who are being attacked and set upon, what is your plan? Oh, I've seen so many TikToks of people saying, fuck this. I'm ready to go at it, and I will lose myself over this because I'm at the point where it's on and cracking with no plan, with absolutely no plan. I'm just gonna go out here and dedicate your life, but I'll get a few of them type of behavior, type of thinking. If you are unaware, uh, a lot of people have been saying that they're at the brink and fuck a ballot box. It's time to go to the bullet box. One man said. Understand that this is what they want. This is exactly what they want. But hey, you know, let me tell you something. If you don't understand that this is a time where you need to get you some emergency supplies together for your home and your family. If you don't understand that this is a time when you need to be sure that you are going to be able to secure your life, uh, you better understand that. You better get you some emergency equipment, food, water, and first aid and personal protection. That's all I can give you. I continue. I've given you the information. I've given you the information. Uh, but people like to be caught up in bullshit. But the bullshit you about to be caught up in is some bullshit you don't want to be caught up in. And you're going to be wondering around wondering why nobody told me. How come nobody told me? I didn't know. I ain't know. I didn't know. Who knew? I didn't know. The writing is on the wall. See, we have been used to taking things for granted here in the United States. We have never had to fight for anything. We did a little protesting here and there and here and there. Your life is about to be on the line. This is beyond a little protesting here and there and being able to go home and sit down and the protest is over. No, your life is about to be on the line in the United States of America. And nobody's coming to help you because this idiot that we have in office has made sure that he has isolated you and anything that you care about because he's such a fucking dummy that he has isolated the whole United States of America. And the only person who this administration or who your government care about are billionaires. Your government don't give a fuck about you. If they had, would you be in the condition? Would America be in the condition that it is right now? If the people you continue to put in office gave a fuck about helping the American people, about the American way of life, about the tradition of the people behind you doing better in life than you, America don't give a fuck about you. America cares about billionaires, and billionaires are about to start running the no, about to start. Billionaires, their agenda has been running this country for decades, far too long. So if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it. Either it's gonna be a revelation through the kind of like a Venezuela. Either we're going to have a revolution with the same elected officials telling them a point blank period this is what the agenda is and you better stay on code with the agenda, or it's going to be a revolution like a real revolution. But something has to give in America at this point. So Uh, this link is in my description box under invasion. Let me see if anybody's talking. Who is you? Who is you? Uh, Somer and something guys speak. If you listen to this woman, may God have mercy on your soul. If you don't listen to this woman, may God have mercy on your soul. See, but the thing is about this woman, she has the right to her opinion, and you are here for it. May God have mercy on your soul if you do or do not listen to me. You understand how that works? Okay, let's continue. Do not spam my chat. Do not curse in my chat. And do not say any disrespectful things in my chat, or you will be out of my chat. Let's be real clear. If you cannot have a conversation and converse without being an idiot, have a conversation about what I'm saying. No one cares about your feelings. I said what I said. So let's uh, let's get into something that I share with you often that I want to remind you of. Let me share this with you. You will never forget.
To shoot protest 20, then in June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown DC, an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
events. Would you carry out an order to shoot protesters in the legs?
I saw 50 Secret Service agents get injured by rioters trying to jump over the fence, set the church on fire, and destroy a statue.
That sounds to me that you will comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg.
I just wanted to remind you about that. Let's have a couple more reminders, shall we?
The potential use of the military in ways that contradict the Constitution, potential use of the military in ways that my biggest concern with you at the helm was the potential use of the military in ways that contradict the Constitution or that taint what I hope we all want, which is an apolitical military. And when I asked you about whether you would accept an order that was actually given to your predecessor, Secretary Esper, Trump's SecDef, to deploy active duty troops against unarmed protesters and to, in Secretary Esper's words, shoot at them, shoot at their legs. You said this was all theoretical. Here we are, a few months later, you've deployed 4,700 troops to Los Angeles and against the wishes of the governor. And my colleague across the aisle was right. It is the first time since 1965 that we have deployed Guard troops without the permission of the governor. In all the instances he laid out, The president has sent in the military to protect protesters, not against the protesters. So you may dismiss it, but I feel like this is a fundamental issue of American democracy. If you love your country and you want an apolitical military, then it should be the last resort, not the first resort in our country to use them. So to get to the non-theoretical, have you authorized the uniformed military to detain or arrest protesters in Los Angeles?
Senator, I would just start by saying you're not a protester if you're throwing concrete
100%.
at law
Arrest those
enforcement
people,
officers.
throw them in the jail, 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision, right? So we don't trust that you're using the best interests of the military, certainly, and of democracy on top of that. So have you given the order? That's all I want to know. It's not theoretical. For the U.S. military, not law enforcement. They can arrest all day long. That's the job. Do they have the ability, the uniformed military, to arrest and detain protesters currently today? It's a yes or no thing. Authority.
It's sort of amusing the extent to which the speculation is out there. These troops are given very clear orders.
Then what is the order? Then list it out for us. Be a man, list it out. Did you authorize them to detain or arrest? That is a fundamental issue of democracy. I'm not trying to be a snot here. I'm just trying to get the actual, did you authorize them to do that?
All of these orders and what they're sent there to do are public.
Okay, so say it. So say it. Yes or no?
I'd like to.
Please, yes or no?
As I've said time and time again through interruption, they're there to protect law enforcement.
Do they have
ICE
the ability
officers
to arrest?
Who are trying to do their job, deporting illegals who were allowed in by the previous administration.
So they cannot arrest and detain citizens of the United States, the uniformed military.
As we've stated, if necessary, in their own self-defense, they could temporarily detain and hand over to ICE. But there's no arresting going on. And you know this.
Have you authorized the U.S. military
there's no
to use
arresting
cyber
of U.S.
tools
personnel.
of the U.S. military against members of the protest? Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in these protests? Yes or no?
Now he's about to lie. We know that this is a lie. Because Palantir is all up and through the United States military. And what is the use of Palantir is to collect facial recognition data and to collect all data to assist in this NSPM7 that is collecting information on every protester that they want to deem as domestic terrorists. And these are the tools that they are doing this with. So this is a Pete Keg breath. This was not the confirmation hearing. This is the hearing that he was supposed to bring the budget to. Something that he did not bring, the Pentagon budget. The Pentagon budget that has been increased $5 billion more. But let's continue.
Certainly in no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay, that's good. I love that answer. Against members of the
self-defense, they could temporarily detain and hand over to ICE, but there's no arresting going on. And you know this better than you're trying to play political games. There's no arresting of U.S. personnel.
Of the U.S. military against members of the protest. Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in these protests? Yes or no?
Certainly in no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay, that's good. I love that answer. That's great. Have you given the order to be able to shoot at unarmed protesters in any way? I'm just asking the question. Don't laugh. Like the whole country. And by the way, my colleagues across the aisle.
What is that based on? What evidence would you have that an order like that has ever been given?
Giving that order to your predecessor, to a Republican Secretary of Defense, who I give a lot of credit to because he didn't accept the order. He had more guts and balls than you because he said, I'm not going to send in the uniformed military to do something that I know in my gut isn't right. He was asked to shoot at their legs. He wrote that in his book. That's not hearsay. So your poo-pooing of this, it just shows you don't understand who we are as a country. who we are. And all of my colleagues across the aisle, especially the ones that served, should want an apolitical military and not want citizens to be scared of their own military. I love the military. I served alongside my whole life, so I'm worried about you tainting it. Have you given the order? Have you given the order that they can use lethal force against honor? I want the answer to be no. Please tell me it's no. Have you given the order?
Senator, I'd be careful what you read in books and believing it, except for the Bible.
Except for the Bible. We are supposed to believe that this nut job cares about the Bible so much. We are supposed to believe that these people who will not even answer the question, will he send the military out to shoot peaceful protester as his predecessor was asked to do under 45-47 in his first term. And he's acting as if the asker of this question is being ridiculous. I would not even dignify this question with an answer. How dare you say that? He would never, when he has already told the prior defense secretary under his first administration to shoot the protesters in the leg. And here we have keg breath, pretending that the question is so preposterous. I will not entertain this question. Are you kidding me? The same keg breath who says that he wants to unleash the lethal warfighter from these constraints of things that people have created in wood panel walls, the things like the Geneva Convention. This is the same motherfucker. And now we see what it has gotten us on the street. And with the understanding, we must understand that P. Kegbreath is the most unqualified Department of Defense Secretary that this nation has ever seen. We must understand that. The only qualifications that he has for this job is he's a sycophant. And the only thing that he makes sure that he does in his job while talking about the Bible and Christianity is exude his racism by firing a far better man in the military than he has ever been, 4-star generals because of the color of their skin. The only thing that he has done in the military is refuse to tell you that these are the reason for firing these successful and successful 4-star generals. He can't tell you why he fired them, but you already know why he fired them. The other thing that he can only do, he can always try to replace them because everything is on meritocracy, according to Hexef. So he replaced these qualified, successful 4-star generals who he fired because they're black with unqualified white generals. People who are unqualified for the job, like Raising Kane, or who job he gave. What is this? QC Brown. He replaced with Raising Kane, who is a 3-star general who didn't even have the qualifications to take the job that he took from the black 4-star general and gave it to an unqualified white 4-star general. And we are supposed to believe that everything is on meritocracy and not having to dummy down the military to get these people in, and we're gonna make sure and you appoint someone who's not even qualified for the job. Did you understand that the guy who took a QC Brown spot didn't even have the qualifications for the job? While they were trying to oppress you, we got Raising Kane. The unqualified DEI hire of Raising Kane. But they hate DEI so much. And are we Are we clear that all heck self is his heck breath is himself is a DEI hire? Let's talk about some more of these DEI hires since we're here. Uh, let's stay a little while since we are here. James, James, you are gone. Ally, Austin was a traitor. See, this is not the place for lies and propaganda. If you want to discuss what I'm talking about, don't think that you are going to put lies and propaganda. And life of bluegrass, eat a dick, bitch. You shut the fuck up. Bye. Okay. Uh, let me see what you guys are talking about. Okay, you're more than welcome to leave my room. Some random guy speak. Hit the like button on your way out. I see you talked about do I want to debate? I dropped the link and you did not hit the link. So there we are. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Is there any more on this? So, 4547 actually came out and said that there should not be a midterm election because he believes he will lose. Well, I'm pretty sure he will lose as well. So, is that making America great again? Canceling elections? Let's review this. Shall we review this? Let's go back.
Trump 20 broadcast. President Trump's once again said the 2026 midterm election should be canceled because he expects his party to lose. Trump made the remark in a closed-door interview with Reuters, telling the news agency, quote, "It's some deep psychological thing, but when you win the presidency, you don't win the midterms." Trump continued, quote, "When you think of it, we shouldn't even have an election," unquote. It's at least the second time this month Trump has floated the idea. And in media news, some employees of CBS News expressed concern after their network cited two anonymous U.S. officials on Wednesday to report that the ICE officer who fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis suffered internal bleeding to the torso after the incident. That's according to The Guardian, citing internal emails, which are...
So now we have CBS News with the unqualified whatever her name is. I can't. The unqualified bitch with the unqualified anchor they put on the nightly news, who is sitting up crying and telling you that this may be trying to compare himself to Mike Wallace, while telling you he is going to do things that make you have different opinions, and he's not going to try to give you facts. He's going to let you choose which opinion you want to have, basically. Katie Tur's husband, Katie Tur from MSNBC. And he comes on and tells you that facts is what CBS News will not be doing. Under the guise of, oh God, what is this guy and his son? Oh my God, I know it's not Ailes, but Ellis. Under Ellis and his son, who has taken over CBS. You know, the same people who wanted to fire people who didn't say wonderful things about 45, 47. The people who are beholden to Israel. So CBS News has drastically changed. You should have seen the white writing on the wall when the longtime producer of 60 Minutes resigned his position. You should have seen the difference when they refused to give you the factual reporting on CCOT and what that reporting detailed. but Barry Weiss, the new unqualified DEI hire of CBS News, said that it needed a opinion from the White House, and they needed to pull the episode so Stephen Miller, of all people, could be included in the report on CCOT. The report that had been vetted by their attorneys and all producers. And then they have the DEI hire, the Barry Weiss, the unqualified to run a motherfucking podcast bitch who is running CBS News. This is why your for-profit media is failing you, because it's a whole lot of bullshit and propaganda. And curiously enough, they scrubbed that Seacock video from all channels in the United States. However, if I'm alerting you, if you want to see the reporting that 60 Minutes did on the Seacock video, you can go over there and Google it, because they did not scrub it from the streaming site that screamed this to Canada. So even though they didn't want it out, it was out anyway. But you, the United States citizen, were unable to see this. You know, kind of like how Russia won't allow you to see whatever they don't want you to see on their television. Now this is going on in the United States. Under Barry Weiss and under oh my God, I just said their name. And under the new owners of CBS, state-sponsored media that takes out facts that they don't want you to see. Hmm. Did you know that? Let's. Well, if they're going on accents, why aren't they batteramming Melania door at Trump Towers, or when she visit the 45, 47, rarely at the White House, or rarely at Mar-a-Lago, since the side chick is at his side every day? If they're going on accents, why is she here? You know, the woman who is here, if they are taking back, rescinding visas, why is she here on an Einstein visa? Hmm? Make that make sense. Okay, let me.
Reveal top CBS News editor Barry Weiss expressed a high level of interest in the story on an editorial call on Wednesday. CBS News senior vice president David Ryder pushed back, writing, "I'm no doctor, but internal bleeding is a very broad term and can range in severity. We do know that the ICE agent walked away from the incident. We have that on camera," he said. This comes after CBS's new news anchor, Tony DeCoppio, concluded his second ever broadcast of the CBS Evening News with a lighthearted segment about Secretary of State Marco Rubio displaying AI.
Tony DeCoppio. Now, we are to believe via CBS News that the ICE agent had internal bleeding. By God, you know, the same ICE agent that walked away from the scene of the crime, got into his car and drove himself away. You know, the same ICE agent that they showed other agents from the Department of Homeland Security clearing out his house, clearing out his home. If you're in the hospital, why are they clearing out your home of computers and all of your belongings in your home? Yeah, we are to believe that he suffered internal bleeding. Make that make sense.
Altered meme photo.
And conveniently enough, There has been no proof put out about any of this, but CBS and the unqualified DEI hire Barry Weiss wants you to believe the CBS News that the ICE agent had internal bleeding. Let me play this for you again. I may have stepped over that a little too much with the quietness. I see no one's saying anything about 4547 saying, and it's some deep psychological thing, but when you win the presidency, you don't win the midterms. When you think of it, we shouldn't even have an election. But no comment on that. January 15th, 2025. Now, he has recently said that a couple of days ago that the election should be canceled. He eliminated on the fact that he hate after the 2020 elections that he didn't confiscate voting machines in swing states. When he was campaigning in 2024, he went to some organization, some Christian organization, and told the people, just vote for me. If you vote for me this time, you will never have to vote again. I will take care of that. Let me see if I can find that as you review this.
Shouldn't even have an election, unquote. It's at least the second time this month Trump has floated the idea. And in media news, some employees of CBS News expressed concern after their network cited two anonymous U.S. officials on Wednesday to report that the ICE officer who fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis suffered internal bleeding to the torso after the incident. That's according to The Guardian, citing internal emails which reveal top CBS News editor Barry Weiss expressed a high level of interest in the story on an editorial call on Wednesday. CBS News senior vice president David Ryder pushed back, writing, "I'm no doctor, but internal bleeding is a very broad term and can range in severity. We do know that the ICE agent walked away from the incident. We have that on camera," he said. This comes after CBS's new news anchor, Tony DeCopil, concluded his second ever broadcast of the CBS Evening News with a lighthearted segment about Secretary of State Marco Rubio displaying AI-altered meme photos of Rubio and saluting him as the ultimate Florida man.
Rubio's hometown fans, which...
Okay, let's move on. If you don't believe that you had already been told that if you voted for 4547, that you will not be able to vote again. We're not going to pretend like we don't remember him saying this. Oh, wrong thing. Let me get the right screen up. How many different ones? Trump tells Christians you won't have to vote anymore if he is elected. Trump tells Christian group you won't have to vote anymore if he wins second term. Trump tries to correct record on his claims Christians won't need to vote again after 2024 election. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again, Trump says. Okay, so are we pretending like this is 1 year ago when he was actively running for the election? At a Turning Point USA event, of course, a Charlie Kirk sponsored event. Of course. Let's hear this.
Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again.
Oh, so I guess y'all pretend like y'all didn't hear that. And the NSPM the NSPM 7 is going to has a caveat in there that you can be reported to your government for being anti-Christian. They are trying to make Christianity a thing. When you heard 45, 47 distinctly say that he is not a Christian. But all of you, if you decide to use your constitutional right and protest, you can be put on, you can be classified as a domestic terrorist for anti-Christian beliefs in the administration of someone you just heard say that he is not a Christian.
Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you know.
Are we clear on what? Are we clear on what we have in the White House? Are we clear on what 77 million people put in the White House and the repercussions that is going to cause for you being determined to be a domestic terrorist if you're not suitably Christian enough, and that the I covered all of this yesterday. If you're interested in any citing, I cited all of my source, and the receipts were dropped. See, because all of this propaganda means absolutely nothing when there are directives, national security directives that says that there is going to be a 800 number where regular citizens can report other people in the United States for being anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, have ideology about sexuality, and have ideas about migration that is against this administration. Yes, your neighbor. They are trying to push this number out. Kind of like they did in Germany. Push this information out so your neighbor can tell on you. Kind of like they're doing in Minneapolis right now, going door to door and asking people who are obviously Americans about information about their neighbors. Do they think that their neighbors are undocumented immigrants? Do they think that their neighbors are not white people? Okay. But y'all are the ones who get shot dead in the street. Y'all are the ones are so many utterance where you could easily find this. Okay, all of these links are in my description box. You won't have to vote. That is also in my description box, or Google it. Do the hard work yourselves. He's told you this. Okay. Did y'all know that MAGA is the name of the highest degree in the Church of Satan? It would appear. It would appear. Hey, Cheryl Burnett, it's good to see you. Welcome everyone who came in. We can agree to disagree, but no propaganda in my chat. Do not disrespect me in my chat, and do not curse in my chat. That's all that is required. If you disagree, it's fine to disagree. Okay. CJ Lane. Goodbye. Hit the like button on your way out, though. Hit the like button on your way out. I hate that you're in your feelings, but you have nothing to say about the actual factual things that I am giving you information. But you're mad. I'm not mad. It is really kind of funny. Hey, Granny Love, it is so good to see you. The Google hierarchy in the church and Satan in the Church of Satan is mind blowing. Bold as a lion. I will Google that. Uh, Carl's. I'm not talking about Jews in our country. If you can stay on topic, it would be so nice. I don't recall any. What did the Democrats do for the persecution of Jews in our country? Be specific about these persecutions of Jews that has happened in the United States, Carl. Be specific. I'll wait. Hey, Lena, it is good to see you. It is always good to see you. Okay, so let's move on. If you want to talk in here, you cannot talk in propaganda. Be specific. Okay. So there are some more things I wanted to talk about, and some more stories I did want to share with you. So let's go through it. Uh, before I before I forget. Here we are. Let's see what happened when a ICE car was raided in Minneapolis. What type of information did they get? If you are not subscribed to Jesse Dolomore, you may want to go over there and check him out. Give him a click and a view. This link is in my description box under ICE car.
Documents were found that reveal their entire plan. Those involved, judges, maps, their immigrant target plan of attack. Yes, they call them targets. Things are getting hot in the streets of Minneapolis, worse by far, exponentially worse than when Brittany Page and I were there last week through the weekend. I would encourage you, I'm going to go through this. This is some insane shit here. But I'm going to go through this tweet from this Zooples account on Blue Sky. And this is alarming stuff. They've got like challenge coins that have been found in an abandoned ICE vehicle. These cowards ran away. But I want to encourage you before I get into this topic. Go on.
Once again, Charles 243. Can you stay on topic? Nobody is going to get off topic for your propaganda. If you want to talk about what is being presented here, you are not taking me on some bullshit trip about Jews. The fuck out of here. Let's continue.
Threads or Blue Sky and avoid the Nazi Twitter, but find the resources out there. There are people documenting the actions of ICE out there all day long, posting video after video. There are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of videos of ICE acting unhinged, violent, like the masked secret police filled with Proud Boys force that they are. And we all need to be made aware of it. The media is not doing a good enough job of bringing these clips to the forefront, to the public mind. Too many people rely upon just the MS Nows and the CNNs and the Fox Newses of the world, and they're not bringing it to you. So make sure you're seeking out alternative sources of information on what's taking place. Let's get to this tweet or this post here on Blue Sky from this account, Zooples, don't know them. But this is going viral right now, that they shot somebody. This is the second post. I shot someone, ran off, and left paperwork in the vehicle, which was then raided. protesters, apparently not there, don't know, but went through the vehicle and found these papers where they're stained, there's their tactics, there's maps, there's names and phone numbers of judges that they need to be calling. And then these weird challenge coins with skeletons and very Nazi adjacent symbology. Let's start with the first post here.
What kind of adjacent ideology? But they want to coin you as a domestic terrorist if you have ideology that is against what they have, and we see where their ideology is lining up with, and they want to have your neighbors call in on you if they feel that you are anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, and have a certain ideology. But these are the people who will be rounding you up with the Nazi ideology. Make that make that make sense.
ICE car was raided in Minneapolis and very Nazi adjacent symbology. Let's start with the first post here. ICE car was raided in Minneapolis. Documents were found that reveal their entire plan, those involved, judges, maps, their immigrant target plan of attack. Yes, they call them targets. Names, numbers, emails, hotels, hotel phone numbers, and more. And if you look at the, I mean, here, this looks to me to be we'll just put them up on screen. This looks to me to be a hotel registration. More information here. All of these, I'm just going to put them up on screen for a little bit of time so you can have this resource. You can pause, you can look, you can screen print what we're looking at here. Here's a map. More zoomed in on the map with the instructions. Make sure you have a PIV car access. This aerial shot here in this fourth image on this first post is an aerial of the Whipple Federal Building complex. And apparently this circled area is where they are detaining the migrants, the community members that are being kidnapped off the street. If you look here at the bottom of the post, just above the word PIV, that's where we were standing face to face with ICE agents as they were firing their pepper pellets to plume the irritant, the pepper spray into the crowd, where they were hitting women in wheelchairs, all to protect that little building, as though this frothing mob of insurrectionists is going to storm the gates and get inside the building. No one had that intent. They were there to register their a disagreement with the presence of ICE. We were there to malign them. We were there to scream at them. We were there to register our displeasure as Americans, using our First Amendment rights. Second post here, it gets worse and worse. This third post is actually the most troubling to me. ICE shot someone, ran off, and left paperwork in their vehicle, which was then raided. Super secret details of these images that include all the information for the ICE attacks in Minnesota. Definitely don't call the phone numbers or bother the Nazis or share their information or hack them. Don't do that. Here, again, we will put these up for, 5 seconds each, or as long as I'm running my mouth here. You can look at the images that are in this post. Legal contact information, the USAO, name, Tom Calhoun Lopez. I think that's the individual who just quit his job. One of the 6 Minnesota federal prosecutors that left because Donald Trump, instead of wanting to investigate the killer of Renee Good, Jonathan Ross, they're investigating Renee Good's wife and family. Yeah. Nazi shit in America in 2026. Put the rest of these images up. And then finally, the third post here, ICE special accomplishment tokens for the most successful and sadistic Nazi terrorists. And then these are weird challenge coins. This is very like bounty hunter-esque, like they want their trophy for the job.
It's a game. It's all a game. Let's see who can win a trophy. Let's play this game. It's all fun and games. until someone dies. Oh, well, we have absolute immunity, so I guess it's all, even death is a fun and game. Even the American citizens that we're beating up, bruise, and breaking into their homes, it's all a game to them.
That they've done, a job well done of kidnapping black and brown people, of harassing black and brown people, of murdering citizens. They shot another person last night. They tossed a canister, a flashbang grenade into a car with a family with a 6-month-old, among other children. The 6-month-old had to be brought to the hospital, could not breathe. This is going after the worst of the worst, they say. As
Fun, 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 dum, 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 dum. We're having fun, y'all. Dum, 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 dum. Fun, fun, fun.
they collect their skull and crossbone with a crown on it, coins, and abandoning their federal vehicle. And let me tell you, having been there, these protesters are not violent. As I pointed out yesterday from the leaked memo to Ken Klippenstein in his Substack, it showed those images. They know what the...
I also showed you this same note that the Department of the DHS has refreshed ICE on. They know what is not a criminal. I showed this to you as well. I didn't even know Mike Dollimer showed you. I showed you Ken Klippenstein's memo. What is not a violation of 18 USC 111? Profanity is not a violation, or personal insult directed at officers, rude gestures directed at officer, arguing with officer, challenging officers' authority, talking back to officers doing police conduct is not a violation. But you go out and look at all of this raw ICE footage where they try to where they are spraying pepper spray in the faces of people who are arguing with them, who are maybe directing profanity or personal assaults, and they are spraying them in inches of their eyes and faces with this strong pepper spray. So they know what they're doing is illegal. After they killed what is her name, Renee, after they killed the woman in the street, they wanted to reiterate some things that are not illegal. It sounds like they're entertaining a war, says senior intelligence official who has been involved in discussions about calming the waters around the ICE deployment. I showed you all of this as well on yesterday. Let's continue.
What the constraints that have been placed upon them by the law, by the Constitution. They know that being ridiculed isn't a violation of 18 U.S. Code, whatever it was, Section 111. They know that. I don't want to give bad information. This is from yesterday. 18 U.S. Code, Section 111. Use this information as you see fit. We needn't be breaking the laws and making ourselves a target of these Nazis. We don't want to give them any excuses to come knocking at our door to harass or possibly murder us.
But you need to know what is not against the law. You need to understand the lawlessness that you are seeing based upon these ICE agents attacking citizens who have a right to protest and are not doing anything illegal. And putting phones in your face for this facial recognition data to deem you as a domestic terrorist, a part of Antifa, any of these vague things that this administration want to categorize you, a citizen who is using their right to protest their government, their they're going to try to make you a domestic terrorist. That's why they are putting phones in people's faces. And God knows what antidotes they are putting behind these phones. Now, God knows what they are saying about these people who are they are entering into this database. ICE has the largest budget of any police force in the whole United States. Let's continue. And they have the help of none other than Palantir. I went into you yesterday about the capabilities of Palantir yesterday. If you didn't watch the show yesterday, you may want to go over there and watch the show. We're moving forward. I'm giving you the information. I cannot continue to have these long ass lives repeating shit, because half of the people in the United States are not listening. They are watching dumb shit. They're watching bullshit. They are being entertained with shit that is going to do nothing to further their lives and the way they move in the United States from this day forward. So we're moving forward.
In cold blood, as they did Renee Good. But there needs to be an uprising. There needs to be a resistance. There needs to be, as I will demonstrate later, all of us joining one with another to raise our voices, to communicate to the rest of the world and the rest of the country and the rest of our countrymen and women that we don't approve of this. And it's okay for you not to approve as well. Anyway, what do you think? This is bananas stuff here.
Okay, that is in my link is in my description box. So let's move on. If you are interested in looking up something, you may want to look up what's on your screen. If you don't want to look it up, go to my video on yesterday.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork?
What's next? This is going to be in my description box under what's next. I'm just trying to give you a little information here.
Your accent.
If we're arresting people for having an accent, how the hell is Tom Homan still a free man?
That's ridiculous. You know what? In Minneapolis, sanctuary city, you know, they let us in.
If we're arresting people because of their accents, how is Melania Trump still a free woman?
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent.
If we're arresting...
Now, this went to the Supreme Court. Could you arrest people because of how they look, where they work, or their accent? And Brett Kavanaugh ran his mouth so much in saying in the ruling that yes, you could. Now, Brett Kavanaugh, you know the Brett Kavanaugh who had accusations of essaying a young woman, I believe when he was in college or high school? That same Brett Kavanaugh flipped off his mouth so much in saying, yes, you could racially profile people. He was so happy to do it. But now Brett Kavanaugh, who said that you could racially profile people on things such as their accent, is trying to walk that claim back. And saying you can't do it. But the funny thing about it is, Brett Kavanaugh, this astute Supreme Court justice, cited the wrong case. He cited a case opposite of what he is trying to now say, that you cannot racially profile people based upon their accent. But you've already ruled that they could, so nobody gives a fuck what you're trying to say in retrospect after you see what the harm and the damage that ruling has caused. You can't walk back a ruling with the wrong citation. We'll get into that as well.
Arresting people for having an accent, how the hell is Tom Homan still a free man.
That's ridiculous. You know what? In Minneapolis, sanctuary city. You know, they let us in their damn jail and stop being a sanctuary city. One criminal illegal alien. But when you release them in the community, now we got to send the whole team. Women and children are making that dangerous journey. We know that no one's drowning in the river. We know no inspected terrorists aren't coming across to elect Joe Biden.
Cannot understand a word that dude says.
This was clearly a law enforcement action where the officer acted on his training and defended himself and his life and his fellow colleagues. That's why we need our leaders to turn down their rhetoric.
He defended himself, his life, and his fellow colleagues. However, we are going to pretend like we didn't see the people who were standing on the sidewalk, or whose lives he also put in danger by shooting a gun 3 times in the direction that these people on the sidewalk were standing, doing absolutely nothing to him, interfering nowhere with ICE. Are we going to pretend like we didn't see those people who were standing on the sidewalk? If you want to see them, review the tapes. I'm not your mama. You can find all this propaganda, but you can't find the fact that other people's lives were put in danger when he shot into that car. Okay.
We need individuals and elected leaders in Minnesota to start partnering with us so that we can do law enforcement operations on the streets.
Mr. Marbles and Ice Barbie are going on quite a press tour, desperately defending their racist policies and violent employees.
There's a lot of confusion out there, the difference between reasonable suspicions and probable cause. If an officer gathers reasonable suspicion from a myriad of circumstances, they can temporarily detain and question somebody. In order to arrest that person, they got to establish probable cause.
The probable cause is racism. And Budweiser Brett, the justice who made all of this racism possible, appears to have changed his mind.
Brett took crayon to paper to try to walk back the Kavanaugh stops.
And that's just the tip of the beer keg iceberg, y'all. So make sure you subscribe to Really American, because we got a lot to talk about. All right, let's get into it.
According to the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, and the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehensions, DHS is not doing that. Why?
Look, we're following the same protocols that we've always followed in these situations. Nothing's changed.
Sorry, got distracted. Do you think she needed to get all of that filler put in her lips to make them like pillows, to like soften the lies that are always spilling out of her mouth? Because if you don't remember, here's what this South Dakota farm girl used to look like. Wow.
That's why her hair is so big. It's full of secrets.
Okay, back on track. Ice Barbie is claiming that it's totally legal to stop people and ask them to prove their citizenship because ICE is just doing what they have always done.
And are you advising Americans to carry proof of citizenship?
And that's what we've always done, in asking people who they are so that we know who's in those surroundings. And if they are breaking our federal laws, we will detain them as well. Every single action that our ICE officers take is according to the law and following protocols that we have used for years, that this administration has used, that the previous administration used. They are doing everything correctly.
Such a feckless response. We've always done it that way. Ugh, no justification pisses me off more. First of all, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE as an agency, it's 20 years old. It's not like we've got decades of history here. And secondly, it's obvious that ICE has not always done things this way, because we have not always been seeing footage like this all day. every day. And Nome disputes reports that ICE agents are just wandering around asking people for their papers.
She says that this has been going on all the time. President Obama has been given the name as the deporter in chief because he has um, deported more people in the United States. If this had been going on all the time in ICE, wouldn't this have been going on when Barack Obama had been deporting more people than any other president in the United States since this has been going on all the time and nothing has changed? Do you believe this? Is this something that you believe? Let's continue. This is the bullshit and the lies. Now, we saw the directive of the new directive that they have allegedly given their people about things that people who are protesting law are not can lawless can do within the law that are not lawless things. But look how these people are being treated. They can lawfully do these things, but look how they're being treated.
Insists they are carrying out have not it's not great
everything correctly.
Such a feckless response. We've always done it that way. Ugh, no justification pisses me off more. First of all, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE as an agency, it's 20 years old. It's not like we've got decades of history here. And secondly, it's obvious that ICE has not always done things this way because we have not always been seeing footage like this all day, every day. And Nome disputes reports that ICE agents are just wandering around asking people for their papers. She insists they are carrying out targeted enforcement.
Seeing Americans being asked on the street to provide proof of citizenship in Minnesota, is that targeted enforcement?
In every
Let me stop for a minute. You see what idiots like this one does? Do you see what idiots? CNN is actually showing the liar spewing lies. But you cannot talk. Why are you talking about CNN, but you're not talking about the content of what CNN is showing you? You're not talking about the content in which I am showing you. But you think that the word communist is supposed to shudder people and make people ashamed because you're too stupid to look at the content of what is being displayed to you. Hit the like button on your way out. This is not a place for ignorance and propaganda. Goodbye. Let's continue.
every situation, we're doing targeted enforcement. If we are on a target and doing an operation, there may be individuals surrounding that criminal that we may be asking who they are and why they're there and having them validate their identity.
And let's see the evidence that will prove she's lying again.
Where are you safe? Look, sir, are you going to do this the easy way or are we going to take you in? You cannot take me in.
Yes,
I'm
I
in
can.
Private.
Yes, I can.
Do you have documentation? I do have my documentation.
You present it to me.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork?
Because of your accent.
I still, you have an accent too.
Where were you born, sir?
Where were you born at?
Put your hands behind your back.
That sure doesn't look like targeted enforcement. That looks like a violation of that man's constitutional rights. The Fourth Amendment prohibits illegal search and seizure, and an accent is not probable cause. Oh, and guess what? Everybody has an accent. Everyone.
It's an honor to be with you to celebrate the 250th year since the United States Navy was officially established. Generations of sailors have kept America free because of their presence on the high seas.
Something tells me that the color of that man's skin had way more to do with his arrest than his accent.
That's ridiculous. You know what? In Minneapolis, if they were, let's remember who set the stage here. First of all, the Biden administration let millions of people release millions of illegal aliens in this country in violation of the law. Many of them criminals because they weren't properly vetted. We're arresting thousands of them. So first of all, they created the problem with millions of illegal alien criminals in this country. Second of all, Minneapolis, you're a sanctuary city. You know, if they let us in their damn jail and stop being a sanctuary city, we could arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of the jail.
Okay, let me understand this. If they would let us in their jails and stop being sanctuary cities, so what you're saying is all the people that you really want to arrest are in the prison system. So therefore, since you can't get them, you are doing this to people who have not committed crimes. Is that what you're saying? As you continue to call them criminals? As you continue to pretend like these people who you are arresting are criminals, you can't have it both ways. Like the criminal behavior that you have been accused of taking $50,000 for future contracts when you got in this position after the election. When you were promised this position and people start walking up to you, giving you $50,000 of cash in a bag, like you, who should be in jail, who the DOJ and the FBI just squashed the investigation on you. Make it make sense. Oh, okay. Colin Getty, no bitch. You and your inbred family are retards. Do not come in my on my channel saying anything disrespectful to me. If you want to have discourse, you're more than welcome to disagree with me. But if you have zero self-control upon the facts that I'm giving you, do not disrespect me and do not curse in my chat. Are we a capiche? We can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way, as your favorite 4547 says. Let's continue.
Yeah, but because they knowingly release them, now we got to go in the community and find them. Then they're mad we're in the community. Let me tell you why we have the most secure border in the history of this nation today. Part of it is because of what ICE is doing. We have shown the whole world there are consequences to enter this country illegally. We're not going to send a message, cross the border illegally, it's a crime, don't worry about it, get order removed, don't worry about it. Unless you commit another crime, no one's looking for you. If that's the message we send, you're never going to fix this problem. We send a strong message, and that's why we have the most secure border in history of the nation.
If Tom does not have marbles in his mouth, maybe he's just drunk all the time. It would make sense that he's trying to numb his inner Nazi. And speaking of drunk, Brett Kavanaugh is back. This perpetual frat boy ushered in the unfortunately named Kavanaugh stops when he took the stance of racial profiling is cool back in September. But in a subsequent case, he has completely contradicted himself. And Strict Scrutiny broke this down a couple of days ago, and it was great.
Oh, stop. Is this a new segment for the new year? Is it time to have our inaugural "We need to talk about this" Kev Currents segment? Is that what this is?
I think so. Manifest that. Don't manifest it, even though I know we are doomed
I think
to it.
it's always been there, Leah. It's always been there. I'm picking it up in 2026. I'm picking it up.
We have to do this because Brett took crayon to paper to not only warn us about the prospect of the president invoking the Insurrection Act, but also to try to walk back the Kavanaugh stops.
So let's actually read in full the relevant portion of footnote 4, the new footnote 4 in constitutional law. And it says, quote, "The state's opposition to deployment of the National Guard appears to stem in part from the state's underlying objections to the activities of federal immigration officers when they make immigration stops." And then he says some other stuff. And then he continues, "The officers must not make interior immigration stops or arrests based on race or ethnicity. CF," and here he cites Wren versus United States, quote, "The Constitution prohibits selective enforcement of the law based on considerations such as race." Okay, First observation, this footnote, this discussion in the footnote is entirely gratuitous to the question before the court in this case. This case does not squarely present the question of legal authority to conduct immigration stops, but Coach Kavanaugh
Nothing
was
to do with that.
bestirring
Nothing to do with
himself.
that.
Well, it's the background context, but the legal
I
issue,
guess you're
completely
reaching.
unrelated, and yet he felt the need to say this. And so I pose the question to you two. Why?
When they tell you that they don't pay attention to the zeitgeist, do not believe them. Yeah. They totally pay attention to what people are saying. I will also note, I don't understand what Brett was trying to do here. I mean,
Brett was trying to recreate history because Brett Kavanaugh did rule that they could enforce immigration based upon how people looked, where people were, and the accents people had. Now, David Mill, I don't care what you say is criminal, but the law does not say it's criminal. So all of your intermediate capital words mean absolutely nothing because you know absolutely nothing, and you are trying to push bullshit and propaganda, and no one's buying it. Let's continue.
the horse is out of the barn, and I don't know how many ICE officials read footnotes and are like, you know what? Let me rethink my racial profiling. Hold on a second. Like, how is this supposed to like correct something? I mean, I guess for the record, he's like, I did not authorize unrepentant racial profiling, but the horse is out of the barn.
Right, but he
did. And the horse is out of the barn. So I just like, I don't know what he's trying to do here. Like what are you trying to do?
What is he ever trying to do? And not to be kind of nitpicky, but also to be nitpicky, as Kate noted when she quoted the footnote, Kavanaugh cited Wren for the proposition that you can't make stops based on race. And it's like, my guy, you do know that Wren is the decision that effectively made it impossible to challenge racial profiling because Wren said, so long as the officer has probable cause, the fact that you are alleging you were stopped based on race doesn't matter. Like, this is a decision that literally, is the one associated with what it means to like drive while black. And like, what is it with this guy and bad citations? Because this is not the first time he cited a case for like the exact opposite of what it means.
Why would Brett make this about face in writing? Well, Leah Littman has a theory.
Because he is the biggest baby on the Supreme Court, and everyone calling these things Kavanaugh stops got to him. And I'm sorry, kids, sometimes bullying works and it's good. This is the power of shit talking.
That's the message, kids. Bullying works. And with Leah's blessing, I'm going to take this opportunity to bully Bill Maher.
Mark Ruffalo and some Wanda Sykes also wearing a Be Good pin for Renee Good, obviously, and trying to use this platform for activism. Do you feel that's effective or no?
Come on. We're just here for show business today. It was a terrible thing that happened, and it shouldn't have happened. And if they didn't act like such thugs, it wouldn't have had to happen. But I don't need to wear a pin about it.
Bill's snide derision of the pin at Sunday's Golden Globes was so annoying. People wearing...
I concur. Oh, okay. So I concur. Bill Maher, Trump's not that bad. I went to dinner with him. Let me show this to an idiot who is so wrong and repeating Fox News propaganda. It's the fact of being present in the United States in violation of the immigration laws a crime? No, the act of being present in the United States in violation of the immigration law is not standing alone a crime. While federal immigration laws does criminalize some actions that may be resulted to undocumented presence in the United States, undocumented presence alone is not a violation of federal criminal law. Thus, many believe that the term illegal alien, which may suggest a criminal violation, is inaccurate or misleading. I will drop this link here. This is from the ACLU to give you people who want to go out and spew propaganda that is given to you on Fox News and ION and all of these propaganda media networks. Here is the link. Take it and put it up your ass for all I care. But don't come in my chat spewing propaganda. Much appreciated. Okay. Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on. Where was I? Hold on one second. Okay, let's go. So, here we go. Okay, so what did I want to share with you next? Let's see Greg Bavino. Let's see Greg Bavino being trolled. Oh no, let's see Greg Bavino being a troll. It seems like Greg Bavino is about 4 feet 2. No wonder he has a Napoleon complex. This is under troll in my description box. If you would like to check this out, go to my description box under the caption troll. And this is where Greg Bavino will be talking about a little more. Let you understand the big man complex that he has.
Minneapolis, and look, we just stumbled upon Greg Bovino at a Speedway for a pre-Hague photo shoot. So good for him, I guess. For those following along at home, I have nothing against short men, but I do just have to report back there is about a 4-inch height difference. Do you want to get closer so they can see?
Oh, no, a little higher than
Still not the same. Just there's so many short men in the world who do not deal with their anger by separating families. So Greg, you're standing right there in front of me, but to everyone following along at home, I hope you each. I hope this keeps you up at night for the rest of your life, and no one wants you here. Oh, fantastic language. There's children in here, and you're.
Watch your language. There's children around. I should be the only one who could terrorize children.
Choke.
The comrade Rachel Cohen ran into U.S. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bavino in Minnesota.
Do you have any comment about what's happening out here today?
No comment at this time, Allie. We're just protecting federal facilities and making sure that order remains the way it should.
Do you have any comment on the city?
No comment.
Do you stand behind the use of force?
No comment. We're going to let the FBI go ahead and take care of their investigation.
A man who has sold his soul.
I told him I was trying to leave. He said, it was.
The officer knew you were trying to leave?
Yes, the officer knew I was trying to leave.
The ICE officer?
Yes. He literally saw us trying to leave. And they threw 3 flashbangs at my car. Wasn't nobody even around my car.
And they hit the outside of your car?
Yes, they hit the outside and under my car.
And under, outside and under.
All, look.
Do you know how many were thrown?
3.
3? Look at the car seat.
And I had to snatch my damn kids out the car.
Yeah, can you what was it like to be inside the vehicle when?
I didn't know what was going on. All I know, I was trying to pull out, then out of nowhere, the flashbangs kept on getting thrown at the car.
And you, so
how long did it take you to come and check on your child? Huh? How long did it take for them to come here? I had all my kids in the car. It took me about, I grabbed 2 kids at a time running in and out the house. I barely could breathe because it was tear gas all up in my car. Like my car filled up with smoke. You have a 6-month-old, you said, right? Yes.
And is overseeing acts such as these.
When I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, we were not nearly as hostile towards the locals as ICE agents are being towards American citizens. Period. We weren't shoving down bystanders or snatching people from their cars. I mean, granted, if we were on a raid or an active engagement, yeah, the rules were different. But I've seen some trigger-happy dudes on deployment with better self-control and judgment than most of these ICE agents. And I'm sorry, but if you're one of those people who really supports what ICE is doing, I think you're just a misanthrope. I don't think you really believe in getting rid of the criminals. I think you just hate minorities who are successful. And I think you absolutely support bending the rules and using hostility to restore order and lawfulness. Sometimes I think it all goes back to Obama and how much you hate him. Get over it. Y'all are like clamoring for war because you just don't like liberals.
This combat infantry vet is speaking on what many vets have informed us of.
I'm a veteran, a veteran, most veterans. I'd like to see more, but I'm a Marine Corps veteran. This is our second or third. It's just so wrong from the very beginning. I'm a combat veteran. I've seen a lot. A Marine Corps combat veteran. Very proud of my Marine Corps service. Not so proud of their incursion into LA. I don't blame the troops. But the leadership was a little weak on it, but the Marine Corps leadership was.
That they view ICE's activities as absurd.
They put me in this.
Okay, you may remember this young man. He is a former Marine. I think he was deployed in. He's a former Marine. He is also a U.S. citizen. They were raiding a cannabis farm, a legal cannabis facility. He was on his way to work because he is a security guard at this facility. Let me make sure my mic is on. And they pulled him out of his car, wouldn't listen to anything he had to say, and kept him in a 5150 ward. I'm pretty sure a lot of you with all of this propaganda are very well familiar with a psych ward in a detention camp for 3 days and then just let him go. They detained first and let you go afterwards with no charges. Let's get into this.
Now I'm naked in like a hospital dress and just a concrete bed with like a mattress, like a thin mattress, and they leave the light on 24/7. There's a glass door. An officer's just always standing, like sitting out there. The psychiatric nurse comes and checks on me once a day. And so from Friday morning to Sunday afternoon when I'm released, I'm literally in that cell, naked, just in that room with the light on 24/7.
How is this real? Like, this is a nightmare. I mean, like,
yeah.
My blood is boiling right now, and I knew that it was bad. I didn't realize how bad it was. How is that possible that happened?
I'm literally wondering the same thing. I was just the entire time I was in there, I was just hoping like I would just want to see my kids again. Like, literally, that's the only thing that matters. Like, I literally just want to see my kids. Like just that whole like time, that was the only thing on my mind. Just
how old are your kids?
My daughter had just turned 3, and her birthday party was that Saturday that I was in there.
In some cases, they even round up veterans of this country.
I'm George Redes, an Iraq combat veteran and U.S. citizen. On July 10th, I was driving to my security job at a farm in Southern California when I ran into an ICE roadblock and protesters. I explained to agents I was a citizen and just trying to get to work. Moments later, chaos broke out. Tear gas filled the area and I couldn't move my car. Agents smashed my window, pepper sprayed me, dragged me out, and knelt on my neck and back. Agents never checked my ID. They detained me for 3 days. No phone call, no lawyer, not even a shower to wash off the pepper spray. My family had no idea where I was, and I missed my daughter's 3rd birthday. Now I'm fighting back with the Institute for Justice because accountability matters.
And we must find the...
Where are the Make America Great Again people? Where are the blue people? Where are you? Oh, sometimes they're going to get the wrong guy. Well, let's hope sometimes it will be yourself. So what? So what? Let's see when it happens to you, what you will have to say after going to war and fighting for your country. You're suspicious of this. You don't have to be suspicious of this because this is well documented. I watched this happen live. This is well documented. So, of course, you're suspicious of it because you cannot propagandize against it. So, fuck you and your suspicions. These are facts. This is not a propaganda uh, outlet. You're suspicious about it because the for profit media is keeping the real facts away from you. That's why you're suspicious about it. But carry on with you and your suspicions, and hopefully, you'll have a chance yourself to go up against something like this. And let's see where your suspicions will lie then.
We must reform ICE, but it looks at this stage, folks, ICE is beyond reform. ICE is totally out of control, and this week I intend to introduce a bill to abolish ICE. We need to make ICE go away. 2003, before 2003, without ICE, various federal agencies were able to take care of business, and we can do this without ICE. But we do not need the murderers. We do not need these paramilitary organizations, members on our street terrorize.
This is Rep. Shree Thanader, a Democrat from the state of Michigan, who also said Kristi Noem should face the consequences and be impeached, arguing federal agencies were able to handle immigration enforcement effectively before ICE was established in 2003. He'd be quoted as saying, "We can do this without ICE. We do not need the murders. We don't need this paramilitary organization's members on our streets terrorizing U.S. citizens, terrorizing moms, and terrorizing our children." I'm a big fan of Rachel Cohn. And if you don't know her story, you absolutely should. I am hopeful to see her at the protests, either throughout Chicago or at the Broadview ICE detention center.
If you don't know who Rachel Cohn is, I covered her story here as well in the time that it was happening. It was when law firms were capitulating to 4547. These great law firms that any young attorney would love to be an associate at. In her law firm, I can't remember the exact name of her law firm, capitulated to 4547, offering him a pro bono legal work and getting rid of any DEI programs. You know what that who benefited the most from DEI were white women. So what this administration wants you to believe that Black people having a job where this administration don't believe that you have the merit. These are the people who have been losing their jobs under this get rid of DEI. So whatever this law firm did to capitulate to get to show that they got rid of DEI without many of you numbnuts knowing that white women benefited most from it. So therefore, do they have to get rid of white women who they may have hired under DEI? No, they don't. Kind of like CBS, who had when Barry Weiss took over CES, and all of the people who were fired under they're getting rid of DEI were Black producers, and the white people on their shows retained their jobs. White people with less time than the qualified Black producers who had gotten stellar reviews about their jobs lost their jobs in at CBS. So let's be clear about what's going on in America. Let's continue. So this young associate, instead of staying with this law firm, she quit. She said she didn't want anything to do with a law firm that will capitulate to 4547. And they wanted to take away her independence to choose which pro bono cases that she would take. They were forbidding these attorneys from taking certain pro bono cases, which means that they could not decide that, hey, this case is worthy of this person having an attorney at a stellar law firm. So what does that mean? That when you need an attorney, if they feel that you have a case, it's going to be up to 45-47 to decide if that attorney can take your case based upon what your case is. If he doesn't like what your case is about, you're not going to have access to a good attorney if you need a pro bono attorney who wants to take your case. She quit.
Made such a bold move that shows her character, because we saw all of these law firms just bend the knee to Trump and work with Trump. She was in one of those law firms and she resigned because she knows what fascism looks like. She doesn't want to be a part of it. So please go do support her. And as she has said recently, I will echo those words. For everything coming out of Minneapolis, there are plenty of journalists to follow as well. So check out her pages and please stay active in your community and also be a part of opposing this fascistic dystopia that no one wants. If you can at our
Okay, this is in my description box under the heading Trolled. Let's move forward. There are a couple of more things that I would like to share with you. And one of the things that I want to share with you is an article. Let me share my screen. If you are unaware of how billionaires are doing, if you are concerned about your local billionaire, CBS, CNBC, okay, Palantir lands 10 billion Army software and data contract. This was in 2025. If you're wondering how the military and Palantir and Peter Thiel are faring through this, Palantir has inked a contract with the U.S. Army worth up to $10 billion over the next decade. The agreement, Lord, I don't know. I don't want any privacy choices. The agreement provides purchasing flexibility and removes contract-related fees and procurement timelines, the Army said. They will be getting their things as quickly as they want it. Palantir has been a key beneficiary of 4547 clamp down on cost-effective efficiencies using artificial intelligence. Of course he is. This is one of the reasons why 4547 said that there can be no restriction on AI. No state can restrict anything concerning AI in the next 10 years. Palantir has inked a contract with the U.S. Army worth up to $10 billion to meet growing warfare demands over the next decade. As part of the deal, Palantir, and we remember the CEO, Karp, said sometimes they scare people who disagree with them, sometimes they kill them. I showed you that on my show yesterday. Karp in the blue hat, he said sometimes we scare people who are our enemies and sometimes we kill them. Palantir has linked okay, I said that. As part of the deal, Palantir will help the military streamline efficiencies while you don't have to be efficient. We're not worried about efficiency. We're going to spend your tax dollars as inefficient as possible. Are we clear on that? Because we're under the premise that everything is an emergency, so we can't give things to no bid contractors and all of this type of stuff. What happened to the Department of Doge that was supposed to be looking at waste, fraud, and abuse? But then you have Peter Thiel getting a contract that's going to give him $10 billion over 10 years, and they're not worried about being efficient while doing it. Is America great again yet? Okay. Streamline efficiencies while preparing for threats, consolidating 75 total contracts into one enterprise deal, the release states. The agreement creates a comprehensive framework for the Army's future software and data needs that provides the government with purchasing flexibility, remove contract-related fees, and procurement timelines according to the release. So y'all happy now? You happy yet? Is America great yet? Let me drop this link in the description box. No, I'm going to drop this link in the chat, actually. This link is in the chat. Let's move forward. There you go. There is a couple of more things I would like to share with you. Let's talk about something that I talked to you about yesterday. One more time. Let's talk about these freedom cities that these billionaires are wanting to build. Let's talk about the sphere of influence. Once again, let's talk about the sphere of influence. Why 4547 says that he must possess Greenland for our national security. You know, you tell palm-colored first folks, it's about national security, and they will do anything. You know, kind of like here. Let me share this with you. I talked about this yesterday. I went in depth about this yesterday. Freedom City, the $50 billion billionaire project taking shape in Greenland. Let's peruse this, shall we? And if you want to go deeper in depth, watch my show on yesterday. We're moving forward.
Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Sam Altman are building one of the biggest projects this decade, a new project called Freedom City, a high-tech master plan city for billionaires in Greenland, a networked city built for founders and capital to move quickly, an AI-powered city with data centers, automated logistics, modern housing, restaurants, entertainment districts, and nightlife, all designed to expand fast. Greenland sits on massive rare earth mineral reserves, critical AI supply chains, and one of the most strategic military positions on Earth. Bezos and Gates are deploying AI drilling machines to get those critical metals that's going to power tech for the next few decades. Now, there's a hidden fight happening right under our noses. It's not about politics. It's about who gets to control the next era of power, AI and advanced tech. Now, here's two stocks that are going to do well in this environment. Palantir, when governments start getting serious about national security, they need better technology, data management. Palantir helps connect the dots in the huge amounts of data that we now have into one clear picture so military leaders can make better decisions. We got Cameco, pick and shovel play, one of the biggest uranium miners out there. We see the demand for energy is rising, and nuclear is one of the few options that can run 24/7, and uranium is the fuel. Energy continues becoming a bigger priority. We're going to have to go through nuclear. Number three is something that nobody's talking about. It's connected to the real Greenland play, behind the scenes money, contracts, and infrastructure. Right now, we're in one of the biggest transformations in world history. Now, here's the kicker. Most people don't realize this, but Greenland has an almost unlimited supply of free energy, geothermals under the ground, and it also has a cold, dry climate that makes it perfect for running data centers and heavy computing. It makes it all far more efficient. Now, there's a reason why Trump is obsessed with Greenland. It's pretty simple. Whoever controls Greenland controls leverage. It's the perfect defensive spot between the U.S. and Russia, but the real play is not just military, it's tech dominance. The next superpowers will be the ones who control the energy and the materials to power AI, the cooling to run the data centers, and all the materials to build everything out. Greenland is one of the few places on Earth where they can have all that at once. It's one of the smartest money and biggest government plays. There's a reason why big tech names and also governments are very interested in Greenland. Remember, Greenland doesn't just have minerals. It has exactly the right type of minerals that we need for advanced tech. Now, if you want me to drop the third stock in the next video, comment the word Greenland. Did you hear what the billionaires are building in?
Okay, I've talked about this many times. These tech billionaires are trying to uh, split up this sphere of influence and who is going to run these different pockets. Peter Thiel is betting on Greenland to be his new Prexius city, his new tech city that is run not on any laws that are created by the United States, but these tech people are going to have their own slate of laws and regulations. A few regulations on top of this, kind of like that Praxis in Honduras, where that Peter Thiel's own, that people are implanting all types of chips and doodads in their body, uh, uh, trying to do everything from automatically open up a Tesla door. Tesla, whose sales are slumping, the thing that a few people are buying now, putting chips in their bodies to open Tesla doors and uh, doing blood transfusions with their young children to try to live forever. All this type of shit that is unregulated and presses in that Peter Thiel runs in Honduras. He's going to try to be over a whole region. And these are the laws that these regions will be going by. Whatever of these tech billionaires who I am curious if any of them can pass a standardized drug test. These are the people who are going to be in charge of the American public. These are the things I want you to know of these people. Okay. Peter Thiel, who says he doesn't know if humanity should remain to exist. What he said was that humanity should exist, but the but was it should be combined with technology. The shit like I just told you he's doing in Honduras, shooting all of these chips into the bodies of human beings. That is how Peter Thiel believes that humanity should be only allowed to exist. Uh, I just wanted to share that with you. The link is in the description box. Let me share something else with you while we're at it. Nothing? Is America great again yet? Is America great again yet? Maybe it'll get great after this story. Maybe it'll get great now. Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, Jeff Bezos, and Bill Gates have invested in AI driven rare earth drilling in Greenland. Is it great again yet? Cobalt metal. Some of the most influential people in tech and finance are placing long-term bets on Greenland. This isn't about tourism or headlines. It's about rare earth minerals, data infrastructure, and control over future supply routes as oil fades from center stage. So, when people were talking about Venezuela, I gave you a whole presentation about all the rare earth minerals and gold deposits that are in Venezuela. The day after the invasion in Venezuela, I told you about the contract that J.P. Morgan signed uh, to uh, to process silver out of Venezuela. Understand why people think it is about oil. No, it's about the rare earth minerals that your service member, your tax dollars are going to conquer other countries on the back of your tax dollars for billionaires to make more money. Is America great again yet? We're spending war treasure to go mine in over overtake different countries for billionaires. Billionaires, if they wanted these things, they could do what every other business has to do. They can procure their own contracts in these countries. No, they're using the United States military to go over there so they can siphon and steal all of the things that they need for their business for free. And to get over there, they're using your military, our military, to take advantage of these countries, to overtake these countries, to make these countries theirs, to steal these countries, to colonize these countries. Billionaires. This is what your tax dollar is going towards. Um, Let me see where. Okay. It's about the rare earth mineral data infrastructure and control over future supply routes as oil fades from center stage. Investors tied to Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Sam Altman are connected to projects exploring mining energy and infrastructures across the island. Greenland offers something scarce, potentially stability, access to Arctic shipping lanes and land that still sits outside of most global competition. At the same time, groups linked to Peter Thiel are reportedly testing a technology first city concept there. The idea is to experiment with the economic systems governance model and digital infrastructure far from existing regulatory frameworks. They do not want any regulation. I told you that the U.S. is paying close attention. Greenland sits between North America and Europe, controls Arctic access, and could anchor future supply chains for decades. What do you think is really driving the interest in Greenland right now? Cobalt metals. Altman Bezos engaged back Cobalt Metals, a AI-driven mining company searching for rare earth minerals on the island. These minerals are critical for EV, clean energy, and defense technologies. Now we know that 4547 has eliminated all existing clean energy projects in the United States. Because so why pay you as some type of national rate to set up clean energy when he can just give it over to billionaires and they can pay you pennies on the dollars? You know why? Like how Elon Musk says that he must have all these E1B visas to bring people from India over here, engineers, to work under of the rate that he would have to pay an American engineer, and not have to follow any of the American work rules, because he can tell these engineers that he bring over from India, who will lose their visas if they lose their jobs, how long and how many days and how many people they must live with in some apartment that is set up by the company. They will lose everything. So the $70,000 or $75,000 a year that they are paying these Indian engineers to come over here and do the jobs that no American engineer would work for. You know how they always want to say that these immigrants would do the jobs that Americans won't do. The reason why Americans won't do them is because billionaires like Elon Musk will not pay the rate that the American worker needs to make. So, this is what confuses me about the ill thinking of the American people. So, you sit back and you hear them tell you that AI is going to take your jobs. And some of you idiots think that these billionaires who are creating something to take your job is going to give you some type of living wage since you have no more jobs. Since AI has taken, there's going to be some type of a wage that all people are going to earn. If they don't want to pay you to do the job, you think they're going to pay you to not have a job? Is that what you think? You think that these billionaires are going to create? Now, Elon Musk says that no one's going to have to even have a worry about saving for their retirement because AI is going to create so much abundance that you're not going to have a need. AI is going to create all this abundance. Don't even bother to save for your retirement. You know why he's saying that? Because they're trying to take away Social Security. So you will have no retirement. And they're trying to lull you into some false security that, no, you're not going to need nothing. You know why they're doing this? The same reason that they're taking health care away from you. Because if you have nothing, you have no health care, you have nothing else to do but to die off. Be clear of this. Be real clear of this. But let's continue. Oops. Hold on one second. Where am I? Peter Thiel is backing a separate startup amid building a high-tech freedom city in Greenland focused on new governance and technology. New governance. New governance. But the United States is supposed to go over there and take Greenland for Peter Thiel to set up his freedom city. Are you guys not paying attention? Okay. This interest from the billionaires come as Donald Trump once again calls Greenland a U.S. national security priority. It's about the national security. They're selling you on bullshit. Don't get left behind. Follow at ChatGPT Tricks. Okay, so I am going to drop this link in my comments. This link to this will be in the comments if you want to follow along and check this out. There, the link is in the comments. So let's go a little further. I'm just trying to give you information. Let's see if you've heard, if you have not subscribed to Aaron Parninas, go over there and check him out. Here we go. United States military engages in another violation of law, armed conflict, a perfidy. Here we go.
Reported that the United States military violated another international law of war. What happened was during the first boat.
Okay, so we know that the first boat strike on September, I believe it was on September 11th. We know the first boat strike. They had to go back and restrike the boat. But that's not the worst part. And they will not show you the footage. They will not show you the footage of them saying, kill everyone, which was absolutely illegal within itself. But a new little tidbit has come out that among doing that illegal action, what the United States did is they painted a airplane and they hid the missiles of the that they were going to attack this boat. They weren't carrying the missile under the body of the plane. They hid the missiles inside the plane that they struck with, and they painted the plane to look like a regular aircraft. That is against the military law. You cannot paint a airplane or any artillery shooting vessel to resemble something that is a regular everyday airplane. This is what your military did. They knew that this was against the law. Now, we have Pete Kegbreath in there talking about meritocracy, talking about untying the hands of war fighters. And this is what they did, striking these boats that they wanted you to believe that were bringing drugs to the United States. All of these boats, some of them weren't even headed towards the United States. But under under the pretext to steal all of the rare earth minerals in Venezuela, on land and in the water in Venezuela, that these tech bros will be able to get for free. We understand that the oil executive says that Venezuela is something that they won't even invest in because it's not investable. Uh, uh, are we serious? So this is the story about how they painted airplanes to appear to be regular airplanes flying in the sky. So if it's a regular airplane flying in the sky, surely none of these boats were trying to get away from it. This is what Pete Hegseth over the Department of Defense thought that this illegal act was something that was good to do. Is America great again yet? Who's championing all of these illegal acts that this administration is doing with your motherfucking tax dollars to enrich billionaires? I'm curious.
Boat strike. This is according to the Times reporting. The United States military used a plane that was painted like a civilian aircraft. Now, the laws of armed conflict forbid feigning civilian status. It's called perfidy. Essentially, in simpler terms, the United States military painted a military aircraft, pretending to make it look like it was a civilian aircraft, then proceeded to bomb a boat. This was one of the first boat strikes conducted by the United States military. This isn't the only war crime that the United States military has engaged in. We know the double tap strikes on the Southern Caribbean boat strikes, killing individuals despite the fact that they pose no threat to the United States of America. And tonight we have yet another violation of the international laws of war. I'll have more updates for you soon. Spread the word. And as always, follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. More to come. We have breaking news this evening. The New York Times has reported that the United States military violated another international law of war. What happened was during the first boat strike, this is according to the Times reporting, the United States military used a plane that was painted like a civilian aircraft. Now, the laws of armed conflict forbid feigning civilian status.
Okay, that link is in my description box. It is labeled painting the plane. If you're curious, let me. I think I did this one already. Yes, I've done this one. Let me see. There's some more things I want to share with you. Speaking of, is there no depravity that this 45-47 administration doesn't believe in entertaining? If you haven't seen one of the latest Mar-a-Lago party, um, a bestiality may be a thing. Uh, this is in my description box under a doggy dog world. Look at this Mar-a-Lago party and understand the depravity of this administration. I'm not going to play the sound. You just need the visuals. This is a Mar-a-Lago party. What is this? What is this? What is this? Emulating a rapper? What the fuck is this? Bestiality on full display. I just wanted. I wondered if you knew about the goings on at Mar-a-Lago, dressed up as dogs. Okay. Uh, Speaking of Mar-a-Lago, let's look at the Mar-a-Lago makeover. Shall we look at the Mar-a-Lago makeovers? Here we have Laura Loomer before and after. Here we have Carolina Livet, remember with the polka dot lips before and after. Here we have Ice Barbie before and after. And with all the fillers in Ice Bobby's face, it seems like you can see where every needle has been punched in her face. It seems like she had pox on her face from all of the fillers and injections in Ice Bobby's face. Ice Bobby is next, and here we have Jeff Bezos' Madam Puppet, Lauren Sanchez Bezos. She went from looking like Lauren Sanchez to the Madam Puppet. You know, what are you going to do with the money? And here is Laura Trump. What was her song? I won't turn back. We won't turn back. The pop singer Laura Trump. Her Mar-a-Lago makeover in her big lips, stunning. You notice what all of these women have? They have all of these huge, huge lips. Now here is Kimberly Guilfoyle, the jilted at the altar, who was going to marry Trump Jr., who was 20, I think she's 15 to 20 years his senior, who got she is now the ambassador to, I think it is Italy. They got her out of the whole United States, so Trump Jr. Could now, over this past Christmas, propose to a blonde, a young blonde, who is, I think she is about 15 to 20 years his junior. So these are the Mar-a-Lago makeovers. If you would like to peruse them on your own free time, here is the link. Here you go. Okay, so let's see if there's anything else that I would like to share with you today. Now, we have gotten over all of the small talk, all of the small things that I wanted to talk about, but let's talk about something very serious. Are you aware that the EPA will be uh, changing its regulations, not based on things that would harm you as an American person breathing the air, drinking water? No, the EPA is now going to regulate things on the price that it will cost corporations to clean up the air and the water. So if it costs a corporation too much money, the EPA will adjust it so it will not cost corporations money to clean up the air and water. Are you clear that the American people mean nothing? It's about the corporations. If you're not clear, let's clear things up.
Is no longer going to be considering whether or not human lives will be saved or lost when setting pollution limits. And instead, the primary goal will be to focus on how much pollution limits are going to cost businesses across America, focusing on monetary gains rather than lives saved. And this shift is going to make it easier for the administration to start repealing certain pollution limits on coal burning, oil refineries, and much more. Before, the EPA considered, hey, this is going to cost human life, so how much? And set pollution standards based on that. Not anymore, according to the New York Times. Not anymore. I think it's important that people know about this, so spread the word. Full updates, as always, on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free, and follow along to stay up to date on all the news that you need to know about. I'm sure there'll be much more to come very soon. Heads up, the Trump administration EPA has announced that it will no longer consider the number of lives saved when discussing pollution limits in the United States, and instead will only consider the cost to businesses. Yes, you heard me correctly. According to the New York Times, a new internal document revealed to the Times shows that the Trump administration is no longer going to be considering whether or not human lives will be saved or lost
Okay, that is under EPA in my description box. Now, let's see what's going on in Texas. You know, everything is bigger in Texas. Let's see what's going on in Texas that I wanted to share with you. Let's share a little news about what's going on in Texas. Breaking news: Texas Republicans advancing bill to abolish civil rights enforcement entirely. Uh, Texas Republicans are advancing legislation that would make Texas the only state in America without a civil rights commission. Let's let that sink in. The only state with no agency to investigate housing discrimination, employment discrimination, or violation of civil rights protections. If this bill passes, victims of discrimination, even the white victims that the EEOC is telling to report if they have had white discrimination as white males. You know that special EEOC notice that they gave for white males to come in and file claims if they have been discriminated against. Even the white males. I'm sure, surely they will carve out for these white males who the EEOC is petitioning to come in if they have experience discrimination. If this bill passes, victims of discrimination will have nowhere to turn at the state level. Oh, well, that's the federal level. The EEOC is a federal agency. Okay, that makes sense. They will have nowhere to turn at the state level. Cases that currently takes months could take years as people are forced to rely solely on the overwhelmed federal system. This isn't just about dismantling DEI program. This is about eliminating the very infrastructure that protects Texans from discrimination in their homes, their workplaces, and their communities. Gary Bledsoe, president of the Texas NAACP, called it exactly what it is: dangerous and historically regressive. State Representative Ron Reynolds warned, "We are talking about dismantling the entirety that protects Texans from discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodation." This commission exists because people in Texas were historically denied basic rights, and now Republicans want to strip away the very protections that we fought for. We cannot be silent about this. So tell a friend. Tell a friend that's sitting in Section HUD housing, uh, 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 submitting themselves for a contest, shake their ass in front of cameras on YouTube. You may want to tell them that. This is under Texas. In my description box, if you want to uh, review this, if you want to share this, go to my description box. I have linked this article under Texas in my description box. I remember somebody who shakes her ass on YouTube for money. They try to these idiots try to have a conversation about politics, and the dumb bitch said, "Tell them to come to Texas. Texas got everything. Tell them that they give you everything in Texas." Okay, well, there you go. There you go. Now, there. I think that that may be all. Let's talk about this Elon Musk and retirement situation. Let me go to the article. Hey Bernice, it is good to see you. Long time no see. It is always good to see you. Um, Let me talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk says retirement savings won't matter in 20 years. We asked seven personal financial and AI gurus what they think. Okay, so let's get into the story. Uh, Elon Musk, who is aware a welfare queen of your government tax dollars, who is slated to be the first trillionaire, who because he got $1 trillion pay package from Tesla. Elon Musk said retirement savings won't be needed in an abundant future. Business Insider asked seven personal finance and AI experts for their thoughts on Musk's vision. They all agreed you should be saving for your retirement. Savings, uh, we don't need our savings. The twist on Doc Brown's famous line from Back to the Future captures Elon Musk's controversial view that future retirees won't need nest eggs. Don't worry about squirreling money away for retirement. In 10 to 20 years, the Tesla and SpaceX CEO told the Moonshots with Peter Diamond's podcast earlier this month, it won't matter. The world's richest man predicted that advances in AI, energy, and robotics will generate such an abundance of resources for all that the individual's retirement savings will be irrelevant. This is someone who tried to privatize Social Security under the lie that people who were 200, 300, 130, 170 years old were receiving Social Security checks so he could go in and privatize Social Security as if Social Security didn't know what they were doing. When in fact, these people cases were not getting checked. Their cases had not been closed because they have not received a death certificate for these cases. But he came out here and lied to the public and said that Social Security needed to be revamped because they were sending checks out to all of these people. When in fact, what it was is that these 18 and 19-year-olds did not know how to read the server that it was that the Social Security information was put on, because it was a server that predated their birth and they were uneducated in. Let's be clear. So, the world's richest man predicted that advances in AI, energy, and robotics would generate such an abundance of resources for all that individual retirement savings will be irrelevant. So, what will they be putting this Social Security money into? A private company that will be siphoning off your money to actually do the Social Security payments. You know, your money that you put in from your all of your years of working in the United States, so that some motherfucking private equity group or a private company could come in and siphon off of your money and dismantle Social Security in fees and funds and all of this type of shit. Okay, Musk's blue sky vision comes at a time when years of stubborn inflation, elevated interest rates, and a weak wage growth have created a nationwide affordability crisis. Household debt hit an all-time high of 18.59 trillion in the third quarter of 2025, up more than 50% from the same point in 2015. Business Insider asks seven personal finance and AI experts for their thoughts on Musk's comment. The reaction all boiled down to one thing: you really should be saving for retirement. Musk did not respond to a request for comment from Business Insider. Okay, I'm going to drop this link in my description box. If you want to review this link, it is under Save Money. Save your money. Uh, uh, is America great again yet? Is America great again yet? Billionaires who are living off of the nipple of the government are trying to tell you that AI is going to have so much abundance, and you're not going to have to save for your retirement. Isn't that Isn't that crazy? So there is a couple of more things I would like to share with you as well. Let's talk about the man who lost his life in ICE custody. Uh, I will share that with you. If you don't think it can happen to you, I think it very well can happen to you. Because we understand. I just showed you how a Iraq military veteran was held in ICE for 3 days. He very well could have uh, come out dead. He very well could have come out of that ICE detention center foot first on a gurney.
To a homicide, and a fellow detainee saw this man being choked by guards, choked to death by ICE guards. A new Washington Post report outlines the story and the horrific death of Geraldo Lunas Campos. On January 3rd, he died at a Texas detention center. A fellow detainee saw guards choking him to death. And the Washington Post is now confirming this evening that an employee of the El Paso County's Office of the Medical Examiner told the daughter of this man who died that, subject to the results of the toxicology report, the office is likely to classify the death as a homicide. And what's the preliminary cause of death? The preliminary cause of death is asphyxia due to neck and chest compression. And a man who was detained with Lunas Campos says that he saw guards choking this man to death. Lunas Campos had been complaining he didn't have his medication when they tried to put him in a segregation unit. Flores says he saw guards, quote, choking Lunas Campos, hearing Lunas Campos say, "No puedo respirar," which means I can't breathe. After medical staff tried to resuscitate the body, they took the body away. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Flores says after that, we don't hear his voice anymore. And that's it. A man was likely murdered in ICE custody. Spread the word. Follow along for more. We have some very serious news this evening that everyone needs to know about. A man has died in ICE custody. The medical examiner believes that the death was due to a homicide, and a fellow detainee saw this man being choked by guards, choked to death by ICE guards. A new Washington Post report outlines the story and the horrific death of Geraldo Lunas Campos.
Okay, why are you showing me this? I'm showing you this because we do understand that there have been American citizens abducted and taken into these ICE facilities and held in these ICE facilities for hours and days on end. I am telling you this because we see the lawlessness that is going on, and some of you would like to say that it is okay because I'm not an undocumented immigrant. But I have always followed these stories of the rights of it. It doesn't say that we have these constitutional rights as citizens of the United States. It says that the people in the United States, not citizens, people in the United States have the right to due process, have all of these constitutional rights. But some of you think that you're special and that it only applies to you. But the reason why I follow this stuff, I do believe that we should have immigration policy that works. I do not believe that anybody and everybody should be able to just come into our country and be sucked up by these corporations who hire them because they don't want to pay an American worker what it costs to do the job. So, but you guys never have any problem about the fact that they know that they can come to this country and get hired by other Americans who will pay them, if not just pay them under the table. I know that some of you don't pay attention to the fact that construction work used to be a good union job, but you allowed these billionaires and millionaires to tell you why a union was not good for you. The only reason that these people wanted to tell you that a union wasn't good for you, that they take your dues and give it to a political party that is so bad and this, that, and the other. But who got fucked in the meantime? And now you can't see a regular person who gets out of high school and can have a trade and go and be a construction worker, because they are all immigrants who are doing construction. That used to be one of the jobs that could get a regular person with a high school degree into upward mobility and get them into a middle class life. But you let millionaires who didn't want to pay their workers tell you that it was bad to be in a union. It was bad to be able to formulate a union and be able to get things done in America, to be able to strike, to be able to demand higher wages from these millionaires and billionaires who are just pocketing all of this profit off of the back of undocumented workers. But we're going to pretend like we don't see none of that. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Let us continue. So it seems like the Republicans are pretending that they have a backbone on Greenland. We have seen, we've heard it all before, heard it all before. Tired of your games, your lies ain't working now. Look who's hurting now. I have to shut you down. I have to shut you down. Heard it all before. Let's see what the Republicans are saying. Let's see what the new trick that the Republicans saying that, oh, golly, Josh, Greenland, that is a line in the sand. Now, allegedly, they have voted that they will take away 4547's war actions, war ability to go to war to attack Greenland. But they also signed a law in that after, I think it's 60 days, that 4547 will have to come to Congress to do any more military action in Greenland. And 4547 said, fuck you. I ain't coming to Congress to do a goddamn thing in Venezuela. And JD Vance says, oh, that is illegal. They cannot sign anything that makes them come back to Congress. When JD Vance was in the Senate, he signed 6 such actions. Understand what we're talking about. But now, miraculously, the Congress has no say in approving any type of military action. So we'll see where that goes.
Major development this morning, a Republican has confirmed that if Donald Trump were to move forward with military intervention to try to annex Greenland, there would be enough votes to impeach the president of the United States, that it would be the, quote, last straw for Republicans in the House of Representatives. The Republican is Don Bacon. He told the Omaha World Herald that Trump invading Greenland would be the last straw for many Republicans, and that there would be more than enough votes in the House of Representatives to impeach the president of the United States of America. Presumably, you would get all Democratic votes. That wouldn't be a question. You would only need a few Republican votes, and there would be not just enough, but more than enough to impeach the president. Now, Donald Trump is still moving forward with trying to annex Greenland. The meeting at the White House yesterday between Greenland leaders, Danish leaders, Vice President Vance didn't bear any fruit. Meanwhile, troops have arrived in Greenland, which I'll talk about shortly, from NATO allied countries. I'll provide you more updates as we get more information. Spread the word, and as always, follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. We have a major development this morning.
So is America great again yet? When we have NATO allies arriving in Greenland, waiting for an attack from the United States, which will in fact throw the United States out of the NATO nations, and these other NATO nations who are sitting ready in Greenland will be attacking whom? They will be attacking the United States citizens. Has America been made great again yet? Are we great again yet? Because that is the whole mission of NATO. If one NATO nation is attacked, they all attack the attacker. So the United States, who is a NATO member, wants to attack another NATO member. So who's going to be attacked? Hmm? What cities will be being struck? And then I think that'll throw all of that propaganda and bullshit out of your mouths when it's actually happening to you. Uh, but we'll see. Stand by. As 4547 told the Proud Boys, stand by. Something to stand by. Let me see. Okay. Um, let's get into some more things that I wanted to share with you real quick. Citing Immigration and Nationality Act, the order claims concerns over immigrants being financially self-sufficient as the supposed reason for the freeze. There has been a freeze of 75 countries, which will go in effect effective January 21st. The directive was signed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, citing the Immigration and Nationality Act. The order claims that concerns over immigrants being financially self-sufficient as the supposed reason for the freeze. Okay. Uh, in the latest sign of the sheer scale of the administration war on immigration, the State Department has moved to pause all immigration visa issuance for applicants from 75 different countries, according to the U.S. diplomatic cable leaked to me. This is Ken Klippenstein. Let's review this. Let's review this. If you are unfamiliar with Ken, never grade with an arse in office. I wonder what the 64% of Hispanics who voted for this Nazi are feeling now. Good question. Let's talk about these boogeymans, the boogeyman that they want you to look at as they have you ignore that they are talking about us. Annexing Greenland or even taking over Greenland for billionaires to get rare earth minerals to finance their their smart cities, their techno cities with no regulation and their own laws. I wonder what these people feel now. See, this is the shit that your news media is not telling you. At no time did they talk about the rare earth minerals. At no time did I see on any news program personally myself that 4547 has a secret bank account in Qatar where he has already stashed over 500 million. Well, he said he has several bank accounts, but one is in Qatar because he doesn't want the money to be seized. $500 million sales of Venezuelan oil, and he's hiding some of that millions of dollars in Qatar. You know, the people who gave him a $400 million jet. You know, the people who has allowed his family to build a golf resort there. The country that he decided to that he would allow to build a air base in Idaho, and then turned around and told you that the press was lying with you when you saw Pete Kegbreath sit down and with a representative from the Qatari government doing exactly that. And they wanted to tell you that the press got it wrong when you heard it right out of Kegbreath's own mouth. And they tried to walk it back. So, did you hear about the $500 million in oil sales? That's some of which is being held in Qatar. I thought this was to help the Venezuelan people. I thought that this was to pay down the national debt. No, I thought that this was about fentanyl being a weapon of mass destruction. No, I thought it was about all the drugs coming over on the fishing boats. That's the only thing that's the only concrete thing that I have heard that has happened out of your tax dollars going to topple another country. Maduro is up on drug charges. He's a cartel. The only thing that you have heard about drug charges is against Maduro, the person that they went in and stole from his own country. What does Venezuela have to do with you and how you live your life? But plenty of your tax dollars had to go in to Venezuela, which is rich in rare earth minerals and gold and silver. How is that going to benefit you and how you live your life? Let's see how that benefit billionaires and how they live their lives, though. Let's wait. And let's understand that these billionaires we speak of, many of them are immigrants to the United States. Isn't that something? Isn't it funny how that is working out? Isn't that funny? These are not people who were born and bred and have family members that have fought and died for the United States. No, these are immigrants to the United States. Okay. Ken Klippenstein. This is U.S. freezes visas to 75 countries as they sent your military off to conquer land for immigrant billionaires. Make that make sense. In the latest sign of the sheer scale of the administration war on immigration, the State Department has moved to pause all immigrant visas issuance for applicants from 75 different countries, according to a U.S. diplomatic cable leaked to me. If you are not up on Ken Klippenstein, you may want to get up on Ken Klippenstein. I am dropping this link in my description box and in the chat because he always comes with receipts. That's the one thing that uh, this man always comes with receipts. Uh, um, That's over 1/3 of the total number of countries in existence, 193. Effective January 21st, the directive was signed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio earlier today, citing the Immigration and Nationality Act. The order claims concerns over immigrants being financially self-sufficient as the proposed reason for the freeze. President 4547. Now, what I want to know is when these motherfuckers came over on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were they financially self-sufficient? Hmm? Were they financially self-sufficient? Were these the ancestors of Marco Rubio who came over from Cuba? Were they financially sufficient? You know, the people who in Marco Rubio family who decided to come to the United States, whereas Marco Rubio tried to change the story and lie to you and tell you that his family were being persecuted in Cuba, only to come to find out that that was a bullshit lie that Marco Rubio was telling. So, were all of these non-black and brown people who live in America who say America the greatest country on earth, I love America, were all of their ancestors financially self-sufficient when they came to this country? No, because we definitely know that they were so insufficient that they couldn't even survive in this country. And what did they do to the American Indians after they helped them survive their first few winters? They slaughtered them. They slaughtered them. We know that they couldn't even grow crops on their land. So what did they do? They brought chattel slavery to help them till the land and make America a motherfucking financial force and exported all of the cotton that they got off of the back of the stolen free lives and labor. So we know that these non-black and brown people were not financially self-sufficient. Okay, but now we need to make sure that everybody is financially self-sufficient. Okay, President 4547 has made it clear that immigrants must be financially self-sufficient to protect public benefits for American citizens. We know that a lot of these immigrants do not get federal assistance in the first place. So he is trying to believe that we must keep these immigrants off of welfare. But what about the loans that you give to certain immigrants to come to this country? What about the no interest loans that certain immigrants get to come to this country? What about the not having to pay property tax or taxes on their business that some immigrants get that come to this country? We're going to pretend like that doesn't happen because we just need to make sure that all immigrants are self-sufficient as we carve out special money that we give immigrants all the time that come to the United States. You know, the ones that are that they approve of. Let's keep it a buck. Okay. Okay. To protect public benefits for American citizens, the cable reads, applicants from these countries are not at a high risk for becoming public charge and resource to local, state, and federal government resources in the United States. The nationalities affected include Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Antigua and Barbados, Armenian, what is it? Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Belize, Bhutan, Bosnia, Brazil, Burma, Cambodia, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Colombia, Cote d'Ivoire, Cuba, Democrat Republic of Congo, Domin- Dominica, Egypt, Eritrea. I'm not even sure where that is. That must be somewhere in Africa. Ethiopia, Fiji, the Gambia, Georgia, Ghana, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Haiti, Iran, Iraq, Jamaica, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Laos, Lebanon, Liberia, Libya, Macedonia, Moldova, Mongolia, Monte, Monte, Montenegro. I don't even know what that is. Morocco, Nepal, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Pakistan, Republic of Congo, Russia, Rwanda, St. Kitts, Neves, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the Grenades. Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Syria, Tanzania, Thailand, Togo, I don't know what, Tunisia, Uganda, Uruguay, what is it? Uzbekistan, and Yemen. I've enclosed a screenshot of the diplomatic cable below. Here is your receipt. Any receipts? Here is the receipt. Here is your receipt. If you're not familiar with Ken Klippenstein, you may want to be familiar with Ken Klippenstein. Okay, now let's see. Let me see if I can enlarge this a little bit. Oh, I guess I can enlarge it a little bit. Let me see what it says here. Immigration visa issuance to applicants from these countries is paused until further notice. However, interview appointments for applicants from these nationalities should not be canceled. Consular office, consulary office should continue to adjudicate all immigrant visas causes and carefully evaluate all potentially applicable grounds of ineligibility, including assessing whether an applicant is likely to become a public charge in accordance with guidance number something 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 something. If an officer believes an applicant is likely to become a public charge and ineligible for a INA section 212 something something something, the officer should refuse the applicant under the grounds and include detailed case notes explaining this finding. So I'm pretty sure that they are just going to go through all of these different countries and just say, ineligible, ineligible, ineligible. But I'm pretty sure some of these nations that will have non-black and brown people who could, appear to be of non-black and brown heritage will be allowed in. Already approved cases. If Post has print or author if Post has print authorized an immigrant visa for an applicant from a nationality included in the pause, but the visa has not been printed, the consular office must refuse the case. Now, if your shit has already been approved, but they haven't printed your visa, they can turn around and refuse your case. Okay, this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. And here we go. I'm going to put this under 75 in my description box. These are the 75 countries that have been added to the do not enter administration of under Marco Rubio that they are going to be not denying visas for. I didn't see South Africa or Afrikaners on there. I would be surprised to see Afrikaners on there. So these are the people who are being restricted from getting visas into the United States. Okay. How are the Afrikaners faring in the United States? Are they getting public assistance? I'm curious. We need a follow up on the Afrikaners. So let me share with you some more things that I wanted to share with you today. Some more things that I want to talk about today. Let me see if something new has happened since I've been live. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Let me see. Now, Christy Gnomes has authorized 4547 secret police to detain American citizens and ask them for their papers, please. If this sounds familiar, this is what was done in Nazi Germany. Let me share this with you. Is America great again yet? We great again yet?
Who they are and why they're there and having them valid.
Thought we would. Or at least I never thought we would. That you might catch yourself in the grocery store or going to get gas or going out to a movie and be stopped by agents of the state, armed, heavily armed agents of the state, masked secret police demanding that you show them your papers to prove that you're not a Jew. I mean, that you're an American citizen. That's where we are in America. And if you think, oh, come on, Dollemore, that's not what they're saying. You're not fucking paying attention, because Kristi Noem said just that exact thing yesterday on the grounds of the White House. Let me give you a little lay of the land here real quick before I play this clip. I'm going to play that, and then I'm going to play a wild lie that she told about another shooting at the hands of those same ICE agents who are going to be requesting that you prove that you're an American citizen. And then next video, I'm going to talk about Holman talking about creating a database of citizens who don't agree with Donald Trump. Papers, please, and they're creating a list of people who don't agree with the Fuhrer. What in the fuck? Where are we? What country is this? What year is this? Watch Kristi Noem tell you to get your papers ready, people. You're going to have to show them to Donald Trump's personal masked secret police force.
Follow up. Why are we seeing Americans being asked on the street to provide proof of citizenship in Minnesota? Is that targeted enforcement? And are you advising Americans to carry proof of citizenship?
In every situation, we're doing targeted enforcement. If we are on a target and doing an operation, there may be individuals surrounding that criminal that we may be asking who they are and why they're there and having them validate their identity. That's what we've always done, and asking people who they are so that we know who's in those surroundings. And if they are breaking our federal laws, we will detain them as well until we run that processing.
We're here now. Fascism isn't some distant possibility. It is a reality. I was on the ground in Minneapolis. I have gone to countless protests in the city of Washington, D.C. And let me tell you, this isn't something that is a theory. We are here. They are now detaining, arresting, abusing citizens, requiring them to show their papers. As just a point of execute, I carry my passport with me now. I won't provide it to them because I don't need to provide any evidence that I'm a citizen. I have the presumption of innocence under the Constitution of the United States. And for me to be required to show documentation to prove that I am what I am, that I am who I am, that I'm a citizen, that I'm born here, is against the Constitution, because I am presumed
Exactly. That is against the Constitution. This link is in my description box under paper, please. We will get back to that. Let's talk about this list. Let's talk about the list Tom Homan. He said that Tom Homan is talking about a list of extremists. If you are ever over on my channel, you know that I have reported about this list months ago. With who? December 6, 2025. FBI making list of American extremists. Leak memo reveals. There are receipts. Ken Klippenstein once again. I have already reported to you about this, but a lot of people are still unaware. Attorney General Pam Bimbo is ordering the FBI to compile a list of group of entities engaging in acts that may constitute domestic terrorism, according to a Justice Department memo published here exclusively. The target is those expressing opposition to law and immigration enforcement, extreme views in favor of mass migration and open borders, adherence to radical gender ideology, as well as anti-Americanism. What is anti-Americanism? Isn't that very vague? Anti-capitalism. What is anti-capitalism? Another thing. And anti-Christianity. You know, the thing that 4547 said at the Charlie Kirk events, that he was not a Christian. However, Pam Bimbo is ordering the FBI to compile a list of a group and entities of people who are anti-Christianity. Okay. Uh, that language echoes the so-called indicators of terrorism identified by 4547 Directive National Security Personal Memorandum 7, or the NSPM Memorandum 7, which the memo said it is intended to implement. Where NSMP 7 was a declaration of war on just about anyone who isn't MAGA, this is the war plan of how the government will wage it on a tactical level. In addition to compiling a list of undesirable, 40 Bimbo directed the FBI to enhance the capabilities and publicity of its tip line in order to more aggressively solicit tips from the American people on, well, other Americans. To that end, Bimbo also directed Kakai Patel to establish a cash reward system for information leading to the identification and arrest of leadership figures within these purported domestic terrorist organizations. The memo later instructs FBI to establish cooperators to provide information and eventually testify against other members of the group. The payouts don't end there. The Justice Department grants the Justice Department grants are now to prioritize funding to programs for state and local law enforcement to go after domestic terrorism. In a section titled "Defining the Domestic Terrorism Threat." The memo cites extreme viewpoints on immigration, radical gender ideology, and anti-American sentiment, indicators that federal law enforcement are instructed to refer to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. Those Joint Terrorism Task Force are then instructed to use all available investigative tools, all available, including facial recognition and including all of the fucking shit that these the ICE official have purchased from Palantir. And now, don't let's not forget that Christy Nome has now let you know that ICE will be using drones and for your safety. There will be, and we do know that drones can actually have the capability to take your lives. She didn't say what type of drones. She said drones for your safety. Of course, they put it under safety. We're not going to pretend like there have been drone attacks on many facilities and people all across the world. And who are mostly over these drones? The same people who are over the drones in the United States, Palantir. Palantir, whose CEO I showed you yesterday, who said we will want to scare some of our enemies, and some of our enemies we will want to kill. So, do you think that you being defined as a domestic terrorist won't make you an enemy to your own state? Where that is using Palantir, where the CEO said that they would like to scare some of their enemies and kill some? Uh, I'll let him finish his story. I just had to make sure that I just had to make sure I had to say my little portion. Here is the link to that Ken Klippenstein article about the kill list. Avail yourself to the information. Okay, let's continue. Here we go. Wait a minute. I have to share this. Let me let him finish his story.
Is against the Constitution because I am presumed innocent. But then I'm not a cherry picking fuck who only chooses to abide by and remember my oath to the Constitution for the things that I like. Here is Kristi Noem. I'm going to play this clip, and this is her explaining away the shooting of another person in Minneapolis yesterday. And I want you to pay attention to remembering how she dealt with the killing, the brutal murder of Renee Good. That within 30 minutes, she already knew everything, just making wild claims about how Renee Good was a domestic terrorist, saying that she ran over the ICE agent, Jonathan Ross, just lying, telling you things that didn't even mildly comport with the video that you've seen maybe dozens of times. She's a liar. So I'm going to play this, and this is from her Twitter account, this video. So this is what she wants you to believe. This isn't deceptively edited. This is nothing. This is what she wants you to believe the narrative is. But when you watch it, there'll be a reminder on screen. But I want you to remember what the lies that she told about Renee Good while you're watching this particular excuse about the murderous rage that is being visited upon the citizens of Minneapolis.
What more can you add from this incident last night?
Well, our agents were out doing what they're doing every single day across this country, is they were doing targeted enforcement, going after individuals that are breaking federal law. When this individual drove away, crashed his car, tried to run into a home, and as they were wrestling on the ground trying to detain this individual, two other men came out of that building and started attacking him with weapons and shovels and brooms. And as it was 3-on-1, the agent feared for his life and defensively had to take action. But, you know, this kind of violence is perpetuated by what we hear the governor saying, what we hear the mayor.
Let's be clear. It is reported, it has now been reported that, in fact, this man was shot as he was escaping them and ran inside of a home. That these are the conflicting reports about all of this bullshit. You notice how she had all of these lies that she said about the shooting of Renee Good. Now there is conflicting video where people were panicked that their house, this man was inside their house, and when the agent shot him in the leg, and that they had children in the house. And so what she is telling you, that all of this happened outside on the ground after he was tackled, and then other people came out of an apartment and started hitting him, and then he pulled out his weapon to protect himself. There was no more running, no more anything. But why is it? There is conflicting stories about this. And you notice every time these ICE agents actually shoot someone, they never apprehend the person that they've shot. You notice that? So the two people who allegedly were hitting him upside the head with shovels and brooms, and then all of a sudden the person they were targeting is also hitting them upside the head with shovels and brooms. There's a lot of excess of shovels and brooms around. So why were they apprehended by other officers? Shoot and runs. Shoot and runs. And let's make it there.
Here in Minneapolis saying, and their irresponsibility is extremely reckless. Governor Tim Walz has my phone number. I have called him and talked to him and said, listen, you let your city burn down in 2020. Don't do it again. President Trump wants to keep everybody safe. We're enforcing federal law. We're protecting every single American. Work with us. I want to remind you that Minneapolis itself, under the mayor's leadership and the governor's leadership, released almost 500 criminals out onto the streets, rather than bring them to justice and turn them over to federal authorities. So they know they're releasing murderers and rapists and drug traffickers on the streets of Minneapolis. We're out there making sure they don't harm American citizens, and we're getting attacked while we do it. But we're going to continue to do our work and do what's right, because it's what President Trump promised the American people.
Look, the only people that are putting the citizens of Minneapolis in harm's way are the ones with the guns who are killing people. ICE, the masked secret police force. They know that what they're doing is so unpopular, they have to cover their faces. Jonathan Ross, it's been reported, told his neighbors who had no idea that he was a fucking fascist piece of shit because he told them, I'm a botanist. He was so ashamed, or he knew the thing he did would be met with such shame that he lied about what he did for a living. And now he's in hiding. Why? I don't know. If he's doing his job and following the law, what's he have to be afraid of? This is it. Get ready to have your papers on display for the masked secret police of Donald Trump. What do you think? I invite you to this conversation. Let's have it in the comments below the video.
Okay, let me share some more information that I wanted to share with you on today. Let's get to it. On the 16th.
ICE car was raided in Minneapolis.
Let's get through some of this other things. Let's talk about the Trump affair. I started with the Trump alleged affair. This is where it was reported. This will be in my description box. If you want to visit Keith Edwards, go over there and check out Keith Edwards. He is breaking the story on the alleged.
Last week, this picture.
What should I put this under? A bimbo blow up. This will be in the description box under bimbo blow up.
Picture went viral that showed a Trump aide holding up a computer trying to show what he said was Jonathan Ross getting hit by a car. Now, we of course know that's not true, but it got me wondering, who is this person? It kind of looks like Ivanka Trump. I was very interested in that. Well, we did some research around her. It turns out her name is Natalie Harp. She's been in Trump's orbit for about 5 years, and the Secret Service is worried about the relationship the president has with this 33-year-old woman, and there has been reporting that they are perhaps having a secret affair. Now, Natalie Wood is 33, a former far-right cable host. She is always by Trump's side, and she has written him a series of devotional letters, one of which I have for you. Now, how she met Donald Trump is this way. Natalie Harp recovered from bone cancer because of Trump's, quote, right to try law, which she said allowed her to get the experimental medication she needed. And according to Michael Wolff, there were some holes in the story. Regardless, it got her a speaking role at the 2020 Republican convention. Here's just a bit of that.
Her name is Natalie Harp, and she lit
Save a bone, give a bone.
up the television screen like very few people I've ever seen do it. And she talked about how they were preparing her for death. And because of Right to Try, she's now living and I think doing phenomenally well. And somebody said she's here. Are you here, Natalie? Where's Natalie? Will you come up here, please? Come up, Natalie.
Faith and Freedom Coalition. Faith and Freedom Coalition. Are you here, Natalie? Come on up. Come on up. Did I save your life, Natalie? The same person that let Elon Musk cut pediatric cancer research. But he saved Natalie's life in his last term. He wants to take credit for that.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we all know the story about the Good Samaritan. But what you don't know is I was that forgotten person on the side of the road, the victim of medical error, the number 3 cause of death under the previous administration, and left to
under the previous administration. So the administration was doing medical procedures under the this is his first administration. So the fault of medical error was the fault of Barack Obama's administration. Can we see the hyperbole? Is Natalie here? It seems like Natalie already has a prepared speech that she's quoting from the monologue.
die of cancer. First, the medical story about the Good Samaritan. But what you don't know is I was that forgotten person on the side of the road, the victim of medical error, the number 3 cause of death under the previous administration, and left to die of cancer. First, the medical establishment, they came by and they saw me there, so they wrote prescriptions for opioids and they walked on. Next, the political establishment, they saw me there and they stopped just long enough. My Good Samaritan, dignity. But then an outsider, my Good Samaritan, President Donald J. Trump, he saw me there and he didn't walk by, he stopped. And for every single one of us, he gave up his own quality of life so we could live and work and fight with dignity. Because
That's Natalie Harp. That's just a bit of her. Now, this has been referred to as the quote Natalie situation. The Natalie situation, as you can see here, it is quite a situation. She is literally always by Donald Trump's side. Always there. In fact, it's more likely to see a picture of him with her than without her. She has no official title, but during the campaign, colleagues referred to her as, quote, the human printer because she followed Trump around with a portable printer and battery pack to charge it so she could hand him information in hard copy as he prefers. But Ms. Harp also established herself as the center of a fast-moving carousel of text messages, articles, and tidbits directed at Mr. Trump. This has generated concern among other aides who feel she has been far too willing to serve as a funnel for conspiratorial information in a moment when Mr. Trump appears more contemptuous than ever of attempts to manage or control him. One of her go-to news sources, people who have observed her say, is the website Gateway Pundit, which frequently disseminates conspiracy theories embraced by the far right. And
thus, she has the ear of the most powerful person in the world. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. A sycophant. And let's see how much of a sycophant she has been. Let's look at some of the things she has written, allegedly written 4547, as reported by the New York Times.
You know that Natalie is still doing what she does because remember earlier last month when Marjorie Taylor Greene shared her text messages. Who's that? Who's that? NH Natalie Harp. Natalie's always looming. She's always looming. Now, there has literally been an effort by staff to create distance between Natalie and Trump and was met by redoubled efforts on her part to remain close, her doggedness amusing and impressing Trump. Now, we actually have letters that have been passed around between Trump, the legal team, and his staff.
Pass around.
And it has been met with bewilderment. This is Natalie Harp. After going through all the self-analysis, my conclusion, I need to reunite my past self with the current into a better version who will make you proud. And please, when I fail, will you tell me? You have the absolute right to cuss me out if you need be when I deserve it, because no one knows or cares about me more. Thank you for always being there for me. I'll never forget when you made me that promise to me after losing my dad. I know how happy he is right now that I did get to go to Scotland and Ireland, as he always wanted for me. To modify a classic quote, I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy. And I will add, it is I who is unworthy.
Do you wonder if he can grab her by the pussy? Is this one of the type of women he can just grab him by the pussy? I'm wondering.
He's writing that to Trump. P.S. My hands looked worse in Scotland and Ireland because the cold turns the old, quote, scars purple. Still on the road to recovery. Her fixation was an open secret and discomforting for all, but it existed side by side with her better than anyone proximity to Trump. Equally, he told her whom to call for him, what to post for him, with her composing many of his outbursts. We actually have proof of that. This came out late last year, where you can see Natalie Harp in action. This is her in the red.
Oh my God. Is she crazy?
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, too many thank yous. Not plenty. That must be 35.
Traveling from India
That's
to
good.
California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist.
So here she is making his truth lie social post. Too many thanks you. Too many rapidly said. What's going on with her? What's going on with you? Is the better question. She is uh, uh, making posts. These are posts. These are posts that 4547 is putting out about attacking nations. We know most of this stuff he does by Truth Social posts. So we have a bimbo up here creating these posts. Is America great again yet? I'm just wondering. I'm just waiting to see what about any of this administration is making America great again.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime. They said these are the things of which she complains. Things of which she...
Now listen, I don't know. I've worked for people. I've had people work for me. That feels a little comfortable. That feels a little comfortable to these two eyes. Okay, it feels a little comfortable to me. Now Trump has said of Natalie is so quick. She's so great. You guys just don't like her because she's so fast and so good. Wah. She has a lot of power, though. She has a lot of power. Allegedly, Natalie, because she took offense to what Kevin McCarthy, when his speaker, said about Trump in a fumbled interview, passed around clips, and she is one of the reasons why Kevin McCarthy lost his speakership. So there's a woman who is super close to Trump, is basically a gateway for Trump. The Secret Service is on record saying that they are freaked out by the adoring aide. The Secret Service has been concerned about a devoted female Trump aide to the point where they consider her, quote, a potential danger to herself as well as the president, according to a report. And according to more reporting, Trump had an avuncular and flirtatious relationship with the attractive women who worked for him, whom the president has referred to as Charlie's Angels. In other letters, Natalie Harp said this: "You are all that matters to me," she wrote in letters given to the New York Times. And the letters' authenticity were confirmed by two people. So this is real. How has no one talked about this? You're all that matters to me. I don't ever want to let you down, Ms. Harp wrote, thanking Mr. Trump for being her, quote, guardian and protector in this life. In another letter, she told Mr. Trump that she wanted to get back to, quote, that synergy she used to have with him, where, quote, we talk about everything and nothing. I want to bring you joy, she said, to feel like we can get through a day without ever having to talk work. Now, Trump has dismissed concerns about Ms. Harp, whom he calls sweetie and treats like a daughter, according to people close to him. Well, let's just remind folks what it means to be treated like Trump's daughter.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
He treats her like a daughter. Interesting.
All right, so there's a lot of weirdness here. I think there's a lot of there. clearly there's a lot of smoke. Now, part of this reporting, too, has said that Donald Trump is post-sex. So who knows? All right, so there's a lot of weirdness here.
Mr. Trump has dismissed concerns about Ms. Harp, whom he calls sweetie, and treats her like a daughter, according to people close to him. They say he appreciates Ms. Harp in part because she was among the few aides working for him when he was still something of a political outcast after he was voted out of office after the January 6th attacks on the Capitol. He was voted out of office before the January 6th attacks on the Capitol. Therefore, there was a January 6th attack on the Capitol not to not uh, to not have Mike Pence verify the actual winner of the election. There's a thing. Steve Chung, Mr. Trump's spokesperson, said Ms. Harp was trusted and valued and credited her work. I can't read it. And for helping Trump with the election. Okay. She has sometimes arranged media interviews without the knowledge of Mr. Trump press team. The Trump transition team declined to make Ms. Harp available for an interview.
I think there's a lot of there. Clearly, there's a lot of smoke. Now, part of this reporting, too, has said that Donald Trump is post-sex. So who knows? Who knows if Trump is trumping? But certainly something not so professional happening between these two. Those letters.
Now, we had a statement from someone who was trying to deny the story, who said that she was by his side when he lost the election. That right there could lose you your job, because you actually said that he lost the election when he's trying to pretend like he had not lost the election. And what else could make someone lose their job? Saying that 45-47 is not sexually viable. That could cause post-sex, which means he cannot get it up. That could cause you to lose your job under this authoritarian regime.
Voting
Now, let's see what the MAGA sycophants are saying about 45-47. Sean Ryan, he is a huge right-wing MAGA sycophant, and it seems like he and Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, a lot of these people who pumped up 45-47 before the election are quite disillusioned with going out and telling their broad audiences that 45-47 was the person to vote for. But hey, y'all still have Stephen A. Smith out here toe tapping and soft shoeing to 45-47.
MAGA podcaster and veteran Sean Ryan, wildly successful, by the way, recently interviewed Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. And in a preview segment of the 2-hour interview that they had, Sean Ryan was visibly pissed, furious, lashing out at Donald Trump and the Trump White House for burying the Epstein files and reneging on a major campaign commitment. Given that here at Pondering Politics, we've been tracking the progression of, the influencer space away from Trump, this is a massive development given Ryan's support of Trump and his massive success. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support
please go over.
Please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before.
Please go over to his channel. The link is in the description box under Sean Ryan. Pondering Politics is the channel. I was about to say Mike Dollemore, and I was like, no, this is not Mike Dollemore. This is Pondering Politics. They do great content. So let's get into what Sean Ryan, this great MAGA influencer, has to say about His big butt of 45, 47.
Here. So with that in mind, let's play some of this preview clip of Sean Ryan's conversation with Ro Khanna.
I voted to get these damn files released, and it's like a total 180.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
He campaigned, he said, look, we're going to release the files. And what has been disappointing is we've, for the last 5-6 months, have had to fight the administration at every step of the way, which gets me to believe, like, who is protecting these people?
You know, and now we have, I mean, I fucking voted for this shit. I voted to get these damn files released, and it's like a total 180 just happened.
Well, I don't know if you had the president on or the vice president on your show, but they
had both of them.
They campaigned on this, right? And so when Massey and I originally did the bill, we thought, okay, Trump should be for this because he campaigned. He said, look, we're going to release the files. Here's the truth of the matter. No one cared about this issue since the 1990s. It's not like a Donald Trump thing. We didn't release the files under Biden. This thing was going on since the 2000s. In 1996, Maria launched a complaint with the FBI, and she was told, we're not going to do anything. By the way, you talk to some of the other survivors, they were told, don't talk to the New York police. Epstein is too connected. For 30 years, until some of the documents just came out because of Massey and my bill, Maria was called a liar by everyone in power and said, oh, she never filed a complaint with the FBI. So when Trump said he wants to release the files, he was right. When he said that the system is corrupt, protecting rich and powerful people, he was right. And we gave him the benefit of the doubt. Then Pam Bondi comes and says, oh, there are no more files. I mean, come on. That's when Massey and I do this bill. And we initially thought maybe Trump would support it because his own attorney general is betraying his promise. And what has been disappointing is we've, for the last 5-6 months, have had to fight the administration at every step of the way, which gets me to believe, like, who is protecting these people?
I don't understand.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump is protecting these people, Ro. I mean, again, I need to interview him. I was given his staff's contact information, and he is a very interesting figure. And I understand, of course, he's asking it rhetorically, but the person protecting these people, obviously, is Trump. And maybe he's just trying to softball the question and kind of lead Sean Ryan to that conclusion without being excessive. But it's Donald Trump. Spoiler alert.
Like, who is protecting these people?
I don't understand. I cannot. I got really fucking pissed off at the Democrat Party because the maps, the minor attracted persons shit before Trump came into office, we talked about it all the time. Now, why are we protecting? Why is the White House protecting pedophiles? Why is the White House protecting pedophiles? I just don't understand it, Ro. I can't fucking get it through my head. Why would?
Because Donald Trump was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years. And if he's not directly implicated in crimes, there's information in there that is particularly embarrassing to him and people he cares about, which aren't the victims, but elites. It's just that simple. Donald Trump has every political incentive to release the files. And the only thing that would overcome potentially that incentive is if there was a deterrent baked in there. That if something in the files implicates Trump either criminally or reputationally, that could undermine him or hurt him. That is the only explanation.
We would protect pedophiles. The other thing is, this country has the biggest fucking problem with sex exploitation and sex trafficking in the world. We can talk about fucking Venezuela and Mexico and Ukraine and Russia and fucking China and waste, fraud, and abuse and fucking liberals this and Democrats this and Republicans. And we have a pedophile problem. We have a fucking pedophile problem in this country, and nobody's doing anything about it in government except you and Thomas Massey. What the fuck is going on?
There was a system of powerful, rich men who either trafficked in these girls or abused them or showed up to Epstein's rape island. The survivors haven't told me the specific names, but what they have told me with their lawyers is the type of people who were involved. A Wall Street banker, a powerful politician. And they've said that they sat through interviews with the FBI. They're called 302 statements, and they told the names on those 302 statements. So release the 302 statements.
They're not doing that, even though the law explicitly calls for releasing those statements. We'll know who these powerful men are. Then there was a prosecution memo. You know, originally there were 60 counts against Epstein, supposed to be in Florida. They prosecuted him on 2 counts. There's a memo which explains why there should have been 60 counts, including ties with foreign countries, including ties with people who were financing him, including allegations of a honeypot system where he was trying to entrap basically powerful men. And they're not releasing the memo, even though the law explicitly says we want to know all the decisions of why he was charged or not charged. This is, I mean, they're covering it up, and the people are asking why. Who are the powerful forces that have such influence that they're covering this up?
Every citizen I talk to, hear, see on social, anything, once those files released. Was it every single person in Congress that voted for it to release them? And was there every single person in the Senate except one person?
Everyone in the House except one.
Everyone in the House except
and every senator. But I got to give credit not just to Massey's courage, because he's got billionaires funding against him, and the billionaires don't like me these days either. I mean, you go after the Epstein class, you make a lot of enemies. You know, look at my ex, and you see the people who go after Massey and me. But it wasn't just Massey and me. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace stuck their neck out to sign a discharge petition that the two of us had to force a vote on it. They got bullied by the White House. They got bullied by the Speaker. They got threatened. Their political careers were threatened. Marjorie Taylor Greene lost her seat, gave up her seat in Congress over this.
Yeah, didn't the president tell her? What did he tell her?
He told her, you are going to hurt some people I care about. And he was not talking about the survivors. He was talking about, you're going to hurt some of my friends if you make this Epstein file be released.
He told her that she's betraying him. Look, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And he also said that it's going to hurt people he cares about. And she said, well, what about the victims? Shouldn't you be caring about them? But of course he doesn't. He doesn't.
It was for Donald Trump when he came down the escalator. She was with Donald Trump when he ran in 2020 and lost. She was with Donald Trump when he said the election was stolen. I disagree with her, but she was out there defending it. She was with Donald Trump in 2024 when DeSantis and others were talking about running against him. No one had been more loyal to Donald Trump.
And what did she get for it? She was told by 45, 47 after she pushed this discharge position to get the Epstein files released. He said, I will have someone and pay the money for them to primary you. And she quit Congress. She quit. She quit before her term was over. That's what happened.
And when she joined the petition, she says, well, I'm going to explain to Trump that he actually can be a hero. He's going to come on board. I'm telling you, he's going to come on board. She said, Trump says to him, well, you're hurting some of my friends. This is not the right thing. You're hurting people. How about hurting the survivors? How about hurting the women?
Yeah, how about the fucking kids?
It's girls.
Kids hurting your friends?
You know,
gives a shit about your fucking friends? We give a fuck about kids.
And these are.
There you have it, folks. I mean, again, I'm interested to see the full Monty, but Sean Ryan is visibly pissed, and this guy is a massive YouTube success. I mean, he's huge, and he's interviewed everybody. He's got.
Okay, so this link is in my description box under Sean Ryan. You may want to go over to watch the whole interview with Sean Ryan, if you so desire. Okay. I think we can. I showed you a short of this. I guess I can share the whole thing with you. Trump's unhinged party stuns MAGA. For those asking, yes, Trump was present and spoke at the event.
I'm sorry. What are you playing for me right now? That looked like some sort of weird cult party at Mar-a-Lago, but I did not sleep very well last night. What? That's not what it was, right? Wait, what? I'm being told that's exactly what that was? Apparently, our president, in between invading Venezuela, threatening Greenland, and calling a dead mom in Minnesota a domestic terrorist, he attended some sort of bizarre over-the-top party at his Mar-a-Lago resort where people were dressed as giant dancing dogs. Stop screwing with me. I know that. No, it is. It's not a joke. Okay, I guess this is America in 2026, but I am being
In my description box under Doggy Dog World, you will find this clip.
told that the whole world is laughing at us, and that does sound correct. So let's get into it. Go ahead, hit subscribe to Really American Media right here on YouTube, and then go find us on Substack as well before our entire society implodes from whatever in the hell is going on here. All right, so Trump, who is one of the very few presidents in modern
Just a second. Rondell Man James, do not spam my chat. Do not curse in my chat. Do not be disrespectful in my chat. If you have something to comment on what I'm talking about in my chat. Do you have something to say about Sean Ryan being disgusted with 4547? Has Sean Ryan been radicalized as a left-wing Marxist? The left-wing Marxist is so unoriginal and so ineffective. I'm actually putting down facts. If you are uncomfortable with it, see yourself out and hit the like button on your way out. Have a good one. If you want to converse any further, stay on topic. Let's continue.
times that has not had a pet at the White House, tells you a lot. He instead seems okay with having some sort of weird dog party at his winter White House. Okay, and the first thing
Was that supposed to be? It seems like that was supposed to be some type of show or presentation. I hope this is not the what we have to look forward to at the Kennedy Center, since all the professional, real actors and dancers have refused to perform since he decided to slap his name above Kennedy's name on the Kennedy Center, and there has been a revolt of real talent. It appears that these people seem to be putting on a show. Is this the Mar-a-Lago show? Uh, uh, we know Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan is dead. We don't have to look forward to someone ripping off his shirt anymore. Is this a actual production? Let's see what we can expect from a MAGA production at the Kennedy Center.
He instead seems okay with having some sort of weird dog party at his winter White House.
So edophilia and bestiality, is that the Mar-a-Lago special? American Humane Society Hero Dog Awards, Mar-a-Lago. Well, I must admit, some of those dog masks are better than some of those Mar-a-Lago faces, all pumped up and bruised, that sits around Mar-a-Lago. I must admit, some dogs are cuter than some of those uh, puffed and scarred faces that sit around Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, and the first thing everyone is asking was, is that shit for real? Was that AI? And according to Grok and everybody who attended that little party, yeah, it's absolutely real. Yeah, so this was a actual Humane Society fundraising event. Although one might wonder, with them renting out Mar-a-Lago and hiring all of these creepy performers, is this a cause that is spending their money wisely? I'll let you be the judge.
And the way you look tonight.
Party! Oh, what a great party! Don't that make you want to party? Isn't that so exciting? I wonder how much that cost the taxpayer. How much did you of your taxpayer dollar was spent on that? Are you curious? Are you curious?
Yeah, right. So, okay.
Hey, very Carey. This is a party at Mar-a-Lago. Your taxpayer dollar at work. That's what that is.
Once these creepy images started to go viral in the last 24 hours, the White House was quick to point out that this was simply an event that rented out Mar-a-Lago. It's not as if the president was directly involved, except for the fact that he was directly involved.
So once again, the liars in the administration lied to you.
One of the service dogs is named Donald, named for our president.
Okay, all right. So listen, Trump showed up to this creepy, weird waste of money event, but it's not like he, spoke at it, right?
I just want to let you know the nation is doing unbelievably well. We had one hell of a week. We picked up about $4 billion in oil in one day.
Where did you deposit the money? Is that some of the $4 billion of dollars in oil in one day? And we know that you have a secret account in Qatar with only $500 million. Where is the rest of that $4 billion?
32 million barrels, sir. We had an amazing situation where some of the bravest, most talented people on earth, and they are brave.
Yes,
going
we
at
are.
2,000 miles an hour with lots of planes, 152 planes. And nobody was killed from our side.
Right. So nobody died on our side, but President Puppy Lover there killed about 100 people on their side. Also, he could take their oil and play war general. If only our wannabe dictator cared as much about the humans in Venezuela as he apparently does.
Look at the medals on his check. A Ronald McDonald, a Happy Meal pack, the burglar. What is it? The Hamburglar. Look at it. Look at his medals. Grimace. How fitting of
Dogs in
medals.
Florida. And this extremely bizarre event immediately drew some epic trolling from the current governor of California and potential next president, Mr. Gavin Newsom, whose office posted, "Why is Donald Trump hosting a furry party?" And if you don't know what a furry party is,
A furry party. How that's very interesting. They wanted to connect the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk to dating a furry, and he's having a whole furry party. They wanted to demonize the roommate of I forget his name. The Tyler Robinson. He was allegedly having uh, a intimate relationship with someone that they first said was a trans person, and then they described this person as a furry. But there, There is no problem with your 45, 47 throwing a whole furry party with people up here performing in dog costumes. Make any of this make sense? Are we mad about anything? But you're not mad about the waste of your tax dollars. As I just give you the facts.
Well, it's an event where adults get together dressed as animals and they do it like they do it on the Discovery Channel. They bump fuzzies. Sorry, okay, hold on. Let me be mature about this. They have intercourse, doggy style. You know what I mean? And if that fun fact is news to you, you're not the only one.
19 people were hospitalized at a furry convention in Illinois after what's being called an intentional leak of chlorine
What's
gas.
a furry convention?
Did I get that wrong?
Oh, gosh.
Okay. Officials were called when a strong odor of chlorine spread.
I think they had to evacuate the building and everything. Sent the hotel guests along with convention attendees into the cold night. Many still dressed in their furry costumes.
We have a lot of costumers out here with big fluffy costumes that'll keep people warm. So at this point, we're not at all worried.
So we've been pulling people into a cuddle to warm this baby.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
And giving her our jackets and blankets.
Yes.
We just told Mika what the convention was about.
Costumes kept everybody warm was the good news. The hotel was
Where you going?
contaminated.
Hey,
guests came back
come
inside
back.
at 4 a.m. Police still
come back.
The matter is a criminal investigation.
Could you check on Mika, see if she's okay? She's over there somewhere.
Mika has left the building.
Yeah, Mika was correct to run away and laugh. She is not the only one who's a little taken aback by this whole concept. And the comment section on this video had some fun with this as well, with comments like, furries at Mar-a-Lago wasn't on my bingo card. This is some weird-ass dystopian shit. No argument there. Or, I'm finding it hard to process this. What is happening? This is not normal. I don't think I have enough WTFs. Or, WTF, please tell me this is AI. And no, it's not. But on that topic, a lot of people are comparing this to this iconic and creepy scene from The Shining, which of course caused somebody to give it the AI treatment. Do you need a moment to finish puking? Please, take your time. And of course, this comment right here cannot be ignored. Quote, let me guess, there were litter boxes in the bathroom too? Which is, of course, a reference to this classic GOP fear-mongering attempt.
Maybe you heard the rumor that some high schools in the United States were giving students who identified as furries litter boxes to use instead of normal toilets.
And so yesterday I heard that at least one of our schools in our town has in one of the unisex bathrooms, a litter box for the kids that identify as cats.
They think that.
So you don't find it? Isn't it ironic, as what is the name? Umar Johnson said. Isn't it strange? Don't you find it ironic that the shit that you voted against is being put on display at Mar-a-Lago? The shit that they try to scare you with. Isn't it ironic that that is being put on display at Mar-a-Lago? As 4547 comes up and lies to you about how much money has been made off of Venezuelan oil that he used your tax dollars to go invade Venezuela to actually have a offshore bank account where he's putting millions of dollars in under the guise that he doesn't want the money to be seized. Isn't that ironic? When the United States has the World Bank. And if the United States are usually the ones who are seizing money from countries who do things that they don't like. Don't you find that ironic? So let's say somebody seizes this $500 million that 4547 has comfortably hid over in a bank in Qatar. Couldn't 4547 just go to the World Bank and take the $500 million back from the country or the entities that took the $500 million from him? No, that's flight money. That's getaway money. Let's be clear. That's getaway money. Let's continue. Yes, Carrie. No, your mother's is a retard. Do not come in my chat saying anything disrespectful to me. Okay, you're gone. You are gone. Show the proof. Watch my show yesterday. If you want to see the proof, you go and tell. I think the New York Times was the one who reported that. You tell New York Times to go to show you the proof. I'm just giving you the information. If you want to, if you want to have the proof, tell the New York Times to give you the proof. The same New York Times, I believe it is the New York Times, who broke the story. I showed you the proof of the article that broke the story. Capiche? All right. Let's continue.
They're a cat. A cat. They put tails on and they demand that they have a litter box in the school.
We reached out to several students, parents, and teachers, and no one we talked with said that anything like this had actually been happening at their school. We did hear stories of some students who were suspended for barking at others, and other stories of students who wore cat ears and tails and would walk on all fours and lick their hands in class. But the litter box thing wasn't happening. In fact, some school districts, including some in Iowa, Michigan, Nebraska, and Wisconsin, published emails and open letters about how they would definitely not have allowed something like that to happen in their schools. As one superintendent put it, there have never been litter boxes within MPS schools. It is such a source of disappointment that I felt the necessity to communicate this message to you.
Yeah, none of that was real, but this Mar-a-Lago dancing doggy party was absolutely real. And as much as the White House is trying to distance themselves from it, it's not like Trump has never hosted his own creepy, inappropriate, over-the-top costume party in Florida.
Again, you look at the Gatsby-themed party, while food stamps are going to be cut, while food assistance is being slashed, while members of Congress and a lot of people in that room are getting paid for working, but they're making sure that federal employees are not getting paid while they work. And all of this opulence at a time when, 2 out of 3 Americans say that Donald Trump is not doing what they thought he was going to do on the economy. And I'm just, I'm curious, just on a personal, do you have any, or has anybody been keeping track of exactly how much Donald Trump and the family have made since he's become president with their cryptocurrency deals? Because it used to be where, last term it'd be like, oh, well, somebody may have stayed in one of his hotels and boy, that's murky. And does that reach the emoluments clause? Here, it's just straight out cryptocurrency and billions of dollars reportedly left and right. How much money have they racked up over the last 9-10 months?
The fact that we don't know is another problem here, Joe. There's no transparency. Yes, I think it's fair to say tens, if not hundreds of millions. There are some estimates that say, yes, could be $1 billion or more.
And just for the record, his estimation of how much the Trump family earned in 2025 was slightly off by about $3 billion. They actually earned roughly $4 billion. But at least this latest party answered this age-old philosopher's question.
Ooh, let the dogs out.
Ooh.
Yes, Alan, we are ready to let the dogs out. Hey, congrats.
Thank you.
Yes, we now know it was Trump that let the dogs out and somehow managed to embarrass America even more.
Well, here come my dogs.
Yeah, welcome to Trump's.
Okay, is there any further we could go with this? This is in my description box under a dog eat dog world, but there is something that I want to share with you about what's going on with HUD. Well, let's watch Caroline Lyot get
Caroline Levitt staying
slammed.
true to her name and lying her ass off. Again, I don't know.
Okay, this will be in the description box. In my description box under liar. What else could it be under?
Not know how the cross on her neck does not burn.
And more on this Trump saying this week that he should the midterm election should be canceled. I played several clips of him showing saying the same thing at a Charlie Kirk event about if you vote for him, this would be the last time that you would have to vote. He would be taking care of that. So this week he's out here saying that the elections should be canceled. Let's look at this bullshit press conference. Caroline Leavitt is spewing bullshit and lies out to the public. This is under a liar in my description box.
Again, I do not know how the cross on her neck does not burn off. Is there some sort of alchemy because there's cloth between the cross and the skin that prevents it from burning? Is that what she's accomplishing here? Regardless, she's a liar. And all the people wearing that cross, if you are championing what this administration is doing, if God does exist, I want to be wearing that cross. This morning, Donald Trump said it's some deep psychological thing, but when you win the presidency, you don't win the midterms. He boasted that he had accomplished so much that, quote, when you think of it, we shouldn't have an election. Here is what lying Caroline Leavitt said about
the question is, President Trump has talked twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing.
He was simply joking. He was joking. There was no audio or video, so you have to take my lying word. He was joking. What's so funny about that? What would be funny about that? That would be considered a successful joke. What would be funny about that?
Doing everything the American people thought, maybe we should just keep rolling. Not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling.
We're doing everything that the American people thought. So maybe we should just keep going. Now, you just heard from Keith Ryan, who said that he was doing none of the things that he had campaigned on. Someone who decided to be honest. And if you are honest with yourselves, you understand that this country is being ruined, in my opinion, by this administration.
Maybe we shouldn't have elections. So funny for the president to joke about our democracy. And I guess maybe if Trump were to say that, it would be a different thing. But we also have ICE attacking Americans. ICE has decided to treat its own citizens as enemies. So that plus Donald Trump saying we shouldn't have elections, a little worrying. Certainly not funny. I will say, though, I don't know who this reporter is, but... All right.
Obviously, Keith Edwards is of the a gay persuasion. He let you know, hey, I don't know who this motherfucker is, but he is fine.
Caroline Leavitt was further asked by another reporter that said, Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy. Are you saying the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
To ask you about the president's interview with Lloyd.
That's actually Andrew Feinberg.
You said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation. And only someone like...
Does he have to be in the room to ask you a question since you said that he was just joking? And now you feel stupid because he is letting you know that people have fought and died for the right to vote. So there is nothing joking or funny about a motherfucking Nimwit talking about suspending the elections because he has done so horribly, and he knows that the Republicans will be losing in the midterm. Now, watch him. Were you in the room? No, he doesn't have to be in the room. He's in this room right now where you just said it was a joke. This is the room that he is in. So watch her try to belittle this man who is much her senior. He's probably not as senior to her as her own husband is. But watch her try to clown him, showing what a clown ass bitch she really is.
You would take.
Think the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation, and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question that way.
No, bro. Actually, it's not something the fucking president should joke about, whether or not we should have elections. I think it's actually a very serious question that you're actually sidestepping. Why is the president of the United States joking about whether or not we want to have elections? I don't think that is something that we should joke about. And I do think it's actually quite offensive for the president of the United States to make a joke of our democracy, especially with everything else going on in this country. That's the one thing that maybe he should not make fun of. Pisses me off. God damn it. All right, now, Caroline Levitt, she's really in over her head. She did this sad display.
Look at some of the images out of Minneapolis last night. Look at this vehicle. Look at what it says. It says F ICE. You have these individuals who are putting their middle finger, proudly so, at the camera.
Okay, have we gone over this? Have we gone over this? We have gone over putting the middle finger up and making gestures is not an offense that ICE can prosecute, do anything about. I've gone over this earlier, but here she is sitting at the podium, holding up pictures. So if you wanted to do a presentation, maybe you should get I got a printer on me, bitch, and batteries to make sure I can print out everything that 4547 may want to read from the conspiracy a news site that I use to give him information. Maybe you want to get the a printer bitch out here to print a copy to every fucking media outlet that you are trying to tell this story to. You're standing at a podium and holding up these pictures, and we are to believe your lying ass that what you say is represented on these pictures are actually on these pictures, and we are supposed to be taken aback because protesters are actually giving ICE the middle finger. But there is one real peculiar picture she's going to hold up, and she's going to tell you that you probably can't even see this. And she's going to tell you what you probably can't even see from these pictures, that it says X, Y, and Z. And this is what these people are out here doing. Well, if they can't probably see it, how come you didn't pass out a press docket in every chair, since you wanted to be playing show and tell? Well, we know we got a motherfucking printer bitch riding around everywhere 4547 goes with extra batteries. Are the batteries for her dildo, for her to get off with herself in front of him, since he is what is that? What did they say? Too old to actually get it up. What did they say? He's beyond sex age. And you have this low IQ, low self-esteem bitch. I wish we could spend time together like we used to and not have to talk about work, and you are the best, and you can curse me out if you get upset with me. I would understand. It would only make me a better person. How come that bitch isn't sitting up here with her motherfucking printer batteries to print out the shit that you are about to present and actually say, you probably can't see this, but it says something real deplorable, or something that you cannot even prove. When you are living in the whole motherfucking White House, that you knew that you were going to have a press conference. You obviously knew that you were going to be presenting pictures, but you did absolutely nothing to be able to show said pictures. It's all bullshit. A WWE scripted Jerry Springer production in association with Joey Buttafuoco and Anna Nicole Smith. Okay, let's continue.
Another ICE individual, a vehicle that was vandalized last night by these left-wing agitators.
Oh no, not the vehicle.
People don't do this without encouragement from people in power who make them.
So people don't vandalize anything without the approval of people in power. Is that what the bitch just said? People don't do vandalism unless people in power approve it. Uh, and she is so indignant that she wants you to believe that there would be no vandalism if people in power didn't approve it. Okay, is that what she's saying? Okay, all right.
That was vandalized last night by these left-wing agitators.
Oh no, not the vehicle.
People don't do this without encouragement from people in power who make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one.
Okay, so if that is so true, who are the people in power who encouraged any of this? Since you're so indignant, and since you are trying to lie and say that people in power on the left have encouraged this, give us one instance of this encouragement being done. People don't do this unless they are being encouraged by people in power. So surely you would have an example of that being done. Since that is the position you're trying to take, let's look at some more of this vandalism that you may or may not be able to see, but she's going to read it out to you.
And I'm pretty sure this car, you can't see it, said the best agent is a dead agent or something.
I'm pretty sure this one you can't see. Obviously, you can't see it either. Let's review this real quick. Let's review this whole one.
From people in power who make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one. And I'm pretty sure this car, you can't see it, said the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect.
And this one, I'm pretty sure you can't see. And as she is looking at the crowd, and she's not looking at the picture that she's showing, which says the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect. She's showing it to the press corps. She's saying, but I'm sure you can't see it, which says she doesn't turn her head to read what it says. She said that it says the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect. Well, maybe if she is making the presentation and telling the press what all of this graffiti that is on these ICE vehicles, she would turn her head for something to accurately read off what it says on the car. But she continues to make eye contact with the press and tell you that these alleged leftist people who have the right to protest are writing something about killing ICE. Now we heard Christine Nome and we have heard Caroline Levitt both say that people in the streets are chanting "Kill ICE." But there has never been any documentation of this happening. Let's review this again. I really want you to see the bullshit in this fucking lying ass motherfucker.
Make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one. And I'm pretty sure this car, you can't see it, said the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect.
I will say this. First off, don't do that. Don't do that. You're just giving the ammunition. This is happening is because the President of the United States militarized a city that voted against him. He's doing this only because Minneapolis and Minnesota have never voted for Trump, and it hurts his little feelings. He's weaponized the federal government against its own citizens, and someone died. I don't think we'd be in this situation if someone wasn't shot, or if, God forbid, that still happened, but the federal government said, hey, we're going to do an investigation. This is not how we want to be governing.
This is despicable rhetoric that we're seeing, and the media is absolutely complicit in this violence, because if you look at the headline from CNN, protests erupt after federal agent shoots man in Minneapolis. That is not the story. That is not the truth. If you actually want to know the truth, you can look at what the Department of Homeland Security.
Why would we look at what the Department of Homeland Security says when we actually want to know the truth? When we actually already know that the Department of Homeland Security is going to put out a narrative to try to absolve themselves for being out in the street shooting people. We're going to get to the other side of this shooting. Let's finish this real quick.
Security released, which is that this ICE agent was executing a targeted operation against a Venezuelan illegal alien who was unlawfully present in the country, who fled by car and then fled by foot.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Now, earlier this morning at 8 in the morning, Donald Trump said this: if the current politicians in Minnesota don't obey the law and stop professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President DJT.
So, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law, what are they doing to disobey the law? Be specific. I need details. And stop the professional agitators. Where are we getting this professional agitators shit from? From the same man who told the Proud Boys to stand ready and stand by, or some shit. Who most likely are the number one people in this ICE brigade that is hitting the streets, the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. So, where is the fact about these professional agitators? They want you to believe that these people who are doing what their First Amendment right allows them to protest their government. But they want you to believe that these are professional agitators because no one could be this mad about what we have going on in the streets and what we are continuing to pile more and more and more agents who have 47 days of experience as ICE agents, and we are, after the shooting, we are coming out with new memos reminding you about the people, the right of the people, and people can curse at you, people can make lewd gestures at you, but they are not doing any unprotected thing that you can then brutalize these people about, but it's still going on. Make any of this make sense? These people think that they are safe because they are wearing masks. We know that shit rolls downhill. We definitely know shit rolls downhill. And once they start prosecuting the people who are not wearing the mask and that are allowing this shit to happen, you in these masks, you are going to be revealed as well. Okay, so let's continue.
State, thank you for your attention to this matter. President DJT. I didn't know. I mean, I know what the Insurrection Act is. I'm really sure what it was. It's sending the military to help the police. So he really wants to weaponize the military against its own citizens. This is an insane thing to say, but this is someone who's out of control. This is someone who's out of control. And Caroline Leavitt had to answer for it. And here's what she said.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. but the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations.
Who's encouraging violence? Who? I wish I were in there. I just would be like, who? Who? What'd they say? Who's encouraging it? The only person who's encouraged violence are you guys. Stephen Miller yesterday, or a couple of days ago, said that ICE agents have absolute immunity. Do you think that's going to turn down the temperature if they're told that no matter what they do, they're in the right? And just to top it all off with the insanity, she was asked about Greenland. Yes. The reason why Donald Trump got elected to take care of the Greenland problem.
On the subject of Greenland, Jeff Landry, the president's special envoy for Greenland, wasn't in the White House meeting yesterday. Can you say why that was and what exactly the role he is playing in these conversations about acquiring Greenland?
Well, the vice president and the secretary of state were present for that meeting. And the meeting, it was a productive meeting. It was a good meeting. And in that meeting, the two sides agreed to really establish a working group of individuals who will continue to have technical talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Those talks will take place, I'm told, every 2 to 3 weeks. So this is a conversation the administration intends to keep having with the Danes and with the respected delegation from Greenland. But the president has made his priority quite clear. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks
it is insane. I'm not going to get over it. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Who would have thought this is where we'd be? Military in the streets, the government attacking its own citizens. I guess in some ways we could have predicted that part, but Greenland? Really? Levitt was also attacked a reporter.
Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter.
So did she just answer a question with a question? And when he gave the answer, oh, so you're a biased reporter. First of all, where does any of this make sense? He asked you a question, and you want to attack him for what he thinks. He's asking you about procedure. Let's continue.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter.
You're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. It says the administration who has filled the press pool with YouTube influencers. Let that sink in. Who has thrown all of the real press out of the Pentagon because they refused to sign a NDA and refused to have all of their stories that they're writing approved by someone in the Pentagon. He's a hack, and he is not a real reporter. Let's continue this.
In this room as a
Acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE?
But I wonder, do you have that number? You have not answered his question, but I wonder, do you have the number to the question that you're asking? He just said 35 people have been killed in ICE detainment camps. And you're asking him, do you have the number of the people who have been killed by undocumented immigrants? And she names off two names. Of course, she bastardized Laken Riley name once more. When Laken Riley family said that they do not want this administration to keep on invoking her name to further their political agenda. She named Laken Riley and I think the other girl who uh, went jogging in Texas. So he gave you 35 people. You gave him two people. So the question still stands, bitch. The question still stands.
Is trying to remove from this country. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Lake and Riley or
I bet you don't. I bet you never even read up on these stories. You're a fake reporter. You shouldn't even be here. This is the administration that have influencers that release the Epstein files allegedly to YouTube influencers. And he shouldn't be in the room because of his opinions. He's a left wing hack who's biased. Then what are you? Then what are you, Caroline? Let's see. I bet you haven't even bothered to look up these names. How many names are there? Let's hear these names that Miss. We're trying to get these people out of the country. Do you know how many people that these people have killed in this country? Do you know, Caroline? Let's see. Let's see.
Jocelyn Nungray are all killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Lake and Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens.
Or all of the who? Oh, who are all these other illegal? I guess you haven't read up on them as well, Caroline. Because Lincoln Riley is the most recent person. So this is the name that you guys scream out the most. Even when her family said quit using her her death as a political pawn. Caroline, Caroline, Caroline Levitt.
In this country, and the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer.
I really do think if there were a Christian God, she'd be struck. What steps is the
Okay, listen. So what she is actually saying there is everyone who the ICE agents have put in their possession and deported. These are all people who have killed American citizens. As we are very clear that they have put out a notice to quit investigating and trying to find people who they know who are criminals because it's taking too much time. We don't have time for you guys to do these investigations into criminals. We need you guys to go to where these people are working. Do criminals work? Do these MS-13s and all of these people who they have you in fear of, do they go to jobs? We need you to go to uh, Lowe's and Home Depot, and we need you to just rile up a bunch of people. We don't have time to do these criminal investigations. This what came down from the Department of Homeland Security. But when someone asks her a just and right question, she wants you to believe that they are riling up all of these people who have killed American citizens. The bullshit of it all. Uh, please understand and believe that I believe that America should have a, a, a sound border, and I believe that people who come to this country should do the things to come to this country legally. But I do not believe in all the hyperbole, propaganda, and bullshit and lies that this administration has sold the public so it can run roughshod over our constitutional rights. No, period. Period. And I said what I said. I think I'm very clear on what I said. So uh, let's uh, let's talk about the Insurrection Act. Let's be clear on what the Insurrection Act. This is um from Britannica. What is it? Britannica. Let me let's understand what exactly is the Insurrection Act. I will put this link in the chat. You can peruse this for yourself so you can understand what 4547 is talking about invoking. Because I was talking about the him trying to before 4547 he had been elected, but I was talking about Project 2025, and I was talking about martial law and how he would get this country under martial law when he had Keg Breath and Christy Nome and Eyeliner Vance go out to Mexico, and I was that's when I started talking about the Insurrection Act and the other act that this administration would be trying to pull to get this nation under martial law. So let's see, let's be real clear on what the Insurrection Act is and is not. When has the Insurrection Act been invoked? Um, President 4547 has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 in response to huge protests against his efforts to arrest and detain undocumented immigrants in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Insurrection Act is a federal law that authorizes U.S. presidents to deploy federal armed forces and nationalize state militants to put down or prevent insurrections that interfere with the federal law enforcement or effectively deprive citizens of their rights under the U.S. Constitution. So while you think that the Insurrection Act is about these undocumented people, the Insurrection Act is also will effectively deprive citizens of their rights under the U.S. Constitution. Capiche? The act has been officially invoked more than 30 times since the law's passage in 1807. So she said that this act has been invoked many times by many. We understand that this is the right of the president to invoke this act. Let's see. When has it been invoked? 1808 by Thomas Jefferson to prevent violations of the Embargo Act. 1831 under President Andrew Jackson. About a border dispute with Mexico, which was later peacefully resolved. 1861 under Abraham Lincoln. To combat the secession of several southern states at the start of the Civil War, 1871 through 76, under Ulysses S. Grant. He invoked it over 10 times for related reasons. You can read those reasons here. 1877, under Rutherford B. Hayes, twice for different reason. West Virginia, the Great Railroad Strike, and to end Lincoln County War of 1878 in New Mexico. These are the reasons that the Insurrection Act have been invoked, not to quell protests. not to quell protests for the overreaching of a personal military that 4547 decided to put on the streets of our cities, and your vice president come out and tell you they have absolute immunity, something that doesn't exist. Okay. That can shoot up people in the face and then go run and hide, and there's no investigation into them. That can be off duty and shoot somebody who's celebrating on New Year's Eve and not be arrested and not be investigated, and go back to their home and then call the police. And no investigation or arrest. Off duty. So we are pretending that these people are interfering with the duties of ICE agents, so therefore they must be investigated. What about the ICE off-duty ICE agent who shot the black man on New Year's Eve and lied? Most likely lied and said that the man turned a gun on him when he was only outside celebrating New Year's Eve. No investigation, no arrest. A lying saying that he identified himself as an ICE agent. You're not an ICE agent. You're an off-duty ICE agent. You heard a gunshot, so you feared for your life. So you didn't get on the phone and call the police. No, you grabbed your ICE issued gun and went down there and shot this man, and then said that the man had turned the gun on you. So you shoot a man. You shoot a man that dies, and he gets off 3 shots at you. And the neighbors who heard all of the commotion said you never identified yourself as an ICE agent, the lie that you told. So you are allowed to just shoot a man, but they are not allowed to shoot you back if they're black. They are not. You are allowed to shoot into a man and not expect to be shot back at, because you have the protection of the skin color and the lie that ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, will give to you. We have seen these drunk ICE agents with their children in the car get pulled over and tell the police officers, "Come on, man, I'm ICE. Are you gonna do this to me? Come on, man. I know you ain't gonna do this to me." Because they're ICE, they cannot be doing anything illegal. Is this where we're going with this shit? Okay. In 1882, Chester A. Arthur invoked it to end a large-scale cattle thefts by local gangs and unlawful activities by a group of Native Americans in the Arizona Territory. I'm sure. Okay. In 1885 through 94, Grover Cleveland, he enacted it 4 times for related reasons to protect Chinese immigrants in Seattle following the Tacoma riots against Chinese immigrants to be in. Okay, whatever. Okay, in 1914, Woodrow Wilson to end a warlike conflict between striking Colorado mine workers and members of the Colorado National Guard. So they were not allowing mine workers to strike. So the wealthy of their time sent in the National Guard to quell a the mine workers from being allowed to strike. In 1914, they have always been against collective bargaining and unions, and this is one of the reasons why. So the owner of the mine decides to bring in the National Guard, have the government bring in the National Guard, because the owner of the mine was more than likely owner of industries in the United States, well connected to government, and is able to get the government to do their bidding. Kind of like how Peter Thiel is trying to assess Greenland for free to get the riches from Greenland. You know how our military was the one who sent their their bodies and your tax dollars out to conquer Venezuela to no avail and no benefit of the United States public, the taxpayer. You know how the billionaires, how he sat up in your face and had oil CEOs sit around at the table and try to divvy up the stolen oil from Venezuela, and they said no bueno, we don't want it. That is nothing for us to invest in there. But there's plenty of rare earth minerals and gold and silver there that is going to be now. Who was it? JP Morgan already has a silver mine, a smelting mine that are going to be pulling silver out of Venezuela. How much did it cost JP Morgan to be able to go into Venezuela? And how much are the American taxpayer going to benefit from the profit that JP Morgan is making out of the silver that they are getting from Venezuela? But whose tax dollars went in to have our servicemen and women go in and strike Venezuela to buy all of the fucking aircraft, these ships? Whose tax dollars went into all of that to capture Venezuela? And who's profiting from it? Hmm? Hmm? You guys got to stop being dumb. You guys really need to stop being dumb. Let me see. Let's get to the 1882, Chester Arthur. 1885, Grover Cleveland for several different things. 1914, Woodrow Wilson invoked the Insurrection Act to end warlike conflicts between, I just said that one. 1912, Warren G. Harding to end a warlike conflict in West Virginia between coal miners and state police and their allies, thereby ensuring the victory of state forces. Okay, in 1943, Roosevelt invoked the Insurrection Act to end racial rioting involving black and white residents and local police in Detroit, Michigan. 1957, Eisenhower to ensure that black students would not be prevented from attending white schools in Alabama. You know, the same Alabama that these white nationalists, the same Little Rock High School that the white nationalists had the audacity to march their ass on at the in sometime in late December. Okay. 1962, Kennedy he invoked it 3 times to end a violent siege against the first black student of the University of Mississippi and his federal protectors. Isn't that something? Usually it's for worthy things. To prevent the governor of Alabama, George Wallace, from standing in front of the door of the University of Alabama in order to physically prevent 2 black students from registering at the school, and to end Wallace's use of the Alabama National Guard to prevent black students from attending white schools throughout the state. In 1965, Lyndon B. Johnson he invoked it 5 times to protect civil rights, to put an end to violent racial confrontations in the Detroit riot, to suppress rioters in Washington, D.C. following this assassination of Dr. King, to suppress riots in Chicago following the assassination of Dr. King, to suppress riots in Baltimore following the assassination of Dr. King. In 1987, now we're getting now it went from 1965, 68 to 1987. Ronald Reagan invoked the Insurrection Act to end the control of U.S. A penitentiary in Atlanta, Georgia, by numerous Cubans who were held in custody and soon to be deported. I think that was the. I'm not familiar with that. George H.W. Bush in 1989 through 92 invoked the Insurrection Act twice for different reasons to end the widespread criminal acts committed in the Virgin Islands in the wake of Hurricane Hugo. to end racial riots, fires, and looting committed in Los Angeles following a jury acquittal of on all but 4 charges, a white police officer charged with the brutal beating of Rodney King. Is there nothing else? Nothing else. Nothing else. So, if you want to understand why the Insurrection Act have been invoked in the United States, it was for far better reasons than this. You have this administration is actually prompting this, is actually trying to get people to strike back. So there's that. Uh, let me share something that I really want to share with you as well. Let me share this little tidbit of information with you. Uh, let's go here. Let's talk about HUD. Here we have a story about the whistleblower exposes what 4547 is using HUD and as a weapon against Americans. So this is going to be in my description box under HUD. The things that are not being talked about.
Department of Housing and Urban Development that whistleblowers are putting their careers on the line to tell you what is happening behind the scenes. My name is Brittany Page, and this is the Page Perspective. And these two whistleblowers, Paul Asadebe and Palmer Heenan, have been retaliated against. Palmer Heenan was fired after raising concerns, and Paul Asadebe is on administrative leave. That is how much the Trump administration doesn't want you to hear from them, to know what is actually happening with Trump's housing policy for Americans. Both are former, and in Paul's case, almost former, HUD civil rights attorneys. And I was invited by Senator Elizabeth Warren to attend a spotlight forum where these two brave men shared their testimony about the ways that the Trump administration is betraying Americans who rely on the services legally obligated to be provided by HUD. I had the opportunity to interview these two whistleblowers, and you'll be hearing from them directly in just a moment. But for some context, we spend a lot of time talking about the terrible Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner, on this channel. Most recently, he moved to gut funding for evidence-based programs that would push at least 170,000 Americans to homelessness. This was only stopped after nonprofits intervened and a judge intervened. I recently also talked about reporting that the Trump administration is refusing to act on cases of discrimination, refusing to enforce the Fair Housing Act, a law that was enacted in 1968 that prohibits discrimination in housing on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, familial status, and disability. These two whistleblowers were direct in their testimony about that exact point. They said unequivocally that the Trump administration's failure to enforce the civil rights laws in this country will make people homeless, that by leaving Americans who are facing housing discrimination without any of the support that they are legally required to receive, they will be pushed to the streets. The testimony I heard yesterday described an agency that is hostile to claims of discrimination, that HUD is simply no longer interested in taking on civil rights violations in housing, leaving those people who are facing housing discrimination without any pathways to justice. And one thing that really sticks with me from this hearing is one whistleblower describing how those who attempt to enforce the law are not just being systematically prevented from doing so and punished when they try, but that all of us are paying taxes that are going toward this effort to not enforce a law that is in place to protect us. So let's hear from these brave whistleblowers who have put their careers on the line to come forward and reveal to us this injustice and this harm. We are joined by Palmer Heenan. We just heard powerful testimony, one of the HUD whistleblowers who came forward. Let's just talk about, why did you come forward today?
I mean, I felt like I had to. I've spent my career helping people as a civil rights attorney obtain access to housing. It's what I've really always wanted to do as a lawyer, and it's what I've done for a decade now. And so from my perspective, when I saw that even the most basic cases were under threat, were under attack, that people who had experienced horrific racial discrimination or discrimination because of their disability were not being given access to the justice that Congress put into the Fair Housing Act and said, HUD, you of all the agencies, housing is too important. We are requiring you to take cases from the public, investigate those cases, and if you find that discrimination has occurred, you must prosecute that discrimination. It's too important. We're not leaving this to chance. We're not going to make this a political priority or not. This is something that we as the government and we as the people of the United States of America are choosing to do. And I saw that that was under threat. And so I felt like I had no choice but to come forward and say what I was seeing.
And you were fired because of that. And it's unfortunate because people who are passionate, people who care, people who are wanting to help other people are being pushed out of those roles. But in your testimony, you also talked about the barriers that people in power at HUD are putting in place, that the Trump administration is putting in place from allowing people like you to do your job. Can you talk about some of those barriers? What are the actions that the Trump administration has been taking that interfere with attorneys' ability to do their job to protect people?
There are two parts to this, right? There are the barriers that were put in place that prevented us as the attorneys who actually prosecute cases of fair housing discrimination, barriers like a gag order. So from almost the first day of this administration, I was told you're not allowed to speak to anyone outside of HUD, even to other federal agencies, even on routine business, you're not allowed to speak to anyone outside of HUD. Now, who would hire an attorney who literally can't speak to them, since our complainants are outside of HUD, but also to the witnesses in their case, or even to the defendants, the people who are being accused of discrimination? It made it absolutely impossible for us to proceed on virtually any case across the board. But more than that, I want to talk about the barriers that were put in place that hurt the people that I've dedicated my legal career to protecting, because to me, that's the worst part of this. And it's the little injustices to me that matter, like the fact that it's now HUD policy that, you know, you have to justify every cent that you're asking for, even when your landlord agrees, yes, I owe you X amount of money. HUD is still going to require you to justify every penny that you and the landlord have agreed the landlord owes you. They're not just going to ask you to justify it, they're asking for paperwork. And imagine you're a person who's just experienced racial discrimination. You've been told you're not allowed to live here because you're Black. And I guess the idea is that the very first thought that you're going to have is, well, let me get my receipt for discrimination. Like it just doesn't make sense. It's not the way that these cases have ever been litigated. And I don't just mean that under Democratic administrations, because our office and the enforcement power that we were given was put into place by Ronald Reagan. This is not a liberal or conservative issue. It's an American issue. And it is so sad that this is where we're at.
And housing is so fundamental to everything. So it's why it's so important that you came forward. I really appreciate it. Everyone really appreciates it. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you helping us get this message out.
I'm here with Paul Asadebe, one of the HUD whistleblowers who came forward. You know, something I talk a lot about on my channel is how poverty is a policy choice. And when I listened to your very powerful testimony, I heard you say that people will be made homeless because of the choices that the Trump administration is making, their failure to enforce the civil rights protections, the Fair Housing Act. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like for people who are being discriminated against right now in housing when they try to get help? What happens when they try to get help right now?
Yeah, just noting I'm speaking in my personal and union capacity, not on behalf of HUD or any other agency, but I have seen that when someone comes to you with a Violence Against Women Act complaint, when they have been attacked by their abuser and they are needing help to stay in their unit because their landlord wants to evict them because they don't want that violence there, when you don't respond to that complaint, when you don't address that, that is sentencing someone to homelessness, because you've already been told that if you don't take action, they will be evicted. When someone is already homeless and they're trying to get into housing because they are a survivor of domestic violence, or they are disabled and they couldn't find physically accessible housing. When you don't help that person is going to remain homeless. It's not a mystery. It's not a question. That's exactly what will happen. And it's really sad that that's being allowed to happen when we have laws and we have an agency and we have people like me, my coworkers, the investigators in the investigations office, all dedicated to trying to help people to avoid that situation and are not being allowed to do that.
And what does it look like right now when someone does come forward and they say, I'm being discriminated against for my disability status because of my race? How does that compare to Trump being in power and Trump being out of power? What does it look like?
So there's been drastic differences in terms of just the basic responsiveness, how easy it is to file a complaint in the first place. A lot of that information has been taken off the website. It's been made much harder to file a complaint. If you're attempting to file a complaint in a language other than English, if you're trying to get help in a language other than English, all those contracts were canceled and people are not allowed to talk to people in languages other than English, even though the person needs it. And the HUD employee attempting to help them speaks that language, they're not allowed to speak it. So that's the level of restriction that we're talking about. But it goes beyond that when it comes.
So even if you speak the same language that the person speaks, you are only allowed to speak in English when they are filing a complaint. They took all of the ways to file a complaint off of their website. While at the same time, this is a government housing. Because you are just a regular smegular of poor and disabled people. While at the same time, you have Stephen Miller, you have Christy Nome, you have Pete Kegbreath, and uh, the one who's over the Department of Transportation, Duffy, all living in government housing that was intended for high ranking military officials for free. For free. But you guys have nothing to say about that. You always want to talk about welfare. But you guys are mute on the fact that these are people who are robbing of the government blind. People like Christy Nome giving no bid contract to her buddy Chris, what's her name, McLaughlin. I forget her first name. To her spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security. Her husband is getting a $2 million no bid contracts under the guise. It was an emergency. These contracts to film her riding horses and wrangling buffaloes. It was an emergency. So we had no choice but to give it to the first person who happens to be married to my second in my communication advisor. My friend, my buddy, who I bought into the Department of Homeland Security. It was an emergency that I get these videos out, these useless videos out, and give them to her husband, who has been in business effectively 2 days prior to me giving out this 200 and some $1 million for him to film me hustling fucking cattle. Y'all have shit to say about that. But y'all want to talk about something that is nothing to do with any of these topics. So I just wanted to share with you to compare and contrast this. What is his name? What is this dude's name? Turner. I think his name is Turner. A whole deadhead, a former football player who is over the Department of HUD, who is doing anything that he is told to do. Now, he had enacted a program that uh, was expected to cause over 200,000 people to be homeless within a 2-month period of time. I gave you the story at the end of last month, and these changes that he had made to HUD had an expected over 200,000 people would become homeless under this administration. While you are uh, footing the bill for people to stay in military housing for free. A very nice, not the military barracks. We're talking about nice military housing for upper level upper level officers for free. I just wanted to share that with you. That see I there's a couple of more things. Is there anything else? Let's go right here.
Republican senators are in all out revolt right now when Donald Trump just admitted he doesn't know how to stop them. Now, the passage of the War Powers Resolution, which seems imminent at this point, would be a tremendous blow to Donald Trump, and it is why he is panicking for several reasons. Obviously, the implication on his ability to expand his authoritarian regime through militarization and
potentially acquire Greenland by force. Mr. President, on NATO, right now it sounds like you are saying that you would potentially acquire Greenland by force. That would be a NATO country. Are you saying that? Would you do that?
No, you're saying that.
Would you
I didn't say it. No, you're telling me that that's what I'm going to do. You don't know what I'm going to do.
So what are the options?
Your network doesn't know either.
The Danish foreign minister said you're still fundamentally.
So she's asking a question about you acquiring NATO by force, and you're talking about your network. You don't know. That's why she's there to ask questions based upon what your administration has been saying. And now we're back to the old dumb bullshit of talking about your network is unsuccessful. Your network, your whole presidency is unsuccessful. The only success you have is rooting out of personal fortune for yourself and your family. Your network is the same old tried and tired bullshit.
Differences after the meeting with Rubio and with the vice president. Are you willing to leave the NATO alliance in order to get what you want with Greenland? What are the options right now?
I wouldn't be telling you what I'm willing to do, certainly. I'm not going to give up options, but it's very important. Greenland is very important for the national security, including of Denmark. And the problem is, there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it if Russia or China wants to occupy Greenland. But there's everything we can do. You found that out last week with Venezuela. There's everything we can do about things such as that. Not going to happen.
So clearly, Trump recognized.
So there's nothing that they can do if Russia or China wanted to annex it. But why is it the fact that you are talking about making strikes on Greenland to annex Greenland, as all the whole EU have boots on the ground waiting for the American soldiers to go to Greenland and annex it. So don't believe the hype. Let me see. Let me see. I think that's something else that I want. John Thune. We're talking about the War Powers vote. And John Thune is quite pissed about it. John Thune said he is sick of the stupidity going on about all of these war powers being ignored, going to Congress. John Thune is not having it.
Together, but he doesn't, and even Donald Trump and John Thune are now admitting it. Thune, not sure I have votes to stop War Powers Act vote today. Senate Republican leaders are eyeing a procedural maneuver on the Venezuela War Powers resolution that could spare Donald Trump an embarrassing defeat. Why it matters. Trump went ballistic after 5 Republicans voted with Democrats to move forward with the War Powers resolution last week. Now GOP leaders are pressuring the defectors and considering blocking the bill from coming to the floor. All eyes are on Senator Josh Hawley and Todd Young, both of whom have said they've received calls from Trump and have declined to say how they plan to cast their final votes. So again, we have the Trump power implication here with how this war powers.
So what I get that it did pass it did pass the House, but it did not pass the Senate. I will check up on that to be sure about that. I don't think there's anything else that I wanted to share with you. Is it? Let's see. Maybe it's this. I don't know why I clipped this.
Rachel Maddow broke down right here.
This did not get enough attention, but did you see this? Look, headline: Congress is rejecting Trump's steep budget cuts to science. Lead: Congress is racing to undo thousands of cuts to federal science programs that President Trump called for last year. Trump is trying to cut the National Science Foundation 56%. Congress is now saying they will cut it less than 1%. Trump wanted to slash NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the weather. Congress's budget for NOAA is no cuts to NOAA, flat funding for NOAA. Trump wants to cut basic research, which has been the lifeblood of American technological innovation since World War II. Trump wants to cut basic research more than 33%. Congress instead is bumping up their budget, bumping up the.
Understand, these are cuts that Elon Musk and Doge went through. Why give science all of this when I'm working on AI and I'm pretending like there will be no needs and AI will solve all your problems? Why give budgets to science, which has already been proven, while meanwhile my grok is undressing children and putting children in lingerie at request of the users for the betterment of American society? Is that what we're doing? Okay, so Congress is overturning all of these draconian Doge cuts.
Budget for basic research by more than 2%. Trump is demanding all these cuts to science, and Congress is saying no. And this is a bipartisan thing. This started in the Senate as a bipartisan agreement. Last week, the House voted for it as well. I know it's like muscle memory to assume, A, that Congress does nothing, and B, if they ever defy that rule and do something, it's always something bad. But that is changing a little bit here. And it's changing all against Trump. And Republicans in the House are down to such a slim margin there now that if every Democrat is present at the moment, Republicans can only afford one defection on any given vote. They can only give up one Republican vote in the House and still pass things that their leadership supports. And they know they're going to get walloped in the midterms. And with moderate Democrat Mary Peltola announcing today that she's going to run against the unpopular Republican Alaska Senator Dan Sullivan, that means that Democrats are getting pretty close to a shot at taking over the Senate in the midterms as well. They've got a shot at taking over the Senate in addition to the near certainty that they will take over the House. We've got the courts pushing back harder and harder, and now apparently losing that sense of shock they had that the administration really is just blatantly breaking the law all the time. The courts are finally getting it and pushing back and seeming to understand what it is they're up against. We've got the Congress, believe it or not, in some ways pushing back, while simultaneously Republicans are losing any hope of hanging on to power in Congress. It looks like the Democrats will be taking over.
It has been L after L after L after L for Donald Trump, and it will only continue to get worse.
And thus you hear stories about, and thus you hear more stories about taking over voting machines and insurrection acts, and there should be no midterm votings. That link is in my description box if you want to review this. It's Congress says no under my description box. Let me see. I think there's. Did I?
Total and utter chaos is breaking out in the Labor Department as Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer has been busted. And folks, there are videos and there are photos, like these videos and photos as she was partying it up in October during the government shutdown. You see her right there at the Red Rocks Casino Resort in Las Vegas on the taxpayer dime. She is partying it up. And according to a Blockbuster report by the New York Post, she's under investigation for inappropriate relationships with a subordinate. And when that subordinate was contacted by the New York Post about the alleged relationship that he was having with her, I got lawyers. I'm not going to talk to you. I've got nothing to say to you, responding to the New York Post. Now, Lori Chavez DeRemer, according to the New York Post, is the subject of an inspector general's complaint, a complaint to the IG by an employee or by a whistleblower there who got their hands on these photos and videos and who has made these allegations against Lori Chavez DeRemer. She denies it, but after the New York Post story broke, her top aides were put on leave for allegedly aiding and abetting what could be described as fake or fraudulent trips. Again, Chavez DeRemer denies this, but according to the allegations,
Waste, fraud, and abuse. Coordinating a bogus trips so she can spend time with her underling at the Labor Department. As you have got no labor data coming out from the what Labor Department. Because she's laboring over some dick, as opposed to getting the numbers out. I guess they don't want the numbers out about the abysmal labor market. Were you aware of that? Let me make sure. Let's move on. This is in my description box. If you want to peruse this link, it will be in my description box under labor, no labor. Let me see what else I want to share with you.
and protect American workers and taxpayers without fear or favor. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, is he the former Congress member who got voted out after having an affair and putting, according to the allegations, an alleged affair, and then allegedly putting the person he had an affair with on a payroll? Remember that story back on September 2024? He put his lover on the payroll. D'Esposito, New York Republican, gave part-time jobs to both his lover and his fiance's daughter in possible violation of House ethics rules. And remember when he was asked about it and he ran away? Here, play this video of D'Esposito right here, who's now the guy in charge of the investigation of Lori Chavez DeRemer's inappropriate travel, inappropriate relationships with subordinate, where there are these photos and other videos, and while her staff is on leave while this is all taking place. Oh, and there's other allegations about drinking on the job with other people, throwing parties in the Department of Labor building. I'm glad they're having, while Americans can't afford things, while people can't afford homes, while we're in a jobs recession right now, while the American worker is suffering right now, as inflation continues to rise, as people are psychologically tortured living paycheck to paycheck, if they're lucky enough to get a paycheck. Lori Chavez DeRemer, she's living the life. This is what's going on here. Just play this. And then remember what she would do during the meetings with Donald Trump. So they'll post photos like this: trust the plan and trust Trump. And then that's trust the plan, trust Hitler, or they'll post one homeland, one people, one heritage. Remember, you are Americans. And that's literally a line that's translated. If you go back to Germany, that one homeland, one people, one heritage was what was one of the slogans of Hitler. Posting photos like this, the 13 colony Betsy Ross flag. And then remember what she would do during the meetings with Donald Trump, the cabinet meetings. Donald, we're going to see your big, beautiful face on the building, on the Department of Labor building. She's turned the Department of Labor building into a shrine for Donald Trump with the gigantic banner, Kim Jong-un style. Here, play this clip.
If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt.
And this despicable individual.
Yes, he has transformed the American worker to the American unemployed.
Lori Chavez DeRemer She was a Congress member from Oregon for a term, and she lost, fortunately, because she's literally the worst. But she would pretend that she supported unions and workers. She pretended that she supported the PRO Act. But then during her confirmation, in order to get confirmed in the Trump regime, she said she no longer supports the PRO Act. And the PRO Act is the piece of legislation that Democrats support, which would enshrine all these critical rights to unions, collective bargaining rights, a very important, monumental pro-union bill. It's called the PRO Act. She's against the union bill, and she's the Department of Labor. Okay, here, play this clip.
But I also signed on to the PRO Act because I wanted to be at that table and have those conversations. But I fully, fairly, and support states who want to protect their right to work. I have said that to every senator that I have visited.
So you
with.
no longer support the aspect of the PRO Act that would have overturned state right to work laws?
Yeah, there were so many parts.
That's a yes?
Yes, yes, sir.
No more questions.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm down with you, bitch.
And then here she is talking about how they don't really even have accurate data anymore at the Department of Labor. It's so hard to get accurate data. You know, they're just, did you know this fact at the Bureau of Labor Statistics? Because they basically fired so many people. 40% of the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, is basically, they're making up the numbers. They say they're estimating it, but it's just her and Trump basically coming up with the numbers. 40% just made up. And that's how they determine inflation right now. It's all BS. It's all garbage. And inflation's still rising, even with their BS and garbage. Here, play this clip.
And they want to indict Jerome Powell because he won't do what he's told to do, bring interest rates down. When you have these numbnuts making up lies and stories about the Labor Department numbers, as inflation continues to climb, as prices continue to climb.
It's too late to get accurate data points. And like I said, the household surveys were not able to be done, and businesses submitted the passive information. So is it a little too late? It's similar to the Fed, a little too late on these interest rate drops. I'm looking forward to the December report on that they will again step up, as the president has oftentimes asked them to pay attention to. But again, because of the Democratic shutdown, we don't have that accurate data for them to make a good decision.
And I think when it comes down to it, that the American people just want a Department of Labor that can actually represent workers. I know, what a novel concept, not get involved into all of these scandals and controversies. It seems, whether it's the Department of Labor, that seat is the seat previously held by Congressmember Seth Moulton, who's now running for
So
Senate.
I do believe that's all I wanted to give you about information on the Department of Labor. There is definitely one thing I do want to share with you. There was a reporter who did an investigation into ICE, and you will be amazed at how easily
was raided in Minneapolis. Documents were found that reveal their entire plan.
You will be amazed at how easily she got the job at ICE. Let me find that for you. Oh, let's get into
possible, but it's hard to.
What is happening in the United States, and what some people are saying in the United States about these ICE raids. Like I say, you better get you a plan together because it doesn't seem like this is going to end well.
But protesting ain't gonna do shit.
I just want to know when we light the torches and get the pitchforks.
We are the generation that has to do something.
Pretty soon, this right here, it's gonna be our only way about this shit.
I think I'm willing to die for this.
We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box.
I'll be brutally honest, I see an insurgency brewing.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Americans have finally reached their breaking point, as evidenced by the fact that so many of them are now talking openly about a literal revolution, either through peaceful means like a general strike and mass mobilization, or through an armed revolt. And this kind of revolutionary fervor only starts to take hold in societies when people start to feel like political change through traditional democratic means is no longer possible. And Americans are right to think that that's the case, seeing as how we effectively live in an oligarchy where billionaires and large multinational corporations dictate all of the public policy that gets passed. It's to the point where we don't even get crumbs anymore. Like, remember when they used to give us some incrementalism, sprinkle some crumbs on us just so we feel like we're fed? They're not even doing that anymore. And just to give you a recent example of how bad things are, look at this headline from the New York Times, which reads, EPA to stop considering lives saved when setting rules on air pollution. In a reversal, the agency plans to calculate only the cost to industry when setting pollution limits and not the monetary value of saving human lives, documents show. I mean, what is there to even say anymore? It's a little too on the nose even for America. So needless to say, the system has completely and utterly failed its people. Other governments throughout history have faced popular uprisings after they weren't able to adapt to the changing needs of its people fast enough. But I mean, in this late-stage capitalist hellscape that we're living in, they're not even trying to adapt. In fact, they're openly defying the masses by cutting our social safety nets even more to pay for more tax cuts for the rich. It's like they're spitting in the faces of a population that is already pissed off. And we've been on a downward trajectory for so long that Americans feel like they have nothing left to lose at this point by rising up. The cost of living is unsustainable, healthcare costs are skyrocketing, and to add insult to injury, the things that once distracted us from our misery are also becoming too unaffordable, like video games and streaming services. So when people no longer have an outlet, bread and circus, if you will, to keep them entertained, when they have no escape, no community, no hope, they begin to fixate on how bad things are, and eventually their anger begins to fester, and it reaches the point where they become consumed with rage and can only think about how much they hate the people in power who are responsible for all of their pain and suffering. And you really get a sense of that feeling of despair and hopelessness from these social media posters.
Fuck this goddamn country, this stupid fucking country that we live in, this dumb fucking world that we live in. In what fucking universe is any of this just gonna be taken fucking lightly?
All we do is work to barely get by. We pay our bills, we pay our rent, and we scrape up the pennies to try to put food on our table. We are not living a dream. We live in the worst nightmare we ever could imagine, and tomorrow's going to be worse. If we all stand together and say, you know what? It isn't going to get any better. Stop every fucking thing. I don't give a fuck what it is. People are afraid, oh, I might lose my house. You're going to lose it any fucking way. But at least be a man or a woman and fight for this motherfucker while you got the opportunity to do it. But to try to end the shit that we live in, man, this is not living. I don't know what the fuck you call this anymore. Out of all the years I've been on this motherfucking earth, I never would have imagined it'd get to the point where I'm working myself to death.
That last rant was really cathartic to listen to. But this frustration is compounded by the fact that we all know that even as bad as things already are, they're only going to continue to get worse. Year after year, people are working longer hours for lower wages, and there's just no political will to alleviate our suffering even a little bit. Because again, the capitalist class demands that we all slave away in order to increase profits for shareholders. Amazon workers are forced to piss in bottles to increase productivity so Jeff Bezos can buy a third mega mansion to temporarily stay in while the other two mega mansions that he built get demolished and then rebuilt into one mega mansion. But as bad as things are, people are still forced to feel thankful for the shitty jobs that they have, because in the not so distant future, those jobs could very well be replaced by either automation or more likely AI. So this revolutionary fervor that we're seeing is the direct result of the system's failure. People know that our government doesn't serve us, it serves the rich. So it's no longer capable of producing results. It's no longer capable of producing political change. The question then becomes, though, how do we change or overthrow that system that's oppressing all of us? And the reason why people are forced to ask this question is because they know that the typical answers like protesting and voting no longer seem viable, as explained by these individuals.
I'm not sorry to say this, but protesting ain't gonna do shit. And to the people, call your representatives, get on the phone. For what? Their voicemails are full. They're not available. They're not answering the phones. Tried that already. Then there's those. Make sure you show up for the primaries. That's the only way we can do that. That's in November. This is January. What are we going to do in the meantime? Because ICE is ramping up their efforts. Until we start to associate our actions with what's actually happening, it's going to get worse.
The only reason the Democratic Party exists is so that the people don't revolt. Because the Democratic Party gives us a way to feel good, to feel like change is possible, to feel like change is coming. Have a little hope. And they speak really nicely and they say all the things we want to hear, but then they never really deliver on their promises. They never actually reverse the damage done by the Republican Party. And why is that? It's because the corporations and the elites donate equally between the two parties. And our politicians, Democrat and Republican, both answer to those corporate interests. And if we didn't have the Democrats saying exactly what we need to hear and saying nice words and making bills with nice titles, even though none of that delivers, if we didn't have that, we would revolt. There'd be no outlet. There'd be no convention, no signs, no cheering, no moments of joy, no amazing speech. But at the end of the day, after 250 years since the inception of the United States of America, we don't have affordable housing, we don't have a living wage, and we don't have national health care. In fact, those things keep getting more expensive every year. Oh, but Jeannie, these things take time. Shall we wait another 250 years and just keep doing the same thing over and over again, voting for the same people, expecting a different result? I promise you, if we do that in 250 years, we won't have anything.
And therein lies the problem. People are recognizing that we're trapped in this perpetual cycle where Republicans break the country and Democrats come along right after and promise to fix what Republicans broke, but they never actually do. So how can we even move forward and build upon what little progress we've made when we can't even fix what was broken the last time? It's like we take 5 steps backward and 1 step forward if we're lucky. Like, we are truly circling the drain in this country. So how can we expect a real change when we functionally don't even have an opposition party in this country that is willing to facilitate real change, let alone resist fascism? You've got most Democrats openly supporting Palestinian genocide in direct defiance of their base. They arguably lost the last election because of it. Some have even decided to defy the base on trans rights and immigration, which were issues that traditionally they were more humane on. Their thought leaders like Ezra Klein are encouraging them to run anti-abortion Democrats and are calling for even more neoliberalism. You've got Democrats like Angie Craig attending a crypto symposium with Eric Trump, and she also voted for the unconstitutional Laken Riley Act, which denied due process to undocumented immigrants, including Dreamers, along with Jared Moskowitz. But both of these individuals are pretending like they're against the Gestapo that they once emboldened. On top of that, the party's 2028 frontrunner, Gavin Newsom, spent the first month of Trump's term chumming it up with fascists like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, and he's now vowing to stop a proposed billionaire tax in his own state. And I also want to present you with a video of the leader of the Democratic Party with no comment because it speaks for itself.
Should ICE be abolished, Senator? Will you use? I have lots of problems with ICE. Should it be abolished? Thank you. Well, will you guys use? Will you guys use the appropriate? Will this be a red line in this upcoming funding fight? A lot of people want to know how you guys plan to do this, and will it lead to a shutdown? Will it be a red line, ICE restricting ICE funding in the funding fight?
The leader of the fucking opposition party won't even commit to try to use his leverage to reduce ISIS funding, even after they just committed an execution in broad daylight. Democratic appropriators like Rosa DeLauro also won't commit to doing that, and as Pablo Manriquez reports, she's not even willing to attach riders to the upcoming budget bill to try to force ICE agents to wear badges or take out their masks. So
I just want to know when the fuck we light the torches and get the pitchforks, because we just need to burn this bitch down and start the fuck over. So, you with me?
I'm slowly coming to the realization that we are the generation that has to do something, and it's one of the most difficult realizations to accept. All throughout history, we've learned and watched some of the worst atrocities be handled by groups of people who had to stand up and do something about it. And I think we've been conditioned to be more comfortable observing from a distance than getting rid of our discomfort. Whether you are pro-life or pro-choice or pro-Second Amendment or anti-guns or religious or atheist, we are living in an era where we have to behave differently right now. We've grown up reading about all of these revolutions and all of these stories of these people fighting back against power. We've watched these movies and TV shows telling these great stories about these heroes that got together and fought the odds. And I think we are unfortunately living in the generation that has to be the people who do that.
Now, to state the obvious, disillusionment with the system is not a new phenomenon. We've gotten clues here and there that that's the case with the rise of anti-establishment sentiment, as well as populist figures like Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, and also this fundamental distrust of the system itself among the public that we've been seeing. But this mentality has really proliferated in Trump's second term, and it's spreading even faster due to ISIS terrorism across the country. So we're witnessing the culmination of decades of anger towards the system and the ruling class, which has now resulted in a discussion that we're seeing about the efficacy of a non-peaceful response. Now, some people are talking about arming themselves just as a means of self-defense, while others are subtly suggesting that an armed resistance is actually necessary to stop fascism, seeing as how that's how it was defeated back in World War II. But before we get to that, I do want to say that the most common sentiment that I'm still seeing is a call for a peaceful revolution, mass mobilization, general strikes, things like that. And on that note, I want to show you this TikTok that went viral last year because this woman put together a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation on how to peacefully overthrow the US government. And what she's saying actually, it is important because if Americans were able to pull something like this off, it would be effective, undoubtedly.
So there's plenty of companies and plenty of businesses or people that are a part of a union. This is where we need y'all, okay? Like, y'all are gonna be the backbone. Y'all are gonna be the ones who have to say, we're not working. We're not doing this. We're not coming to work. Again, that's gonna have to be the unionized people. I don't have enough experience on that, but hey, this is a team. This is just a rough outline. We need DEI. These are our demands, okay? In no particular order, but for the healthcare space, we need universal healthcare. I'm done with this affordable, universal healthcare, okay? We are a first world country, and the world's economy is based off the US dollar. There is no reason why every baby in this country shouldn't have healthcare. No reason at all.
That's just a small taste of her entire presentation. Mind you, I will link you to the full thing down below if you want to hear the rest of her plan. I think that she was cooking, for one. But for all intents and purposes, she's basically describing a general strike where Americans across the country engage in work stoppages to grind the economy to a halt until a certain set of demands are met. One of them being a universal single-payer healthcare system, which is something that a lot of Americans want. Now, what she's advocating for is more of a political revolution where you keep the same regime as opposed to a real revolution where you get actual regime change. But what she
guns, right? The people with the monopoly on violence don't ever have to stay peaceful, but we're always expected to be the bigger person to take the high road. The same politicians who demand that you stay peaceful will turn around and use their police force to spray you with pepper balls and to arrest you, right? It is very much a do what I say, not what I do type situation. And I come at this conversation as a Black American person because we've always been told, well, if you just act right, well, if you just do this, we'll treat you right. But they've never treated us right. It don't matter what we've done. Marching in suits or marching, we've never been treated right? So like, I don't believe, I've never once believed that if we just contest in the way that they want us to, that they'll actually do what they're supposed to.
Hey guys, we got to take some notes from the Black Panthers about what to do when there are armed men trying to kill you. Because they've been in this fight way longer than you and me. And they know a few things about resisting. And one of the things they were really into was armed militias to protect neighborhoods. And it's time to take some notes. I suggest this book, Black Against Empire.
The United States has gotten to the place that we are today by repeated underreactions being very, very severe, while the people in power continue to escalate, knowing that they will not get the type of pushback from the populace that would make them stop what they're doing meaningfully. On a totally unrelated note, this is the country of the Second Amendment. It's time for you to buy a fucking gun.
Shit, pretty soon this right here, it's gonna be our only way up out of this shit. But ask yourself this, are you really ready for that? Matter of fact, are you even really ready to have that conversation with people?
I think I'm willing to die for this. I'm patient, I'm intentional, and I'm very slow to anger. And if I'm here, I believe that I'm not alone. I would be willing to wager that anybody else who's paying attention is right here with me. I think the people are ready. We're attending record-breaking rally after rally across the country, even the world, but we lack a clear plan beyond basically complaining in all its forms. Why in a country of 341.7 million people can we not find a single voice directing us towards liberty and justice for all? Our senators, our congressmen, our elected representatives represent the highest bidder, not us. The good people in this country aren't asking for another peaceful protest that fizzles out by Monday. We're not asking for catchy slogans or edgy t-shirts. We're asking for direction.
I can assure you that things don't get to this point for no reason. Regardless if you agree or disagree with what they're saying, it's important to understand that this doesn't happen in a vacuum. You can look to popular uprisings and revolutions all throughout the history of the world, and there's always a specific set of conditions in the lead up to revolutions. There's a collapse of social order, widespread fear and disillusionment, distrust in the system, failure or unwillingness of the state to adapt, a growing revolutionary fervor, to name a few. And just purely from a clinical political science perspective, it's obvious that the US has reached that point. We meet the criteria for revolutions. And this was exemplified in this interview from Status Quo. And they were talking to a protester in Minneapolis. And this was directly after Rene Good was executed. And what he says speaks to what I'm talking about here.
And murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area, and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice. The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this shit by any means necessary.
You're talking about, potentially going to a dark place in this country. Do you foresee
We're there. This is the dark place. This is the dark time. We have people being sent to Salvadorian concentration camps. We got other
Okay, I will leave the rest of this in, it's in my description box, the last link in my description box. It's funny how everyone wants to revere the Black Panthers and talk about Malcolm X quote, by any means necessary, when they finally see what can happen to them. But they ignored it when it has happened to Black people throughout the history of the United States. So I'm going to leave you guys with that. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. If you came here late, rewind it and take a little peek. Leonard, thank you for being here. I thank you all for being here. Hit the like button on your way out, and I'll let this play out.
Countries being raided for their oil. We're in the dark time. There's no way out of this. There's no voting our way out of this. We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box. That's the only way. If there was another way, I'd be advocating for it. I've spoken peacefully. I've marched peacefully. I marched without Sharpton. I marched on Washington. I've been peaceful. I've acted peacefully. The time for peace is over. The time for any means necessary is right now.
It might be hard for some Americans to hear him say that, and it might even scare them, but his logic is premised on survivability. It's a calculation that he's making. If they're going to assault you already and possibly even kill you if you're unarmed, then do you increase your chances? In other words, being armed will only be a deterrent and protect you if enough armed people bind together, as the Black Panthers taught us. And I'm not sure if this was intentional or not, but that guy's rant echoed Malcolm X's 1964 writing titled The Ballot or the Bullet, where he argues, if we don't do something real soon, I think you'll have to agree that we're going to be forced either to use the ballot or the bullet. It's one or the other in 1964. It isn't that time is running out, Time has run out. He later argues, if you don't take this kind of stand, your little children will grow up and look at you and think shame. If you don't take an uncompromising stand, I don't mean go out and get violent, but at the same time, you should never be nonviolent unless you run into some nonviolence. I'm nonviolent with those who are nonviolent with me. But when you drop that violence on me, then you've made me go insane, and I'm not responsible for what I do. He adds, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I'll link to the full thing down below and highly encourage you to read this important piece of history because it was written at a time when the country was at a crossroads, much like we are now. And they were at a crossroads because of this power asymmetry between Black Americans and white Americans, and that never went away. Right? There's still this racial hierarchy in this white supremacist country, but he wrote this during Jim Crow. And Malcolm X was making the case for proportionality between Black Americans and the US government in terms of tactics, right? So if they're going to get brutalized and killed when they're being peaceful, what incentive did they have to remain peaceful? Why does the state get to have a monopoly on violence? These are questions that activists have always grappled with, and that's still very much the case today as well. But I want to share one last video with you from somebody who confirms that the Trump regime's repressive tactics have unquestionably set the stage for a domestic insurgency. And that's what he thinks is going to happen. That's what he thinks is already taking shape because of what we're seeing. And I think that what he says here is really important.
I'll be brutally honest. I see an insurgency brewing because the brutal fact of it is we are under paramilitary occupation. We are under police state occupation right now. ICE is an occupying force. Our own government has been sent to occupy our cities and terrorize the public. State-sponsored terrorism. That's literally what's happening. So what? Some of them do it in plain clothes, wearing level 4 flak vests and stuff like that under their clothes. Others do it in full tactical gear, masked, refusing to identify themselves, literally kidnapping people, raping women, and that kind of stuff. Literally, literally ripping people out of their homes, kicking in doors, a direct violation of the First and Fourth Amendments. Refusing to comply with the law that says that ICE has no jurisdiction, no authority to detain American citizens. I could go on and on and on. They're lawless. They're straight up and down lawless. If local and state law enforcement in large part won't do anything about this, they won't rein them in, well, what do we do? Well, I think the only thing that I see coming, and it's not good, is I see a literal insurgency force brewing. You know, I see it. Why? I mean, how can I recognize that? I went to Fallujah, for crying out loud. ICE is not prepared to fight an insurgency. They'll lose. Now, the problem's going to come when they deputize, when they use the National Guard. That's going to be a problem for them, not the insurgency. Because the National Guard are people who live in the community. They're not going to be willing to turn their weapons on the civilian populace, and they're not going to, no matter how much they're briefed. A people determined to be free, you can't defeat a people like that. Ask the Russians when they tried to conquer Afghanistan. Ask us when we tried to conquer Afghanistan. You get where I'm going with this? ICE and this administration have backed the American people into a corner. They've declared war on every American citizen, every man, woman, and child in this country. They've branded all of us domestic terrorists just because we disagree with Trump. The entire world is isolating us until we get our shit straight. And the only way this shit is ever going to get straight, since politicians, yes, on both sides, Democrats and Republican, are both in on it, it's going to take an insurgency to get us free.
Yeah. And for the record, you didn't see him say this since I had to edit down his video for time. But if you watch the full thing, which I'll also link to down below, he says multiple times that he's not advocating for violence and he doesn't want there to be an insurgency, but he just feels like that's an inevitability at this point because of the climate that we're in. And deep down, ICE probably feels the same. They also see that as a reality, because the Trump regime is stoking the flames. But even though they're acting tough, deep down, ICE is shitting their pants right now, because reporting from journalist Ken Klippenstein suggests that ICE agents are actually worried about backlash in the aftermath of Renee Good's murder, because opposition to them is at an all-time high, and as a result, DHS's Operation Metro Surge, where they send hundreds more ICE Nazis to Minneapolis, isn't going to plan because they're struggling to find agents who actually want to go there because, quote, there's genuine fear that indeed ICE's heavy-handedness and the rhetoric from Washington is more creating a condition where the officers' lives are in danger rather than the other way around, i.e. they're learning in real time that occupation breeds resistance. So when you act as a paramilitary-like force going door to door, hunting down immigrants like Nazis and harassing communities, people aren't going to be so welcoming. And you have to remember that they cover their faces at the end of the day because they're scared. They're afraid of backlash, and they know that what they're doing is illegal, and they fear accountability in the future. So they are afraid, and I think that this report from Ken Klippenstein does confirm that. They know that they're barking up the wrong tree by invading these communities, but Trump is trying to thrust them onto communities because he wants to fan the flames. He wants to see violence because he's a sociopath. But in conclusion, I sincerely hope that the country doesn't devolve further into a state of violence, but I fear, like the guy we heard from, that that is indeed a possibility since the regime refuses to de-escalate. With that being said, I'm not making a prediction or giving you a probability, although I'm sure that Kalshi and Polymarket are already on it, but I'm telling you, as a student of political science, the prerequisite conditions for revolutions have already been met here. And if the ruling class really doesn't want to see a civil war or insurgency or an outright revolt, they need to immediately address the demands of the public right now. They know what we want, they know what we need, and they need to address them right now. Not in November, not in 2028, but right now.